have been huge, out of this world, never seen before. So I just want to appreciate each and every single one of you for really supporting. As of recently, we've had a lot of fun, and we have a couple fun things coming up as well. But that aside, W's for all the early birds in the chat. Make sure to say what's good down below. We are going to go ahead and hop right into the debates, but we are also going to pull my main account up, but we're probably going to wait on that. All right. If you are MAGA, let me know down below. We're still waiting on our first guest of the night. I see Hope down there. Hope, I don't think you're a Trump supporter. I'm not going to lie. I definitely don't think that. So we're just waiting on our first guest here. Welcome in, everybody, to the live once again. Maybe I need to start saying some inflammatory things about Trump to really get MAGA riled up here. So Trump is a rapist, racist, misogynist, felon, fraudster, election denier, liar. Okay? And those are 8 phenomenal reasons not to vote for him. If you disagree with me on this, make sure to hop in the queue. You guys already know how it goes. Looks like that our first guest of the night. For everybody pouring in here, welcome in. Giovanni, what's going on? How old are you?
What's up, dude? I'm 26.
Nice. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am, but I'm actually, I got one question. The magic tricks you were doing, there was a certain trick you did. I was wondering, can you tell me how you did it?
Well, not right now. Maybe on the second count live. Did you
All right, I'll just say they're pretty sick.
Oh, I appreciate that, Giovanni.
No, I like I said, I don't want to talk about that. I just wanted to ask.
Okay, Giovanni, you're gonna have to come through to one of my second account lives. I'd be more than willing to show you it. But yeah, we're just looking for the debates here today. For the first 1,000 people in here, welcome into the live, guys. If you're voting for Trump, hop in the queue. And Alicia, thank you for the subscription. What's up, JP? How old are you, man? Sonny, thank you for the galaxy.
I'm 49.
Perfect. Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
And why the hell would you be doing that?
Well, he's going to save us. Actually,
Save us from what?
From this carnation of this world.
Okay, and how's he going to save us?
Well, I mean, he plans to put everything right back the way it was. You know, prior to all the horrible stuff that happened in the last 4 years.
Okay, like what horrible stuff in the last 4 years? Are you referencing COVID or the Biden-Harris administration?
Well, I agree with you from the Biden-Harris administration. Yes, that was you right. You smarter than I thought you was, Dean.
Okay,
you right.
Okay, all right. The terrible Biden-Harris administration. All right, so what's one policy they influenced to get passed that you think was so terrible?
The horrible policies that they put in action.
Like what?
Like
what? Can you name one?
Yes, or we on the way to naming one right now. See, that one horrible PACT Act thing where they was gonna make all them chips right here in America. You know how many jobs?
I appreciate you for the dinosaur. Dude, the PACT Act invested $800...
Did you see the big size of that dinosaur on the size of that screen?
The PACT Act invested $800 million into the expansion of VA healthcare benefits.
Yes, but listen, I thought you know something about the economics. Listen, when this took a lot of jobs away from the people overseas. You understand what I'm saying?
No, we don't ship our veterans overseas for healthcare. That's a lie. They just
You've been shipping veterans across. Hey, I'm just kidding, Dean. I'm just trolling, brother. Hey, man, props. Good. Love what you do, bro.
It's pretty good, man. We're gonna move on to our next guest here. If you're tuning into the live and you're voting for Trump, hop in the queue. I had an inkling that was a troll when they started disagreeing with funding veterans. What's up, Skylar? How old are you?
Oh shit! I'm sorry, I didn't mean to join, but I love you, Dean. Keep doing it. Keep educating.
Hey, bro, Skylar, I appreciate you, man. Let's get some W's for Skylar in the comment section. Make sure if we're in the guest request that we're voting for MAGA, folks. And if you're one of the 1.5 thousand people listening in and you're voting for Trump, let me see a MAGA down below. Paradox, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Sure.
Okay. That just sounded like absolute bullshit. I'm not going to lie. I don't think they're voting for Trump, guys. Make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen here. Right now we're at 50,000 likes. Let's try to get up to 100,000. Y'all
I hate Trump. He's a rapist. I just want to say I love you so much.
I appreciate you for the love, Hope. You're amazing. We're going to go and load up our main account right now, folks. We have no one in the queue. Really surprising. 1.5 thousand people in this stream. Not one Trump voter wanting to come up and debate. That means that we've been able to do something successful here. There's 1.6 thousand Biden supporters. Low key, okay? Before we, inevitably move on to our next Trump supporter, I just want to get some W's for every single person watching, okay? But let's go and get our next guest up in here right now. Sheila, I got you with an invite. I would love you to come up and have a debate. We're going to move on to our next guest as we speak. So everybody just give us a minute. We got Rome loading in right now. Sheila is loading it as well. I'm really surprised she accepted that. Rome, hop back in the queue. Sheila, why are you voting for Trump?
Because he's not going to murder babies.
Because he's not going to murder babies. Are you talking about abortion?
Yeah.
He has personally paid for abortions before.
Well,
So you think that?
He's
So
not-
you're voting for someone that has personally paid for murder?
I have my other reasons. He's a Christian. He's
He's a Christian. Okay. If he's a Christian, he's like a terrible one. He's like cheated on 3 of his wives. He's been held civilly liable for rape. He sexualized little girls. This guy definitely isn't Jesus 2.0. What is he gonna do? Die, raised from the dead 3 days later, and bang another porn star? Like, I don't know. I'd say that we probably see more like Christian values in the left. Definitely.
he's not a communist.
Oh, so you think Kamala Harris is a communist? Do you know what communism is? Can you define that funny little word for me?
Can I define it? Communism is when everyone is considered equal. There's no like high class, middle class, low class. Everyone is considered equal. And when it comes to, money wise, standard wise.
So communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. I don't know why Trump and his campaign has just been like throwing this word at Harris and her current campaign. It makes no sense. It's just literally like a lie. Okay, so you've kind of just like bought the narrative. Can you name like one proposed policy from Harris that you'd consider to be communist? Taryn, thank you for the $1 on Venmo.
Not really. I can't name it.
Yeah, because it's just not true, right? It's just a word that he's thrown at them. It's just a talking point, okay? But real quick, I just out of curiosity, Sheila, you're a woman. As a woman, why do you care about someone who doesn't care about you? Trump is vehemently sexist. He has had so many ill-willed actions towards women, including sexual violence. I mean, he's sexualized little girls, saying he did a 10-year-old in 10 years, and he's been held civilly liable for raping a woman forcefully without her consent. And Joyce, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. That is the first donation of the day, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see some massive W's in the chat for Joyce. Thank you so much for the $25. It means the world to me. You're here supporting nearly every day. I love you, Joyce. Massive W's for Joyce down below. But go ahead, Sheila. I'd love to hear your response to that question.
Now, what was the question?
Why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is like vehemently sexist.
Well, the thing is, I'm a Christian, okay? I have Christian standards, and the fact that he has some of the things that I stand for, Christian values, he's not for abortion, that's what I go for. I know there's things he's done that's wrong, and she doesn't stand for. She's for abortion. She's for killing babies.
Okay,
I don't believe in killing babies. Okay,
Yeah, so-
I'm sorry.
About
I
abortion.
think
So
it's
do you
wrong.
agree with it going back to the state?
Going back to the state, I don't agree with anybody murdering a baby at all.
Okay.
I don't agree even the state controlling it. I don't agree at all of anybody controlling a woman's body and murdering it. Murdering an innocent child.
Okay, is the only reason why
It's
you
wrong.
think is the only reason you think abortion is murder? Is that the only reason there because of your religion?
Yes, because of my religion and my well, everything I've been through when it comes to babies, I don't agree with it because I went through hell just to get my child that I have. I've
Okay.
lost children, and
Yeah,
it wasn't because of abortion. I lost children.
Wes, thank you so much for the
I
$5
had to
on
go.
Venmo.
I had to bury 2 babies.
And Shannon, thank you so much
I
for the
had
$10.
3 missed.
Okay, Sheila. So here's the thing. You said the only reason you're going to be You said the only reason you're going to be pro-life is because of your religion. Sheila, it's time to face the facts. Okay, I'm not going to tell you that your religion is false, but what I am going to tell you is that there's no evidence for Christianity being true. The only evidence that you have is going to be your faith. I'm not going to discount that, but what I am going to go out and tell you is that you shouldn't be using faith-based beliefs such as your belief in Christianity to write law to infringe upon the rights of others. This has historically been used in very oppressive ways. I mean, Christian nationalism, the Christian Bible, was a big proponent of slavery in the United States of America. And I don't really see any difference between, the white supremacists in 1850 using their faith-based belief in the Old Testament to justify owning slaves, and you using your faith-based belief in the New Testament to justify, legislating that women can't access health care. Can you give me the difference between those two scenarios?
Not really.
Right.
Another thing I don't like the fact is Kamala Harris owns slaves, and I don't like that.
Kamala Harris didn't own slaves. Where are you getting that from? That's just misinformation. But I'm
Her
curious. Where are you
family
getting that
owns slaves.
from? Oh,
They
her
own
family.
slaves.
Okay. So like her
And she
ancestors,
was
couple
alive
generations
during
back.
the time that her family owned them. She was alive during that time
She was
that her
not.
family owned slaves.
So who in her family owned slaves?
Her parents.
Her parents did not own slaves. In Oakland, California, her parents owned slaves.
They owned slaves. It's
She was-
wrong to own slaves.
She was born in Oakland, California. Okay, and I'm gonna say somewhere around the 1960s. The slavery was not legal in Oakland, California in the 1960s.
Well, maybe it was her grandparents, and I don't know. But somebody in her family owned slaves. I don't.
Great grandfather. And do you want to know why she's related, ancestrally speaking, to a slave owner? All right, it's because slave owners used to grape, right, the black enslaved people, right? They didn't view them as people, quite frankly. They didn't think they could feel pain, so they just engage in intercourse with them whenever they'd want. And you know what would happen if, like, the black enslaved individual that got raped got pregnant? They'd have the kid, and then the kid would become a slave. And how do you think a black woman can be related to a white slave owner through an ancestral line? What happened was that white slave owner down her ancestral line had raped one of her ancestors. So she's not related to a slave owner in the sense that she and her ancestors felt, the societal structure of white supremacy and benefited from it. In fact, they were the victim of it.
They were a victim of slavery.
Not just slavery, but grape, right? Because that's how she's related to a slave owner, right? And same goes for a lot of black people in America today. I mean, I bet if you were to take a DNA test, I don't know for sure, but I'd say about maybe like 1 out of every 5 or even more, right, African Americans alive in America today are related to white slave owners for that same exact reason, okay? But I'm not so sure about that. Sheila, I appreciate you for coming up. We're going to move on to our next guest. For the 3,000 people in here, I appreciate y'all for being here. We just got a 85. Wait, someone just said 85%. Wow, that's insane. What's up, Madison? Are you voting for Trump?
Hey, yeah, I am. But I just want to come on here, just first and foremost, before we get into it, I do not hate Kamala. I don't see where all this hate comes from. I think it's like actually insane the way we choose to hate each side. So before we get into it, just want to state I don't hate this woman.
Okay, so why are you voting? Why? Listen. It's a little bit funny, okay, when I see a woman that is voting for Trump speaking out against political division and hate. This man has spewed
It's
so
like
much political division and hate,
terrible.
has launched an attack on women, more specifically society and legally, which leads me to my first question. Okay, since you want to talk about hate, ill will treatment of others, why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is vehemently sexist. He has done and partaken in so many ill-willed actions towards women, including sexual violence.
Okay, so let's just start out by saying that I don't think that we can claim that either side is perfect. And then, just going from there, we know that neither individual is perfect.
Well, that's a false dichotomy.
And-
It's not be a grapist loser or be perfect, right? There's somewhat of a in between there, right?
Correct. However, there are certain reasons politically that I will be voting for him.
Okay.
And let's also state, I am not one of those Republicans who worships the ground he walks on. I am not one of those people who thinks he is the end all be all. If I had it my way, that's not who I would have chosen to represent us. And I think a lot of you Democrats would not have chosen Harris either.
I actually think that Harris is pretty good. There's like maybe two people I'd prefer over Harris, Michelle Obama and Pete Buttigieg, but that's really about it. Anyway, so yeah, why are you voting for Trump? What are your reasons here today?
So do you think that I'm just curious, do you think that Michelle Obama could have fixed Obamacare and its flaws?
Yeah, sure. Why not? I don't know.
Do you know the
speculatory
flaws in
hearsay.
Obamacare? Are you aware of those flaws and the holes in the system that came along with it?
Maybe not as much as you'd be, but anyways, why are you voting for Trump? Madison, I can't hear you when you're not on live. So what are your
sorry,
reasons to vote for Trump here today?
Okay, just for the record, I'm in Florida and there's a thunderstorm going on, so you might lose me in and out. There are quite a few reasons that I will be voting for Trump. But more importantly, I will not be voting for Kamala because some of the things that she claims to stand for, she could have already put into effect. And I understand that some of these things
Such as
take
what?
time. But she and Biden did not do what they say and claim that they stand behind for women's rights.
Okay.
Yeah,
such
of
as
course
the
I'm in Florida,
reinstitution of
honey.
Roe v. Wade?
Of course I'm in Florida because I understand how a good housing market and how a good economy works.
Madison, when you're referencing women's rights, are you talking about access to abortion?
Correct.
Okay, well, I don't understand why you'd say that they should have already fixed this in the last 3 years. So the Dobbs decision that rescinded Roe v. Wade back down to the state level was made in 2021 or 2022. I don't think that we would be able to expect the Biden-Harris administration
Okay,
to
but there's
turn
things that
around
could have
right-
gone in motion that still have not yet.
Not really, right? Because this is something that would take, right, at least a couple years of campaigning to get the right people in during the primaries to be able to bypass the filibuster in the Senate. Because, this has been contested again and again and again and again because of the filibuster from the Republicans. And it is something that genuinely takes a couple years of work to be able to build up to the point of being able to pass congressional legislation to federally protect access to abortion. But, I mean, if you stand for women's rights and the reason you're not voting for Harris is because you think that she hasn't done enough for them, why the hell are you voting for the guy that elected 3 justices to the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade and strip every single woman and girl in America of their federal protections for access to health care? Why are you voting for the person that's
Okay,
been
this
held
is
civilly
going
liable
to
for the rape of a
continue
woman?
to be a state to state sort of thing. That's how it's going to continue. Trump has said that. It is going to continue to be a state to state thing. So you guys need to vote locally.
Do you support
to get
that? Do you,
what you
do you
want,
support it being
state to
rescinded back to the
state.
state?
Absolutely.
Do you think
It is a
abortion is murder?
To some degree.
So you think that murder should be left up to the state?
Depends how far along the term is.
You think that murder should be left up to the state, ma'am?
I believe to some extent it is murder. I do not agree with certain situations.
Okay, well, yeah. You said that you agree with Roe v. Wade, right? You think that access to abortion should be left up to the state. And then you said that to some extent you think abortion is murder. So that means that you think that states should be able to decide the legality of murder.
Correct. I do. And I believe the same. That you could say
When
that
was the last
with-
time we heard a similar argument? Have you ever heard of the Confederacy before, Madison?
Yeah. Okay, let's move on to the other reasons why I'm voting for Trump because this gets better. Do you understand how income-based housing works? Where are you at? Are you in California? Where
I'm
are
in
you?
Colorado.
You're in Colorado.
We can move on to another point, but I didn't really feel like you gave me a sufficient response there. You said that one of the reasons she left. Okay, really strange. She ran away. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest here. Oh, she's back in the queue. We're going to go to get Madison back up in here. I guess she didn't mean to leave. Madison, welcome back. What happened?
Lightning.
Oh, no worries. Okay. Well, yeah. So I want to flesh out. Okay, right. The first talking point. You said that you're not going to be voting for Harris because she hasn't done enough for women's rights. That is just that is some horse shit, Madison. I'm not going to lie. Can you tell me what Trump has done for women's rights?
You know, like I said, he wants to keep it state to state, and that's just what I personally agree with.
Okay. So you're actually going to be
That is
against
not a
women's rights in
broken.
this scenario?
That is not a broken system.
It absolutely
It's
is. I don't
worked.
think that women in California should get different access to healthcare than women in Kentucky or Idaho. Okay, I think that every single woman, regardless of their individual
Also, I'd love
scenario,
to
should have
hear.
the same
I'd
access
love to hear
healthcare.
who was denied an abortion underneath Trump's presidency.
Yeah,
Because
sure.
I have several friends who had plenty across many different states who have had access to
under
it.
Trump's presidency. So, like, women were only begun to be denied like abortions after Roe v. Wade was rescinded back to the state, and states began to criminalize it. Okay, all right. So, like today, right after the Dobbs decision was made because of him. Okay, he takes credit for it. We see that in 12 states, even victims of rape can access abortion. Then in like 1 out of every 3 women of reproductive age here at home in America, right, has no or restricted access as a whole. So, I guess my question to you would be,
What is
why
the restricted access? What state are you referring to?
Well, we see different types of restrictions in different types of states, right? In 12 states, including Alabama and Texas, women have no access to abortion, even if they were raped, right? And
That
then
is not true.
That is true.
I'm from Alabama originally. Like, that is not true.
It is. There
There is abortion clinic. There's access to abortion in Alabama.
No, there's not.
There is, though.
No, so you could like go. I forget the website, but you could see a state by state breakdown, right? That would specifically, right, go over the policy of each state after the Dobbs decision was made and it was rescinded back to the state. And you'll see in 12 states there's no access to abortion, even in victims of rape. Then in 36 states there's none of restricted access, which would generally just prelude to elective abortions being, not allowed. But I guess my question to you would be, well, why do you think women in California deserve different access to healthcare than women in like Idaho or Kentucky? Like, I don't think that's the case. I think every single woman, regardless of her scenario, deserves the same access to healthcare, as I view it as a basic human right.
It is a state to state system. It is not broken. And that is the end of it. Like,
It is broken. I don't think that it should be a state to state system.
okay, what's
You
our next
support-
topic then? Because you're going to just argue with me that you think that it shouldn't be state to state, that it should be national.
Yeah, that is an argument to be had. That's like one
Okay,
of the most important
well,
reasons. why
I
I'm
let
voting
you
for
know
Harris in the upcoming
my
election.
opinion on that. So what's next? Do you
Well, no,
understand?
do you not want to have discourse about it?
We just did. Let's go.
Okay, fine. Fine. Okay, fine. I guess if you want to move on, if you
What's
don't
the
want to talk
next
about
topic that you want to talk about?
We'll go ahead and we'll talk about something else. It doesn't really seem like you want to entertain a conversation about that. So let's go ahead and see if you could entertain.
Because we already entertained it, and I'm not gonna like.
Yeah. Would you vote for someone that was held civilly liable for rape?
He was not convicted for raping anyone.
That's not the question I asked you. With all due respect, Madison, would you like me to repeat my question?
He was not found guilty.
Jessica, thank you for the
Therefore-
$3 on Venmo. That's not true. He was right in a civil court. Right. So once again, my question was: would
Was
you
not
vote for
found
someone
guilty.
that's been held civilly liable for
Really,
rape?
was not found guilty though. Was not found guilty.
So when you say guilty, what do you mean?
He was not found guilty.
That's not an answer to my question, Madison. Please.
He was not found guilty.
All right. Well, when I say guilty, I mean that he was held responsible for committing these actions. Okay, and he was right. So a jury of 9 of his peers.
Also, your background says I'm voting for Kamala. Why are you voting for Trump? But all you're doing is bringing people on and you're asking them questions, even though your background says, "Why are you voting for Trump?"
Yeah.
You're
So,
not
I mean,
doing
you
what your
told me-
live states that it's doing.
Okay, Madison, if you don't want to like engage in a conversation with me, you could leave.
You're right. I will, because this is
Okay,
why
that's what- okay, bye, Madison.
Democrats have
Bye.
so many issues.
No, Madison, we understand that I am like actively trying to engage in critical thought and a discussion with you about why I believe what I do and why you believe what you do, and you were actively trying
Thank
to
you
run
for
away
the
from a
followers,
conversation.
babe. Bye.
That's what I thought, Madison. Go ahead. Continue to be a caveman, thinking about the basics, right? No abstract thought, no critical thought going on in their head. We're going to go to move on to our next guest here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say. If you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump and make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen in the meantime. Ali is driving, so we are going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. Let's go and get Justin up in here. For the 5.2 thousand people in here, welcome in. Make sure that we're double tapping. Share this live out with a couple of friends. And Hannah, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Let's get some massive W's for Hannah in that chat right now, ladies and gentlemen. That is so kind of you. Hannah says, thank you for standing up for women. I love you, Hannah. Thank you so much for the $20. That means the world to me. What's going on, man? How old are you?
I'm 29.
Phenomenal. Are you voting for Trump?
Oh yeah.
And why the hell are you doing that?
Because I would never vote for anybody else that honestly is against my religious beliefs and everything else.
Oh, so you don't want to vote for like religious persecutors?
What do you mean by that?
People that prosecute others socially or legally speaking for their religion?
I don't even know what you're talking about, but I'm actually voting for Trump
literally one second. No, literally, how do you not know what I'm talking about? Do you know what? One second. Do you know what religious prosecution is?
Not really, actually.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and define it for you.
Religious
Religious prosecution, right, can happen in one of two ways. Either socially speaking, where individuals are socially scrutinized for their religious beliefs, or legally speaking, basically stating, right, that individuals that would pertain to a religion have less legal rights than others, okay? So would you say that you would never vote for, like, a religious persecutor?
I would never vote for someone that is not standing with my beliefs.
Okay, dude, you're not answering my question, and I kind of hate that. It's really annoying. So are you going to answer my question or not?
Can I ask a question too?
No, because you are incessantly refusing to answer mine. Would you vote for someone that is a religious
I think
persecutor?
you're just really mad at this whole situation because Trump's kind of winning. So
Name one poll that he's up in.
it's the same polls that Clinton was up in 5 years. What was it? 8 years ago? she lost.
You can't name a poll that he's up in.
I can tell you one thing.
So I'm really just waiting for you to answer my. You know what? How about okay? So I just want to clarify. I've been asking you to vote for someone that's
it's
a
not even
religious.
fair. You don't even let anybody talk.
I've been asking you for the last 3 minutes
Anybody
if
talk.
you'd vote for someone that's a religious persecutor, and you have not answered my question.
I would not vote for anybody that is a non-Christian believer.
Okay, why?
Just because our foundation of the United States was built on Christianity.
That's false.
Actually, yeah, it was actually freedom of the church. We chose to leave the king.
Oh, so you agree with freedom of the church?
Yeah, it's freedom of religion.
So then you disagree with Trump, right? Because while he was president, he wouldn't impose a Muslim ban, stating that he didn't think that anybody who's Muslim should be allowed to come into our country. Literal religious persecution. Would Jesus agree with this?
And that was only specific terrorist groups and stuff.
No, it was all Muslims.
No, it was just terrorist groups. Which
Okay.
you let terrorist groups come to our country? I don't think so.
All right, give me 1 second here.
Like ISIS and all them. You don't want them, right?
I mean, I'm telling you, it was all Muslims.
Okay. Well, I don't have to research anything. This is just from my head.
Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
Yeah, so as a believer in Christianity, right, a believer that, the gospel is true, prosperity, equality, and freedom for all, right, how could you say that you stand with Trump, a literal religious persecutor?
Because I'm a Christian.
Yeah, but that'd be antithetical to Christianity. I mean, if you read the story of the gospel...
Christianity is a total different... if you're a Christian, you don't believe that, every single religion is exactly the same and they have different beliefs. You respect them, you leave it alone. But I mean, in 2024, you have to actually stick up for Christianity if you're a Christian.
I mean, you just said it yourself. You said under Christianity that you have to recognize that everyone has different beliefs and you have to respect them and you leave them alone, right? Because the story of the gospel is surrounded around Jesus, his life.
Well, until people persecute Christians.
Do you mind if I speak without interruption?
It's kind of like what you're doing.
Do you mind if I speak without interruption, sir?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, if you follow the story of the gospel, I mean, it talks about Jesus, his life, and his followers, right? They were all about inclusion, right? Freedom and equality for all, right? How can you say that a literal religious persecutor, this guy stating that if you are Muslim, you shouldn't be able to enter into the country, would be very Christian? Something else that is taught within the gospel, I mean, let's just reference John real quick. It says that a rich man is just as likely to get into the kingdom of heaven as it is for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle. We also see in Ephesians, it very adamantly preaches about providing for the needy, providing for those that are less fortunate, taking care of the poor. Well, I mean, what did Trump do while he was president? He passed no legislation that benefited the low and the middle class more so than the top 1%. He passed tax cuts that footed $2 trillion in debt on our nation, giving tax cuts predominantly to the top 1%, furthering income inequities, making the life harder on the low and the middle class. Now he wants to replace the federal income tax with tariffs that would be inflationary as all hell, and majority serve as a detriment to the low and the middle class because they spend more of their income proportionally speaking on the bare necessities to live. How can you as a Christian stand for Trump when he's a rapist, narcissistic loser, a incessant womanizer and racist that stands for rich people, that stands for the 1%, and stands as a detriment to the poor and to the needy when the gospel preaches vehemently against all of those things?
Well, because I'm a Christian that believes that abortion's wrong unless that it's like rape or incest or something like that. So that is like one big thing that like would basically like determine my decision.
So Trump has paid for abortions before. And he also said in 2018 on a C-SPAN interview that he's never needed to ask for forgiveness for anything in his life.
Okay.
And then also something else here about religion. Let's face the facts, man. Okay. Religion, Christianity is inherently faith-based. There's no evidence that you have to justify your religion apart from your faith. And I don't think that we should be using a faith-based
Real quick, do you allow people to talk? Or do you just keep
and I just don't think that we should be using a faith-based belief to be writing our legislation. Deanna, thank you so much for the subscription. I mean, I don't really see the difference between you using your faith-based belief to determine that women should have restricted rights and access to health care with the basis of no reasonable justification outside of that, and like the white supremacists of 1850 using their faith-based belief in the Old Testament to justify the enslavement of black people. Can you give me the logical distinction between those two scenarios? Does he know how to unmute his mic? Andy, thank you for the manifesting. All right, this guy doesn't know how to unmute his mic. So you have to click on your profile picture, and you have to click the icon of the microphone, man. It's very simple, but I understand some people just can't figure it out. Click on your profile, hit that icon of the mic, literally right there. I'm going to go ahead and show you how to do it once more. Click on the picture of your profile picture down there in the corner, and then this window will pop up. And then hit the icon of the microphone right there. Can you do that for me? It's super duper simple. Okay, so this guy just has no brain cells. Let's face the facts. If he can't figure out how to fucking tap a picture on his phone screen, Monica, thank you for the subscription. I'm so surprised that this guy is a functioning adult. Okay, put on your reading glasses, buddy. I know this is really hard. Jesus Christ. We're going to go ahead and bring someone else up in the meantime. We're going to leave him to, trying to figure out how the hell to click two buttons. Like MAGA supporters right here, folks. This is the MAGA voter base. The people that can't follow the visual instruction to click two buttons. That's the MAGA voter base. What's up, Nelly? Are you driving? And he still can't do it. He still can't do it. That is who is voting for Trump, ladies and gentlemen. Honestly, if he can't find the unmute button, I don't think he'll be able to find the poll. He's even typing in the chat. He just said I got muted because I'm a Republican. Bro, I'm so sorry. Oh my God. He seriously can't figure out how to unmute himself. He just typed in the chat that he got muted because he's a Republican. I'm going to go ahead and show you once again, buddy, how to unmute yourself. I can't believe that people like you are real. Okay? So all that you need to do, click on your profile picture. Right down there, buddy. Then click the icon of the mic. That's all you have to do. Jesus Christ, dude. Dude, please. Nana, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 41.
41, phenomenal. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why is that?
Now, I'm 41. I'm not going to sit here and be disrespected or talked to in any type of way. If you truly want to know why on certain topics, I will, but I'm not going to sit here and let you just, talk to me like I'm lower than. You are very educated. I respect that. I could tell that you have very good dialect and you know how to use your words.
Okay, so you don't like this. You don't. One second. You made it clear. You don't. Christina, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo, saying thank you for all that you do. Christia, thank you so much. Let's get some W's in the chat for Christia for the $15. So you don't like disrespect, and that actually leads me into a really good question. how do you
Yes.
feel about Trump's incessant disrespect towards women in his past and currently, right? He's sexualized little girls. He's told 10-year-old girls that he wanted to date them in 10 years. He's boasted about grabbing women by the P word without asking first. He doesn't even need to.
So
He bought a
those are-
Miss Teen USA pageant and then
those are
boasted on
things-
Sirius XM to Howard
listen.
Stern about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teen girls to inspect their naked bodies, right? He's also been held civilly liable for sexual violence, literally raping a woman forcefully without her consent. All right. So if you don't like disrespect towards women, why the hell are you voting for Trump, given all the examples that I just gave you?
Okay, so are you going to let me talk?
Yeah, yeah.
If you're in
the one
conversation,
interrupting me.
okay, so if you're in conversation with your friends and people are utilizing words that you speak in conversation with your friends against you, that's different than on a podium as president doing it. He's never done anything like that as president, as far as talk about little girls or sniff them or smell them or be creeperish upon them either. So, and I'm not going to go there. That's neither here nor there, because those are just big debates that the left wants to bring up against the right and say, okay, I can go on about Joe Biden doing this, this, or that, and you can go on about Trump doing this, this, or that.
But you
We're
understand
not
how
gonna
important of a
prove either
point
way.
this is. If,
Well,
if
we're not
Trump,
gonna-
if Trump has absolutely disregarded the thoughts, wants,
That's-
needs, feelings, and desires of women outside of the Oval Office,
But
how
then
do you?
that's the same.
Nora,
You-
one second,
it's the
without
same- it's the
without
same that
interruption.
Biden's
May
done.
I?
It's the
May
same.
I? It's
Okay,
not.
yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
It's not the same as Biden done. Has Biden been held civilly liable for rape?
Has he been held civilly liable for rape? No.
So it's not the same thing. Awesome. Next,
But
I'm gonna go
has
to
Trump?
yes,
Has Trump been held civilly liable for rape?
yes,
Has he been found guilty?
yes,
No.
yes.
Okay, okay, and again, like I said, I'm not going to argue. That's not topics I'm going to argue with you about, because
you don't
those
know
are gonna
anything
get
about
us-
them.
No, because those are not going to get us anywhere. Like literally, that's just a route. That's a carousel circle that people want to resort to.
You just don't know how to talk about it. The reason
Listen,
that this
if-
is so
do we want-
important,
no, no,
Nana,
you
without
wanna know
interruption,
why?
without
You wanna-
interruption.
Okay,
without
you want to know
interruption.
why I'm voting for Trump?
Literally, I have to put you on mute because you can't be quiet for 5 seconds without interruption. Okay. These are all very important things to discuss, right? But my question to you would be, well, if Trump, right, has constantly, right, avoided and not really tended to the thoughts, wants, needs, desires, feelings, and opinions of women outside of the Oval Office, given his ill-willed action statements and even rape, how would you expect him to effectively account for them legislating inside of the Oval Office?
Because I've already been there with him for 4 years. I've seen what he's done. I've seen what he's done for women. I've seen what he's done for Black America. I've supported it all the way. I'm not upset with a single thing that he's done in his first 4 years of candidacy. I am on board for him to bring back jobs to the United States, to our country, so we could be reliable upon
Donald
ourselves
Trump is
again.
calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
If you agree
I
with
love
everything
it.
that he did during his first...
I absolutely do. Can I tell you why? Are you okay with that? Because you're pretty young, but can I tell you why? I am a very, very, very much so in support of that. I don't know if you recall back when, before Trump got in, do you know how many ISIS attacks we were having on our own soil? The gay bars that were being shot up in the name of ISIS, in San Bernardino, when they came in and they shot up all those innocent people in the name of ISIS, at the bombings in the name of ISIS. We didn't know from one Muslim to the next. I'm not saying all Muslims are wrong, but we didn't have a way to determine which ones were here to hurt us and which ones were not. So until our government, our people that were in charge, were capable of getting that figured out, like he was saying, then we could not take the risk of allowing anybody else into our country at that time. There's nothing racist with calling what it is at the time being. You just say, okay, we'll open our borders, everybody can come in. Well, how do you protect the people that are here? How do you do that? How do you do that? By saying we got to stop and we got to look into these people before we let them in, because they were hurting our own people.
Okay, so I think you're like obviously going to be like providing a false dichotomy, right? It's not ban all Muslims from entering into the country or have open borders and allow anybody across them. I see this as a very tactic used by Trump supporters, and it's honestly intellectually lazy and dishonest as all hell. Like, the same thing happened earlier. I was asking someone how they felt about the fact that Trump had been held civilly liable for rape, and their response was, you can't expect people to be perfect. Okay, well, it's a false dichotomy to say you're either a loser rapist or Jesus 2.0. Just like it's a false dichotomy to say either you have to ban all Muslims from entering into the country or you have open borders and you don't count who's coming. Okay, what I would like to touch on here is it's absolutely not acceptable to any degree to look at these isolated incidents of terror attacks from Islamic extremists and then turn around and say that all of these good, honest, virtuous men and women and children that are also pertaining to the same religion but have different interpretations that wouldn't hold to the same extreme views shouldn't be able to come into the country because of who or what they worship. That's absurd, quite frankly. And if you want to talk about domestic terrorist attacks, we have seen attacks born out of Islamic extremism for sure, right? I'm not discounting that. But we've seen more attacks born out of violent Christian nationalism. What happened on January 6th?
Can I say
how many police officers were assaulted on January 6th? How many people died?
Before we detour from that, can we just say he never said it was going to be a permanent ban, that we don't want any Muslims in our country? Because there's many wonderful, amazing Muslims. There's amazing people in every race, religion, nationality, and there's also the absolute worst of every race, nationality.
What's the biggest attack on our democracy that has occurred in the last 8 years?
So you on your agenda, you would like to say September 6th. Why? Because it was attacked to our actual government. Because people that were there, and I believe, and I can believe what I want to believe, and you can believe what you want to believe. Because that, again, is all theory on your theory and my theory. And obviously the only one that knows the actual truth of what happened is going to be God himself, right? So we can go back and forth and debate that all day long. It's going to be it's going to be a debate because there's evidence to back up what you're saying. There's also evidence to back up saying that
you don't even know what I'd say about January 6th. Also, it's not September 6th, it's January 6th.
January 6th, I apologize.
You understand?
My bad. I was thinking September 11th because we were talking about Muslims and everything else. My bad, because Muslims and ISIS are attacks that happened. So I apologize. There's no need for you to say Jesus Christ either. There's no reason for you to say that. I mean, like I said, I'm here to have a conversation. I'm sorry. I am just a 41-year-old mother and grandmother.
So you're going to get upset with me for saying Jesus Christ, but then you're going to turn around and you're going to vote for the guy that's cheated on 3 of his wives, one with a porn star.
You know what? And if we're going to talk biblical, where in the Bible does God choose perfect people to use? He's chosen murderers, he's chosen rapists, he's chosen everybody else. So if he's using Trump right now, then he's using Trump. You
asked for an example. Where in the Bible did God choose a perfect person to use? According to your religion, who's the one perfect human that has ever lived?
Jesus Christ. But I'm saying you're going to tell me that he is not used. He is not used. No, you're telling me that he is not used people that are imperfect.
In fact, I'd say that is one of the biggest messages from the Bible. God has also used
rapists and murderers and people that will make a big difference.
Nona, Wilma, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. You got to let me speak here. Is that fair?
Go ahead.
Phenomenal. So you are saying because in the Bible, God has used quote unquote rapists and murderers to achieve whatever ends he has, that therefore we should vote for a rapist and have no issue with it.
Look,
Nona.
Not telling you who you need to vote for. Again, I'm not going
to do the interruptions. Okay? I've been very fair. I've been very good faith. Right? Quite frankly, I just want to be able to speak the same way I've allowed you to speak. Okay? Anyways, going back to what I was saying here, I can't think of one scenario in the Bible where God used a rapist to achieve an end goal. I think you just kind of made that up on the spot. But that point aside, I don't think that justifies a vote for a rapist. Okay? Right? Like, just because there's some biblical story, right, that would pertain to this, doesn't mean that we need to turn around and perpetuate rape culture and more systemic harm against women by platforming a rapist into the highest rank of power achievable by man alive today. Like, I think that we should be socially scrutinizing rapists. I think that we should be suppressing their societal opportunity, right, to reduce the amount of people that engage in the action because they would know the societal repercussions. But as soon as we turn around and we don't do that, in fact, we put a rapist and uplift them into the highest position of power achievable by mankind, well, that's going to be very antithetical to that, and it's just going to result in more harm towards women because men aren't going to see true repercussions from their actions, right? Because you're looking at a guy who's held civilly accountable for this in a court of law, and the men and women alike around them just kind of disregard it, don't care, and still give them the same amount of societal opportunity they had before. Beth, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate you for that. Second point, I just wanted to say one more thing here. Right, you said in the Bible that Jesus used non-perfect human beings to achieve his end goal. You're right. Let's talk about his followers. Right? Who would he eat with? He would eat. Jesus is God according to your faith. Jesus would eat with, I don't know, like Matthew, a Jewish tax collector, or Mary Magdalene, someone that was, infested with demons. And that's the story of the Bible. It's about bringing people together, getting people to act in a more good faith, virtuous manner, providing for those that are more needy, and achieving societal eudaimonia for all. But how does this work with Trump's religious persecution? What would Jesus do? Would he tell the Muslim to sit down at the table and eat and dine with him? Or would he tell the Muslim that he can't even come in the front door?
Okay, so absolutely, Jesus would sit down and dine with them. However,
so why won't Trump?
Now, listen. However, this is where church and state come apart, because when you are a sitting president, your obligation is to protect our nation. Okay.
Not through xenophobia and racism.
But listen, it's our nation first and foremost.
Bro, what led to the racial segregation in the 60s?
If we have any type of threat at that time, it needs to be assessed and addressed immediately. Okay.
You sound just like the white people in the 1960s. Dude, there's societal stereotypes that would state that black people were more violent and more aggressive than white people, caused by slavery and its aftermath. That was a legitimate societal stereotype. So my question to you is, why do you have to turn around, demonize a group of people, say that they're really bad, they're terrorists and they're terrible for the safety of U.S. citizens, and say for that reason they should be segregated from U.S. citizens and they shouldn't even be allowed in the country, when this ideology has been held up, typically speaking, in history? That's what led to the segregation of black people from white people in the 1960s. Okay, that's what led to slavery in the first place. White people conceiving of these demonic false stereotypes of black people, so they didn't feel so bad when they dehumanized them and treat them as property. That's what even led to historical slavery in the context of the Christian Bible. Go read up Leviticus 25, learn something. Okay, so I don't think you are in any position to be demonizing an entire group of people, looking at every single follower of Islam alive, saying they're bad people, and for that reason they shouldn't be allowed in our country.
Calm down. No, again, so when he did the Muslim ban, what happened to ISIS? Did we continue with the Muslim ban? Are they allowed in our country? When he did that, what happened with ISIS? They became non-existent. They got completely wiped off our existence. We were able to live without worrying about going to a bar and being shot up because we had citizens here that are gay, that are Muslims, most Muslims. I'm not going to say all, because some of them try to keep in their own street, but because of the religion are very extreme and they don't believe that that's okay. And so we had to protect our own people. They don't believe a lot of things that we do in our nation are okay because of the extremism of the religion. And that's their religion. That's fine. But we had to get down and find out which ones were extreme and which ones were not. I would also like to touch the topic of abortion with you, if you're okay.
And then you turn around and you support Christianity. Leviticus 18:22 says that you should stone GAY people to death. Leviticus 25:44 through 46 says that you could own anybody that isn't from your nation as human property for life and beat them as long as they recover in 3 days.
So you're talking about Old Testament.
God called for a genocide of all Amalekites, including the men, women, and children, and you're going to sit here and tell me that there's this other demonic religion that is so bad with such extremist beliefs, bro?
Okay, don't put words in my mouth.
Lights on, nobody's home, right?
Don't
the knock
put
on the door
words
is
into
coming
my
from
mouth,
inside
please.
of the house, right? Second of all, I just want to touch on I want to touch on one more thing here. Yes,
you're going to be a really good Democrat. That's what you're going to be, because you're putting a lot of words into my mouth.
And you're going to be a great Republican because you hold the most hypocritical, contradictory, double standards known to mankind, sitting over here saying that you don't like terrorist attacks of the Islamic extremists, and for that reason they shouldn't be allowed in the country. Then you turn around and you vote for the guy that launched a coup on our federal government, the biggest internal attack since the Civil War, trying to rig the outcome of the 2020 election, led to the suicide of 6 cops because of the riots on January 6th, the death of Ashley Babbitt, all because he was baby raging because he lost to Joe Biden. So hypocritical. You want to turn around, tell all Muslims that they can't come into the country because they're evil criminals that do bad things. Then you turn around and you want to vote the rapist 34 count felon to lead our country from the Oval Office.
Did I trigger you? Because you keep muting my mic.
Do I sound triggered? Or do
Yes,
I sound...
you do. You sound very triggered right now.
There's the response, folks. There we go. As soon as you can't engage logically speaking with the beliefs that are coming out of my mouth, all that you could say is that I'm triggered. It's embarrassing,
You keep muting my mic. It's not embarrassing. You keep muting my mic. Like I said,
because you incessantly interrupted me. If you want to be an adult and engage in a productive two-way conversation where we both don't interrupt each other,
First of all,
this will come from my end as well. I will not mute your mic. I have no issue with
interrupting me. You won't even let me finish the sentence before you try to go ramble on about.
So how about this? We stop interrupting each other. Both of us, mutual agreement. I won't mute you anymore if we could do that. Okay.
Oh, I'm fine with that. If you will allow me to finish my what
Wilma,
I am
thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents on PayPal from Jesus. I really appreciate you for that. Go ahead.
You were speaking when you were talking in the Bible. You were speaking a lot of Old Testament. Oh, we should stone people on the street. Those were all prior to our last living sacrifice, Jesus Christ. We are to love thy neighbor as we love ourselves. We are to embrace everybody. I'm not to turn anybody away or say who is right or who is wrong, because you know why? Because that's not my job. I'm not the one to judge them. That's God's job. I'm just supposed to walk with love. And I am trying to sit here and respect you. I ask you to respect me. That's all. And so when we go on to these topics, like I said, we were getting nowhere because we wanted to go back and forth on that. I believe Trump did that to stop the ISIS thing. That's what I believe. It worked. We were able to live that 4 years with no attacks from ISIS, no attacks on our soil. And it was amazing. It was a fresh breath of air for myself personally, having kids and now grandchildren. Okay. I'm going to go back on your guys' topic because I know it's been big about the abortion. Okay.
I would like to respond to what you said.
Yes, I saw your hand. Absolutely. Go ahead.
So you said that you're supposed to love thy neighbor unless they're part of the LGBTQ plus community or a Muslim. You said that you're supposed.
I did not.
No. What are we doing with the interruptions? What did we just agree to?
Go ahead.
See, this is why I've been putting you on mute.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Phenomenal. You said that you're supposed to love your neighbor unless they're a member of the LGBTQ plus community or a Muslim. You said that you're not supposed to judge those around you. That's a job for God. Unless you're a evangelicus and you tell all GAY people that there's some trait about them that is intrinsically wrong and they're going to burn in the pits of hell for the rest of their life, or a Muslim and you're Trump and you can judge them, literally restricting them from entering into your country. But I want to talk about that, and I just have a very direct question for you. You were telling me that there's followers of the Islamic religion that have posed a great threat to the state of America, our democracy, and the sanctity and freedoms of every single citizen. When have we ever seen a Muslim come into America and, I don't know, let's go the last 10 years and say that they wanted to put the Constitution on pause and they tried to stage a federal coup to overthrow our federal government?
Is it my turn?
Have we seen a Muslim do that in the last 10 years?
Is it my turn?
To answer my question, yeah. Have we seen a Muslim do that in the last 10 years?
Yes. I'm going to go back to where you said I did not say unless you're LGBTQ or unless you're a Muslim. I never said that. Okay. I said since Jesus Christ has been here, that is not my job to do so.
Ma'am, with all due respect, can you answer my question? Have we seen a Muslim?
Yes, but I wanted to clarify that because I don't want anybody saying
overthrow a federal government in the last 10 years?
I just wanted to clarify that because I didn't want anybody thinking when they jumped onto your chat that those words came out of my mouth. I think that everybody has the right to believe in whatever they want. If you want to be gay, if you want to be, that is your personal thing. I am not going to impose on it. I'm going to let you answer my question. Anybody else. Now go ahead with your question because I needed to clarify that.
And it's another contradiction, by the way. You don't think that, or else you wouldn't be saying that if you follow Islam, you shouldn't be allowed in the country. I have a couple donuts to shout out first, though. Cameo, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, saying that we're in Brighton, CO. You're welcome at a dinner table anytime. Cameo, next time I'm down in the air, I might hit you up. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some W's for Cameo in the chat. Julia with a $20 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much, Julia. Let's get some massive W's for Julia and Cameo down below. I really appreciate the both of you guys for the $20 on Venmo. That is so kind of y'all. And Gina for from GG with the $50 on Venmo. That is crazy. I want to see some massive W's for Gina down below, and thank you for the boxing gloves for the $50 on Venmo. I want to see at least 1,000 W's for Cameo, Julia, and GG for the insane levels of love on Venmo. I appreciate you guys so much. So the question I have for you is, have we seen a Muslim in the last 10, 15 years come into America, say they want to throw the Constitution out of the window, put it on pause, and say that they wanted to try to stage a coup to overthrow our federal government?
I'm going to say I don't have anything to back that up. I don't have anything to back up Trump doing that either, if that's what you're referring to.
So your answer is no, you don't. But you know who has done that? Trump. 2020, he lost the election, goes to his VP. He's like, hey, throw out the real votes from all the American citizens. We're just going to trash your civil and electoral processes. And you're going to make me president again by certifying these fraudulent votes that my lawyers made. And then he tweeted out on Truth Social that he doesn't really agree with the Constitution. He thinks that he should be able to put it on pause to overthrow the election. Like, this is why I say that this is an internal threat. It's not an external threat. Y'all consistently demonize people crossing our southern border, consistently demonize Muslims for wanting to come into our country, poses a threat to our democracy and a threat to U.S. citizens. But then you turn around and you vote for the man that has launched the biggest internal attack on our democracy, launched the biggest internal attack on our federal government since the Civil War. That is by far one of the most blatantly obvious, clear as day double standards that has ever existed within a massive American voter base.
Let me know when it's my turn to speak again. So when you say we demonize people coming across the southern border, I have many friends. I'm actually a Southern California resident, born and raised. So if you want to talk about diversity, you cannot be here unless you're a diverse person. Regardless, you just can't. You wouldn't survive it, period. So demonizing people, I have people on DACA. I have best friends on DACA. I have family of all races and nationalities, okay? We are not demonizing anybody coming across the southern border unless they are a threat. They are
Trump
saying
literally called them terrorist rapists yesterday.
Let me finish, please. So you could say he called them racist or terrorists and rapists. He said for some of them are very bad people that are coming across. Not all. However,
he literally said that they're poisoning the blood of our country.
When we are talking about closing our borders, do you understand how many people we have here? Can
Pivot, Nona. No. Pivot. Listen, I've laid the double standard out to you 3 times now about, right, the biggest internal threat to our country, to our nations, and to our citizens being Trump's attempted coup to overthrow our government. And
you muted my mic again, and that wasn't fair.
Because you pivoted off of the subject.
No, I'm saying on what you just said.
You pivoted off of the subject 3 times.
Sir, you touched the borders. You touched the border situation. You're saying that everybody coming across is being demonized.
You will either respond to the double standard that I've pointed out to do with like banning Muslims from entering to the country because they're a threat, or clamping down on the border because Trump calls them all rapists, terrorists, and they poisoning the blood of our nation.
You're muting me because you don't want to hear my response.
I'm muting you because you're not giving me a response, putting off topic and saying something irrelevant.
No, I'm telling you. Do you know how many people I personally know that I love that have been sitting on DACA for years? Okay, and DACA was amazing, right? Because it gave them an opportunity to work and to do things. Amazing. But it didn't give them an opportunity.
See what I mean, chat? We weren't talking about DACA. We were talking about Trump's attempted
because we're telling about the demonizing the people. We need to get our people taken care of first. And our people are the people that are here, that have been here illegally for years, that have not been given citizenship, that have been on DACA. They're basically living their life on parole. DACA members have no way to citizenship.
Okay, listen to this shit, guys. Listen to this shit, y'all. You're either going to respond to the double standard that I continue to give you, all right, about you saying that there's all these other sects of people that pose such a great threat on our country and the state of our democracy, right? Or you're not, and I'm going to kick you. I'm not going to talk to you about DACA right now. I'm going to talk to you about the point, right? The hypocritical double standard that I made explicitly clear about you and your worldview 4 times now. So you could respond to that, or I'm going to move on.
Am I there? Am I able to speak again? Because I keep having to unmute my mic. Okay. So no, I was telling you, I was getting onto a reason for why Trump is saying these things, because he doesn't speak like a politician. So he speaks like me. I didn't go to politician school.
Donnie, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Let's get some massive W Donnie's in that chat for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love. That is so kind. And Araceli, thank you for the $5 on PayPal as well. Thank you, Donnie and Araceli. Y'all are awesome.
Again, Trump is for our people. We need to protect our people. That means everybody that is within.
No. I'm gonna go ahead and give you 30 seconds to respond to the hypocritical double standard, right, about the threat that Trump posed, right, to our federal government when he baby raged when he lost 2020 and attempted to stage a coup to overthrow our government and rig an election. Or I'm gonna skip you and move on. You have 30 seconds.
So my response to that is, if you want my true response to that, I believe that was absolute BS. I believe that's the narrative that the media and then that the Democrats wanted to turn it to, but they wanted to say nothing about all the rioting and about all the other things that happened to the citizens of our country.
Do you mind if I respond to that claim?
You absolutely can, because you're going to respond anyhow.
So it is not absolute BS. In fact, Trump has argued to the Supreme Court that all of the actions that I just accused him of are things that he has done. He has also recognized that they were federally illegal. And the reason he is arguing this to the Supreme Court and admitting to his actions is to seek presidential immunity for them.
Can I respond?
So it's not just leftist or liberal propaganda. All right, I am taking direct quotes from what Trump and his lawyers have argued in court. It is an undeniable fact of reality. This is fact versus fiction.
Okay, so can you tell me another election that's ever been drawn out like that election was 4 years ago? So you don't think that nothing weird
question
happened?
In a way that I could understand? I don't understand what you
Okay, so you don't find anything suspicious, what I'm saying. Nothing suspicious with the way the election went.
Yep, I find absolutely nothing suspicious with the way that the election went. It has been incessantly investigated over the course of the last 4 years, both at local, state, and federal level. There was over 63 courts in which Trump came to try to make the argument that the election was stolen from him. All 63 of those courts threw his case out, saying that he had no sufficient evidence to show that the election would be overthrown, including 34 courts with Republican-appointed justices and 17 courts with Trump-appointed justices. This has been incessantly audited by the government as well as third parties over the course of the last 4 years. In fact, Trump even made his own election investigation board, and then Trump's own board investigated the election, and they couldn't find any sufficient evidence to demonstrate that there had been enough voter fraud to overturn the results of the election. The idea that the election was stolen from Trump is big lie propaganda. It's nothing more than a lie. It is fact versus fiction, and you're holding on to a fringe conspiracy theory that does not align with truth, doesn't align with reality, and quite frankly never happened. The only reason that you hold to this conspiracy theory alongside 70% of other Republicans is because Trump told you to, and the reason that Trump told you to hold this fringe conspiracy theory is because he was sad when he lost and he wanted to try to undermine our democracy by convincing the general public that he had won and Biden had lost.
You're the one that brought up this topic because you felt so strongly on it. Okay, I didn't bring up this topic to argue with you about regardless, because look, who's our sitting president right now? Biden. So am I still in denial? No, because we're sitting here and it is what it is, right? So I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I can have my theory of what happened, but my theory is just my theory. Who am I? Oh, well.
That's what we call conspiracy theory.
Well, who am I? Who am I? Am I out there slurring it? No, you're the one that brought up the topic. So I'm not trying to convince anybody that happened or that didn't happen. That is in the past, and there's nothing that I can do, nor you can do about it.
So would you vote for someone that has attempted to stage a coup to overthrow a federal government before?
If that person that you're speaking about is Donald Trump, yeah, I absolutely would. If that's what you believe he did, because I don't believe that that's what happened.
Okay,
but,
well, I mean, you say that you don't believe that that's what happened, even though I've already told you that this is something Trump has admitted to and is currently seeking immunity for. I've given you sources. I could give you even more direct sources, such as playing a quote from his lawyer arguing on Fox News that the fake ballots that they sent to states, to cast in the Electoral College, they did that because they thought the election was stolen from him and that he should be immune for his actions. Right. Second of all, where I think it's absolutely absurd that you'll call yourself a pro-American, that you're going to call yourself a true patriot, and that you're going to say that you care about democracy, then turn around and explicitly state that you'd vote for someone that's attempted to stage a coup to overthrow it. My next question would be, now that you've answered yes to that one, would you vote for a rapist that has attempted to stage a coup to overthrow our government and rig an election before?
I'm telling you, I am going to be voting for Donald J. Trump. So whatever you want to label him as, is that's completely fine.
Okay, why would you vote for a rapist that has attempted to stage a coup to overthrow a federal government with use of a violent insurrection and attempt to rig an election?
Because I can tell you, I've lived in the state of California my entire life. The state of California has been controlled by whom? by the Democrats, by Kamala Harris. She was a very high person in the in our state of California before she went on to be
That's
vice
an
president.
absolute lie.
Nobody
What
put
was her
in.
role inside of the state of California?
Which nobody put her in.
She held 3 roles. She held 3 roles.
And I'm
in the
not.
state
I'm
of
not even going to go there
California.
because
What
that's
were
not
those
what I want
roles?
to talk about. Let's talk
Well, you
about
said that
something.
Kamala Harris was controlling the
because
state of
you just want to
California. How
debate
did she control it?
About that, I'm not. I can tell you, living here. Do you live here in the state of California? You said you live here in Colorado.
I
or you
grew
live
up in
Colorado?
California, and I'm actually going to California tomorrow.
Okay, well, that's nice. I'm not talking about that right now. We're talking about topics that we can actually discuss and have conversation over.
Okay, so why do you say that Trump is better than Harris?
Why do I say Trump is better than Harris? Because I agree wholeheartedly of bringing jobs back to America. I agree with making us independent again. I agree with securing our borders and putting American first. Americans, all Americans first. And when I say Americans, meaning even the Americans that are here illegally, I feel like need to have an opportunity to be made here permanently. So then they're not living their life on, they're not just living their life on parole, essentially. I believe that they need to have that opportunity. And if they're cleared and they're good people, then let them stay. Why not? But can I say one more thing before I let you answer that? And I'm a small business owner. Why is it okay in the most democratic state that we live in? We give our illegals driver's license, amazing, right? We say we're a sanctuary state, that's amazing, right? Why am I not allowed to employ them? Why can I not give them a job if we are in the most democratic state legally? Why would I be the one that gets in trouble? So then we're leaving them here to do illegal things and push them into doing illegal things because we're not giving them a pathway to citizenship. And when Donald Trump says that we need to shut our borders so we can handle with what we've got from within is exactly what we do. And I feel like that's the aspect that I've taken in. And whether it's right, whether it's wrong, I've not always been right in this world. I found out things that I've been wrong in, and I learn it. It's a lot easier to say, oh, well, should have done it that way later on.
To be fair, you've been yapping for about a minute and a half. I'd like to respond
I'm sorry.
to what you've been able to say.
I tend to talk. I'm sorry.
Phenomenal. So there's a couple claims that you made there. We're going to go bottom to the top. One of the claims that you made was that you think that the undocumented migrants currently present in the United States of America should have a pathway to citizenship or residency, and they shouldn't all be deported through mass deportation. This is
No, I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
I didn't say they have to be deported through mass deportation. I did not say that.
You said that they should have a pathway to residency or citizenship, and they shouldn't be deported.
I agree. Yes.
Phenomenal. So this is a Democrat value. This is not a Republican value. This is not a MAGA value. This is not a Trump value. In fact, Trump has been campaigning this entire time on quote unquote deporting them all. Right. So already you have one good reason not to vote for Trump, but rather to vote for Harris because that's what she wants to institute. Another thing that you said is that you couldn't hire undocumented migrants. That's false. Undocumented migrants can absolutely work W-2 jobs. Another claim that you made.
That's not true. I'm a business owner. Sir, that's absolutely not true. I'm a business owner in Southern California. Do you understand the fines that we acquire if we are caught hiring an undocumented immigrant? Not the immigrant. They're fine. The actual employer.
Okay, so I would like to go ahead and continue speaking without interruption.
Okay.
You absolutely can hire undocumented migrants. You do not get fined for this, not in the state of California, not anywhere. All right, I myself am a business owner as well. That is absolutely false. In fact, employers cannot, by law, ask to see any specific or additional documentation other than what the worker provides. Right, so it absolutely is the case that you cannot get fined for hiring an undocumented migrant because by law you can't ask for citizenship, for proof of citizenship. Okay, so next step, right? Let's go ahead and move on now to once again referencing back to the immigration, right? You said that they should have a pathway to citizenship or residency. That's going to be a Democrat value. Trump wants to deport them all. This is obviously going to be something that you should disagree on Trump with. So this already gives you reason to vote for Harris. And then you said that you don't really care. You're going to vote for Trump at all means, even if he's a rapist, felon, election denier, fraudster, womanizer, racist. I really don't see why you would vote for any of those things, or at least have sufficient reason to vote for Trump over Harris, knowing those things to be true to Trump. And I honestly don't remember any of the other points that you said because you talked for like 3 minutes on end. Okay. So maybe this time you could break down point by point, right? And you won't just yap for 2 minutes on end. And I could respond to each one individually because I'm not a human calculator. I'm not a human computer. I cannot remember every single talking point that you give me when you spout out of your mouth for like 3 minutes.
The feeling is mutual, just so you know, because
maybe it wouldn't be mutual. Maybe it wouldn't be mutual if you didn't expect me to have to respond to 10 talking points at once. Obviously, when I'm have to respond to 10 of your points at once, I myself am going to have to talk a lot. So maybe instead of yapping for 2 minutes, you could break them down point by point.
Okay. Well, can we go on, since we've clearly touched those topics, can we go on to the abortion topic, sir?
Yeah, sure. So, yeah, do you think abortion is murder?
So, in my own...
Mycon, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, saying that Trump literally wants to get rid of DACA. I know, for real. Let's get some W's for Mycon in that chat. Thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, man.
And Trump does want to get rid of DACA because he feels like it's not a fair program for them.
And
He feels
Sarah,
like DACA
thank you
should be
for the $1
removed.
as well. So do you think that abortion is murder?
Yes. Now listen.
Okay. So do you agree with... No. Listen,
asked
you
me-
said abortion is murder. Okay, awesome. Next question. Do you agree with the reversal of Roe v. Wade allowing states to legislate on the basis of the legality of abortion?
I feel like with my religion, okay.
Yes or no? Do you think that states should have the ability to legislate on access to abortion?
I'm going to give you this topic, please, really fast. This is something that...
Answer my question. I'm done, Nana.
like
Answer my
states-
question.
I
Do you
feel
think
like
that states should
states-
have the ability to legislate on access to abortion?
I think that states should have the ability to do so.
Awesome.
I believe
so. If you'd say that abortion is murder, and you'd say
Listen.
that it should be passed back down to the states, why do you think that states should be able to legalize murder?
Because again, like I said, because I believe something, I don't believe that I should push my beliefs in that sense on everybody else. Again, if I believe that it's murder, I don't believe that...
So you think that murder should be left up to the state?
I believe that abortion should be left up to the state. I believe the biggest problem with the abortion should not be a federally funded thing. It should not be federally funded. And if the states agree...
It has never been federally funded. Dude, listen. Do you think that murder should be left up to the state?
I believe that whatever the state is actually voting for, that's what it should be left up to.
You're acting like a politician. You're answering like one, two. Either answer my question directly or I'm going to kick you and move on. Should murder be left up to the state?
I believe that it should be left up to the voters of that state.
So then why shouldn't the right to own slaves?
Well, if it got to that extremism, if it came to that extremism, then it would also be left up to the states.
So would you support the right to own slaves to be left up to the state?
Absolutely not.
So then why would you support the right to murder to be left up to the state?
You're taking that in a totally different context. Okay, so then if you're going to ask me in general, I would vote no all the way across the board at that point, because that's my belief. So then me as the right of a vote, as a voter, would vote how I believe, correct?
If you don't think that the right to own slaves should be left up to the state, why do you think the right to murder should be left up to the state?
I didn't say that I don't believe that the right to the other one should be left up to the state. I believe that everything should be left up to the state.
Really? You think everything should be left up to the state? So you think that states should be able to decide the legality of ownership of slaves?
When it comes to things like topics that are as extreme as these topics that we're discussing, I feel like it is more beneficial to leave them up to the states, to leave it up to the people who are living within the states to make those decisions, because that shouldn't be something federally made that the federal government says no. Because then I'm like, okay, well, I'll go to the state that I need to be in, that I feel more comfortable in, and so will everybody else. I don't know. You're asking me my opinion. I'm not super educated on how it's all functioning, and that's what I'm saying. So the fact that you're putting me like, oh my gosh, I just got her to say, like think about that.
That was insane. So you think that the Confederacy should have won the Civil War?
You're putting words into my mouth. No, I absolutely don't. Don't call me racist. Don't call me anything else.
Excuse me, ma'am. You just said that everything should be left up to the state, including the right to buy and own a slave. And that is what the Confederacy was fighting for. And the Union and the Union specifically, right, was fighting for that to be federally protected.
You muted my mic again, so...
Because you interrupted me.
Huh?
Because you interrupted me, of course.
Oh my gosh, but you said you were not going to mute my mic again.
If you interrupted me, sure, I'm going to mute your mic.
No, I did not. I did not say that. I'm
Stop crying.
absolutely against it.
With all due respect, stop crying.
First of all, I'm not crying.
You said that everything should be left up to the state, right? This would logically imply, right, that the right to own slaves should be left up to the state. And then I even explicitly asked you if you thought the right to own slaves should be left up to the state, and you said yes.
Okay, you're giving me something so as extreme as what I feel abortion is extreme. I feel like all of it is wrong. If you're going to go and you're going to touch my values, right? I'm a very middle grounded person.
If
I
you
would
think
never...
that the right to own slaves should be left up to the state, right?
No,
that
we're
was-
not even in that topic because that
So
would
do you
never be a
think
topic in the country
should
that we've
be,
been in.
do you think that that should be right constitutionally and federally protected against?
Yes. Okay. So yes, absolutely.
Okay.
The right to
So
own
you
slaves is
think that-
absolutely ridiculous.
what about women's right to
Abortion?
vote?
No. Women's right to vote? Absolutely. We should always have our right to vote. Every
Okay,
individual
so
should have
the
their right.
federal government should guarantee what? Basic human rights. And see, from my perspective, I'd make the argument that access to health care, right,
Okay.
is nothing more than a woman enacting upon her basic human rights to bodily integrity and autonomy. I don't think that there's any good justification insofar as why women in California should have different access to healthcare than women in Alabama. I think that it is just as fundamental and should be upheld just as much as the right to vote. You have no
Listen.
reason to believe that abortion is murder. You could not feasibly make an argument for it for me. I'm already going to tell you that in advance. Meanwhile, the pro-choice worldview is absolutely defensible beyond every degree and regard. You've been trying to
Right.
make the argument this entire time, right, that you just care about states' rights. It should be left up to the state, and it's just going to be an argument about federalism versus
This is-
anti-federalism.
this is an
However, I
abortion
believe
topic.
that this is a very false truth. I don't think that people that want abortion to be left up to the state are truly doing it out of anti-federalist virtues. I believe that this is no different than legislation that we saw post-Civil War that prevented black people from voting without
Stop muting
saying
me.
that outright. The only reason why people support the overturning of Roe v. Wade isn't because they support states' rights. It's just because they know that it will inevitably lead to less women having access to abortion.
Yes, and I agree with that. I agree that it should lead to less women having abortion.
So
Can
why
I
do you
tell
think
why
abortion
will
is
you-
murder?
Okay, can I tell you why? Are you going to let me say my why? I have my why.
This
To
is
whoever
so
cares about my
fucking
why.
annoying.
I'm sorry. So my why, I was a 16-year-old
I don't
young
care. I'm
teenager.
not gonna-
I
no,
was
I'm not-
pregnant
I
with my
really
son,
don't
who is
care.
now 24. I was 30 minutes away from aborting my son. 30 minutes away because at that time it was the biggest problem that I could see in my life. By God's intervention, I did not abort him. And today I think about what the dark things that I would be going through and having to live my life through with if I had made that decision. Now, God bless all those women that have done it and what they have to go through. But I feel like our government gives us an easy access point to abortion, but they don't consider what we're going to actually go through mentally afterwards. They don't take that into cancellation. They don't take that into effect. It is very damaging for a woman and a lot of women that have done it to live their life and put one foot in front of the other each day. And I feel like that's where the problem lies, not necessarily the abortion itself. It's considering the human being after they go through those procedures.
Now I'm going to go to
it's a woman or
respond to
the man.
this. Thank you so much for now letting me respond to this. You're saying that abortions are wrong, right? Because if you aborted your son, he wouldn't be here, right? Do you think that wearing condoms, right, is wrong? Because if the father wore a condom, your son wouldn't be here?
Absolutely. No, I
So-
don't think that condoms are wrong. I
Wait,
believe
why?
once life is conceived.
But it's the same logic, right? 'Cause
No, it's
if you got an
not.
abortion, your son wouldn't be here today. But if the father wore a condom, your son wouldn't be here
No,
today.
you're absolutely wrong. I believe if you're protecting yourself and using your birth controls or using your condoms and whatever else, I feel like that's fine.
And that's what we call
you're
a
doing.
contradiction, right? Because
That's
you
what I
just
feel
gave
like
me
being
the argument,
responsible.
and that's what we call
No.
a contradiction. And the reason
would
that's a
never-
contradiction, Nana, the reason that's a contradiction is because you can't make the argument that abortion is wrong because if I aborted my son wouldn't be here today, and then turn around and contradict yourself when we talk about the use of contraceptives.
No, because
What-
how are you going to say I don't have a
One word-
son at that point? It never existed.
What if someone were to make the argument that if the father were to wear a condom, your son wouldn't be here today, just as if it was the case that you got an abortion?
If life never occurred to begin with, then it never happened. And I believe that life occurs at conception.
Okay, so then would you say that the
didn't
use of
conceive.
IUDs are murders for the reason that in some instances IUDs will allow for conception to occur and then kill the unicellular zygote by preventing its implantation into the uterine lining?
Well, that's if people actually want to assume that. No, because I feel like that's not something that you went and you did knowingly. I feel like there's a lot of people that have miscarriages all the time and you cannot blame yourself for that.
Okay, because
So
a
you're having
miscarriage
a
is a natural
miscarriage.
biological process in which you cannot control. However, women
Absolutely.
definitely can control using an IUD. So if it's a case that you would say that IUD is not murder, then how come you'd say abortion is murder? Because both are resulting in the death of a live conceived human.
No.
You can't just say
Like I
no. I
said,
just caught you in a logical trap. There's no difference.
You
and
didn't
the
catch
answer
me
is
into
no.
a logical trap because you're telling
No,
your
stop
children-
fucking denying reality. You're so goddamn annoying, okay? You just said that abortion's wrong because it's unaliving a conceived alive human. That is exactly what an IUD does, right? And you're saying it's not murder in one scenario, but it is murder in the other scenario. What's the difference?
No, an IUD does. Okay, so you are putting an IUD in because
Jessica,
you are
thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo. Womp womp. No one
You are
cares about
utilizing
Nancy
birth
Lewis over
control just as you're using a condom, just as you're using whatever else. Okay, so what happens? Most of those women probably don't even know that they were pregnant to begin with. If the IUD went
so,
intact.
so if you're
Am
just
I
saying that
wrong?
the reason the IUD isn't wrong is because like these women don't know that they're killing like a conceived human, all right? They don't know that they're unaliving a person. Well, then would you say that like what the Nazis did during World War II isn't wrong because they didn't view Jewish people as humans?
No,
just
that's
as
going
mothers
totally
wouldn't view
different.
conceived zygotes as humans?
That's going totally
It's
down.
literally not. The only difference is that in one scenario it's a conceived zygote that you're saying the mothers devalue, don't view as humans,
Oh
and then the other
gosh.
scenario it's Jewish people. Okay,
You know what,
right? In
sir,
both
it was-
scenarios, it's a devaluation of this necessarily and intrinsically valuable human life that
Thank
ought be
you.
valued to the same degree and regard, regardless of the scenario, regardless of the regardless of the point of development. And obviously, it's the case that these two scenarios are going to be logically synonymous. Right, you can't just say no, right, reject, right, what the words that are coming out of my mouth, right, with no further, right, explanation or critical thought. I feel like I'm having a debate with a brick wall, and it's honestly really annoying.
Okay, like I said, I'm not going to sit here and be disrespected. It was a pleasure speaking to you. Thank you
And
for
that's
giving
when
me
they
the mic
run
a little
away.
bit. I'm not running away. I'm just thinking the ways that the things that you're bringing up is
This
ridiculous.
guy's a turd. You're an absolute word salad of nonsense and absolute idiocy. Everything that you say, just because you add these big words to it, doesn't make it true.
You know, Magma,
You know
you know
what?
what you remind me of?
You know what? You guys, no, listen. Just listen. The abortion thing, the DNC literally had an RV with people walking in there and unaliving their babies. And you guys are proud of that. Like, this is good versus evil. You're apparently on the evil side. I don't know what your soul is worth to you, but at some point,
Bethany,
kid,
thank you for the $1 on Venmo for being a
son,
turd. Thank you
at
for the
some
love.
point, your parents didn't love you. You weren't taught love, compassion, and integrity. So at some point, you're going to have to figure out what it was worth to you to sell out your country and spin the lies that you do. I pray for you every day that God
Lindsay,
will
thank
change
you for
your
the $5
heart,
on Venmo saying abortion is healthcare. I
because
appreciate you for the love, Lindsay.
It is not self-care, it's irresponsibility. You can sum it up however you want. If you're too stupid to go get birth
Daryl,
control
thank you for the
because you
$2 on
can't take
Venmo for
care of a
caring about more
child.
women than Republican
You're
women. I
an-
appreciate you for the love.
Oh,
Hello, thank you for the subscription
yeah.
as well.
Yeah, that's really good. You guys are so hateful. It's disgusting.
Okay,
So
Michelle, would you
hateful.
like to have a good conversation? I won't be hateful.
Well, no.
I'm
I mean,
not
you want to talk about unaliving babies and the people who actually go.
Wilma,
get
thank you for the
IUDs so they
$6
never
and the
have to make
66 cents
that
on
choice.
PayPal from Jesus Christ. And Kate,
You're
thank you so
like
much for the $10 on
literally-
Venmo from the abortion team at
Oh
the DNC.
my
And
God.
Colin, thank you for the
Yep,
$2
the
on Venmo from the
abortion
DNC
team.
as well.
Yep. You should split your Venmo with me. Because it's going crazy right now.
Well, that's pretty
Because
socialist,
you got
don't you
MAGA
think?
Michelle in here. So.
Wait, Maga Michelle, don't you think that's like pretty socialist? What are you, a communist? You want me
I'm
to
a
split my income
capitalist.
with you? You want me to give you some of the money
You
that
guys
I made,
want-
that
you
I
want
worked hard for?
billionaires.
Are you a communist?
Oh, wait, trigger warning. You want
Elizabeth, thank you for the
billionaires
$25 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the
when
love.
it's your
Let's get some
money,
W's in the
when
chat
it's
for
your
Elizabeth. And
money,
Christine, thank you for the $5 on
your
Venmo.
money, you
Straight
don't
from
wanna
Mag Michelle's
share
wallet. I
it.
really
See
appreciate you for the
see
love.
how hypocritical you are? When it's your money, you don't want to share it, but when it's
Molly with
Elon
$1
Musk,
for
you
Mag
want him
Mining
to
there.
give it away,
For
right?
real. I really appreciate you for the love, Molly.
See the hypocrisy of the left.
Julia,
is
thank you so
deep.
much for the $10 on
You
Venmo from
want-
Baby
you
Jesus.
want
And Jonna,
Elon
thank you for the
Musk and all
$10 on
billionaires
Venmo for
to
the
pay
public
for
service.
all your
W's for
social
Julia and W's for
programs.
Jonna. Thank you for the love.
Oh my God, you can't have a conversation.
I mean, I can.
I
You
just
said we're
proved
talking
you're a
the whole
total
time.
hypocrite. You want Elon Musk to pay for
Kendra
everything.
with the $10 on PayPal
All
for
your
women who
social
can't get abortions.
programs.
Wilma with the $4 on PayPal as
Yeah,
well.
keep donating to abortions. Keep going. You guys are sick.
Okay, can I
This
respond
is
now?
literally good versus evil, and you guys are freaking evil. You got Tampon Tim and Kamala or whoever she is today or tomorrow, stealing basically everything from Agenda 47. And yet you're out here using your propaganda, because misinformation to the misguided is propaganda, and that's what you do. So
All right.
if
you
you
respond to your points here?
are you going to use big words because to make
No.
yourself sound smart?
No,
because you got
Michelle.
somebody in your earpiece telling you what to say.
I'll use little
You don't
words
have a
with
thought of your own.
I'll use little words for you, Michelle.
Oh, you'll use little words for me.
yeah,
Thank you so much.
First of all, I do have
little
a couple.
men should use little words.
And that's why Trump has a vocabulary of a 5-year-old. I'm going to go ahead and thank a couple donors real quick, though. But Stacy, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love, Stacy. Let's get some W's in the chat for Stacy. I really appreciate you for that. Alexandria with the $10 on Venmo as well. Sylvia with the $10. I really appreciate you for that. Jessica with the $5. Megan with the $10. Jana with the $10 as well. Thank you all so much for the love. But let's get some massive W's for Stacy down below. Y'all are awesome. Thank you guys so much for the love. Anyways,
Actually, I'm going to end this because I'm
Julie,
not
thank you for the $5 on Venmo. So actually, Michelle, I'm going to go and put you on mute. You say that you're going to end this. You're going to run away. That's because you can't defend your position. You're coming up here accusing me of being evil, accusing me of being a bad person, but then you turn around and you vote for the greatest felon, fraudster, election denier that tried to stage a coup to overthrow our federal government and rig an election. You're calling me an evil person, but then you're sympathetic to the grave. You're sympathetic to the felonies. You're sympathetic towards the sexualization of our youth that he's done, telling a fifth grader that he wants to be dating her in 10 years or boasting about grabbing her by the grabbing women by the P word without asking them first. You're calling me evil, but then you're voting the religious persecutor into office. You're calling me evil, but then you're voting in the big man baby that tried to rig the outcome of the federal election in 2020, the biggest internal attack on our democracy since the Civil War. You have no grounding whatsoever to call me evil. You have lost the moral high ground. I have the moral high ground because I care about every single U.S. citizen. I care about the state of our democracy. I want to fight for the freedoms for all. And then you come over here without a thought in your very tiny brain and you make the argument that it's all socialist communist policies stolen from Trump and Agenda 47, and then you can't defend your position and you run away like a little baby. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in here, folks. She left. Awesome. Well, let's go ahead and see what our next guest has to say here. Deanna, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo for the paper and crayons for MAGA. I really appreciate you for the love, Deanna. Joe with the $5 as well. Kylie with the $5 and Faith with the $1. I really appreciate you guys for the love here today. Massive W's in the chat, y'all. And Emma, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Y'all are showing so much love today. If you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are in the bio. What's up, Chin? How old are you, man?
Me, 35.
Nice. Are you voting for Trump? Matthew, thank you for the $2 on Venmo.
Actually, I came up here to say I'm not voting for either of them.
All right. Well, you should probably change that. Anyways, for the 5.8 thousand people in here, make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen. If y'all all sent 100 likes, we would be at 1 million likes in literally no time. So if you want to help me out, do double tap. If you want to support me, Venmo, PayPal in the bio. But let's go and get our next guest, Emily, up at this point. Betsy, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the big words. Let's get some massive W's for Betsy for the $10 in the chat. Thank you, Betsy. What's up, Emily? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm an independent voter.
All right. Well, the background does say, why are you voting for Trump? I'm a little bit afraid that the people that are coming up here that aren't voting for Trump cannot read the background. So unfortunate. Moving on to our next guest here, y'all. What's up? How old are you?
I am 44 today. I was trying to get up when that Michelle
lady, Trump?
What her name was.
Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely not.
All right, guys. We're going to go and get our next guest up in here at this point, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. If you are MAGA, make sure to let me know down below, and I'll go ahead and pull you up here. Let's go and get our next guest up here literally right now, folks. Let's go and get Mike up on the live, y'all. Make sure that you're double tapping away in that phone screen. Let's go and get our next guest up in here at this point. What's up? How old are you?
What the fuck?
Hello?
What the fuck I'm doing in this motherfucker?
Okay, he has no clue what is going on. We are going to go to move on to our next guest right now, folks. Everybody, just give us a minute here. All right. Honestly, if you guys are MAGA, let me know down below. I'm going to start inviting people up from the chat because everybody I'm pulling up from the queue is just simply not present. We're going to go ahead and try to get our next guest up literally right now. Everybody just give us a minute. Awesome. What's up, JRH? JRH is leaving. We got our next guest loading in right now. Everybody, what's going on? George, how old are you, man?
That's the only thing in Texas that I really kind of want to see.
George, you're on the live, man. What's up? George, I can hear
what you want to know?
Hey, why are you voting for Trump?
Why wouldn't I?
Yeah, sure,
I
because
mean,
he's a rapist, felon, fraudster that's attempted to stage a coup to
I'll
overthrow the federal government.
start with he's a felon in a kangaroo court, of course.
What's a
And it's
kangaroo
probably gonna
court?
get it all overturned.
Okay, and what grounds would he have to appeal his felonies?
Excuse me?
What grounds would he have to appeal his 34 felony convictions?
Oh my God! What do you? If you are that blind, I mean, it was total setup. Total setup.
Okay, could you give me any reason
The whole
to believe
court,
that's true?
the whole court system was.
Yeah, could you give me any reason to believe that?
My God! Look at the case.
Okay. All right.
Look
What
at
about the case tells us that it was a total setup?
He
from the deep state?
overinflated his business, his home. But what bank goes to a person and says, "How much is your home worth?" What bank does that? None of them. I had 2 mortgages in my life.
Okay.
What
so
bank? They didn't ask me how much my home's worth. They would actually set an appraiser out to appraise my home. So
actually,
what
all of them.
I think
that's-
my home is worth could be my home. My home right now is probably worth about $500,000. What if I said no? I think it's worth $1 million.
Okay, well,
and the
we
bank
were-
goes, okay. Well, now we're gonna press charges against you.
I would like to clarify. I asked you about his 34 felony convictions, right? The case that you're going to be talking right now is a civil case, right? But maybe you could answer this question. Would you vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the sexual abuse of like forcing themselves upon a woman without consent?
When was that? 1996, and all of a sudden, bingo.
Yeah. So would you
He's
vote for
running
someone
as
that's
a
been held civilly
president.
liable for this?
He's running as a president, and all of a sudden it comes out, and that pretty quick. I mean, it's just like they were right on it. If he wouldn't have ran for president, you'd have never seen that case in a court.
Okay.
Ever.
So with all due respect, can you answer my question or not?
What was your question?
Would you vote for someone that was held civilly liable, right, for the rape of a woman?
Yeah, I'm voting for a felon. I'm voting for a felon. 2024, 100%.
Okay. Would you vote for someone that's held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl?
Yes. Yeah, he's civilly liable. Get the hell out of here. Where do you find this stuff? He's
Okay,
not held
so you're
civilly
just wanting to
liable
crap
for
out.
raping a little girl.
It's a hypothetical question, all right? Because I'm seeing how far you're
Okay,
willing to go.
exactly.
with
No, it's a
your own
lie.
applicant.
It's a lie. That's what it is.
So I said if he was held liable for this, would you still
are
vote for him?
believing because you have Trump derangement syndrome.
So no, it's called hypothetical.
No,
Maybe
it's
you just didn't
because
really
you have
comprehend.
Trump derangement syndrome.
Okay,
That's
George.
what you have.
Okay, George. Can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that you agreed with?
Oh my God, his whole tax policy, his whole tax plan, who cut taxes. I'm middle class.
Okay. Well, if you're middle,
80, 90,000. I was making five. I mean,
Well, Kamala Harris wants to
$5,000
decrease
a year.
your taxes, right? She wants to establish plans for families in terms of the
She's
$6,000 child
in
tax
office
credit.
now. She didn't.
Yeah. So you
Nothing
understand
happened.
that
Nothing happened for 4 fucking years.
that's not true at all. Appreciate the hint. All right. So
Bullshit.
I'll
They
explain.
lied
Would you
about-
like me to
they-
explain?
They lied about
So with the infrastructure bill, because she was influencing.
810,000 jobs.
Hey.
It's bullshit.
Hey.
It is total bullshit. You guys keep on believing these liars. Go right ahead. You are such sheep. Total sheep. I've been voting for 30 years now.
Wait,
How many times have you voted?
Can I talk to you real quick? I've voted once. You call us sheep.
Exactly.
So, let me see what your position is. Do you know any policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that made the economy better for the middle class, better than rich people? Name one policy.
His whole tax cut and his drilling, his
The tax cut predominantly went to rich people and to large corporations. But back to what I was
Bullshit.
saying about Kamala
Well, why
Harris.
not-
She
okay, I wanna throw
specifically
this at you. I wanna throw
she
this at
specifically
you.
in the bipartisan infrastructure bill, right, influenced to get passed the high-speed broadband given to rural America. That fought for people in rural America to have extended broadband the same way we fought to extend electricity to the rural America in the past as well. That's about adapting to the future. That's what she's advocating for in that policy in the Inflation Reduction Act, the $35
And
cap on
it's not
insulin
working.
and other
It's not
types of
working.
pharmaceutical
That
drugs.
Inflation
She was proponing
Reduction
that.
Act
She
didn't
got
do
that put
shit.
into the bill. Okay,
That
so you have no
is
clue what you're talking about. She has been involved in the processes of getting bipartisan bill after bipartisan bill after bipartisan bill passed through Congress. You have no clue what you're talking about.
isn't
Donald
it
Trump is just
working?
sitting there, and he
Why
has
isn't
been
it working,
undermining
Parker?
border bill. He's been undermining
Ask
border
me,
bills, the
why isn't it-
bipartisan
why isn't it
deals
working,
that are
Parker?
done by Republicans and Democrats. He's
Alyssa, thank you
undermining
for the $1 on
processes.
Venmo, telling someone to come get their grandpa. George, someone just paid me $1, telling you to telling your grandkids to come
that
get
was
you.
real cute there. Okay, let
You
me
didn't
ask
listen to a
something.
single thing, did you?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, what'd I say?
You rambled on about the high-speed internet for rural areas, and that's going to make our economy better. And it didn't do shit, dude. Come on.
You just said you
blow
all you
shit
heard is
out
that
your-
one
you
thing.
blow
I
shit
also
out
gave
your
you I also
mouth.
gave you price caps
And I
on
asked you
insulin,
what
right? That was
When
something
is
that
the
Trump even
economy gonna
advocated
turn
for,
around?
but his executive order was non-enforceable. But she actually got it put into a bill. Right? She actually did the work for it. Well, where was Donald Trump engaging with Congress to get these things put in bills? Where was he doing that? What did he do while he was president? He fucking played golf.
We had a booming
What did he
economy
do?
when he was president.
Okay, that does not mean it was caused by him at all.
That was Obama's economy. Okay, I forgot.
Yeah,
That was-
absolutely. The trend was going from Obama's economy. Does that mean it was caused by Obama? Not necessarily. But what I'm saying is that it was a trend that happened and predated
You
his
keep on
administration.
believing that, Parker. You go
It's
right
a
ahead.
total fact.
That's fine. You keep on believing
I'm not
that.
just believing it. It's a fact.
No, you are. You are so blind too.
No, I'm not. How am I blind?
I love your. I
Lisa,
love your
thank you for the
lies
$3.
because you make me laugh. I watch you too.
Okay, so what do you mean I
Meredith,
make
thank you for the
laugh?
$20 on Venmo straight from the DNC. Meredith, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo from the DNC. W's for Meredith.
Good job,
down below.
Meredith. Way to feed the sheep.
Feed
So
the
anyway-
sheep. Feed the sheep. Are you really, dude? Who hurt you, bro?
Bro, she just sent me $20. You don't need to be mean to
Like,
her.
dude, you're like actually like delusional, right? You're a raging lunatic. This is why this country is getting worse. It's because you fucking literally will
No,
do
the
whatever the
country's
fuck you
getting
want on the
worse
internet, and you
is
will literally believe
because-
any conspiracy you want. And then anyone who disagrees with your conspiracy, you have like an emotional breakdown at them.
No, I'm not having.
Need some
I'm
baby
not having
bottles in the
a
chat, bro.
breakdown. You won't let me talk, Parker. So shut the hell up.
I've let you talk very plenty, a little bit too much.
Okay, so answer
Natalie,
my
thank you so much for
question.
the $10 on Venmo feeding the sheep.
Let me talk.
Natalie, send me $10 to feed the sheep.
Who gives a fuck?
I do.
When is this economy going to turn around? Why are they lying about the 800 and some thousand jobs?
No, that's not lying. That's just like a revision. There was a revision
yeah,
of like
a revision
500,000
of
jobs under
almost
Trump's.
a million
Hey,
jobs.
George, there was a revision under Trump's administration of like 500,000. That has nothing to do with the president. That's not them lying. That's just meaning that they revised the numbers. The full numbers aren't even out yet. The final numbers come out at the end of this year.
I figured that's what you
Brendan
would
with
say.
the $4 to feed the sheep on Venmo as well. Thank you, Brendan.
Like, you understand that these are both predictions,
So
right?
When is this economy going to turn around?
It already has.
It has started
When?
turning around to some degree, but the point is once rates go
How many
down,
years is this
there's
gonna
gonna
take?
appreciate the hand art. I don't know how many years. No one knows that, right? But like, it
Oh,
is going to be the
exactly.
case that rates are coming down, right? Demand is going up. I don't understand what you're saying that Trump would have done that would have made it better. Daryl, thank you for the $2.
Right, there's
for the
also-
sheep from the DNC, thank you so much.
There's also something else I wanted to touch on there. You said that something you liked about Trump was like his policy on oil drilling and our energy independence, right? So it is a case that today, right, we're drilling for more oil than we ever have, including under Trump's admin, as well as more oil than any other country that has existed in the history of the earth. Literally more energy independent than any country that has ever existed, sir.
And where is the fact check on this one at?
The EIA.
Energy Information Administration. Oh, but you don't believe the facts.
Is that just like
Robin, thank you for the $20 on Venmo for the safety scissors and construction paper for George. Thank you for the love, Robin. W's in the chat for Robin for the $20 and Crystal with the gym gun as well. Thank you.
The EIA is the best possible data that you could have for the country.
You young kids are going to find out. That's all I got to say.
What are we going to find out? Tell me, George.
You're going to find out higher taxes, more inflation.
Higher
You're gonna
taxes
find out-
do
you're
not
gonna
align
have
with
a-
more
I know
inflation, by the
both
way.
of you don't
If
really
anything,
have
if there
real
were higher
jobs.
taxes, that would reduce demand and have deflationary pressure or disinflationary pressure. So
You're gonna-
I don't know what you're arguing here.
With your socialist ways.
Socialist, can you define
Define
socialism?
Define socialism, George.
Define that for me, please.
Oh, as in countries, or do you want socialism as?
No, just tell me. Define socialism. As an economic system. Define it.
Lisa, thank you for the $20 on Venmo for putting up with the MAGA bullshit to buy some Tylenol as well. Thank you so much for the love, Lisa. W's in the chat for Lisa for the $20. Now go ahead and define socialism, George.
How about you define socialism?
I can, but I've done it like a million times on my live. I used to be a socialist. Now, can you define to me what socialism is, George?
It's when the government pretty much take care of everything. Your health insurance.
Take care of everything. Health
Yeah,
insurance.
they-
Okay.
they do
So no. Socialism is when the workers control the means of production. It's a mode of production, by the way. I'm just letting you know.
There's a
But
cap
as you're
on
relating to
wages.
is
It's just- it's
you're relating to the
pretty much
government controlling
communism.
everything. So I have a
It's pretty
question.
much
The
communism,
government,
just like
the government
Venezuela. It
controlling.
worked so well
Wait, I have a
in
question.
Venezuela.
I have a question. The government.
How did it work in Venezuela?
Wait. The government.
How did it work in Venezuela?
I'm not arguing for socialism.
Okay,
Also,
there
that's
you
not
go.
like
That's
a
what I'm
socialist
talking
economic
about.
model necessarily.
How did it
By the
work
way,
in Venezuela?
George, by the way, can I explain
Yeah.
this here real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Amy
Okay,
with the $5 for the sheep, and Tyler with $1 to help George define socialism. Sorry, Parker.
Yeah, so is having a more restrictive border like socialism and communism because it's more government control?
No, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, but you just said government
like fixing
control
our
equals
roads
socialism.
before.
Therefore, this government
Fixing our
control equals
roads is a
socialism.
form
Am I
of
right?
socialism.
Why are you being a socialist? Why are you advocating for a stricter border? What's socialism? You
Bigger
communist?
government.
Are you a
Bigger
communist?
Government. Shut the fuck up. Bigger government.
Bro,
is
why are you a
socialism.
communist? Why
Bigger
are you
government
supporting
is
communism?
socialism. What are you talking about?
Exactly, dude. It's
Having
a nonsense
secure border-
definition.
Having a secure border is communism.
No, I don't think that.
Honestly,
but
that's
under
what you
your
just
view, that
said.
would be the
That's
case,
what you just
and that's
said.
why it's silly.
That's what you just said.
I'm telling you what your view would indicate that, and that's why it's silly. But you just didn't realize it, and it went right over your head. So you acknowledge that it's a bad argument, but then you didn't realize it applies to you, dude. I can't.
It doesn't
Cynthia, thank
apply
you
to
so
me.
much for the $10. Thank you so much, Cynthia. I appreciate it. And Jordan, thank you for the $25 for cooking these MAGA. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jordan.
When you're crying, that's all I gotta say.
What?
Yous are gonna be
Wait, what'd you just
crying.
say?
I can't wait till November when you.
Dude, I'm so fucking sorry.
No,
George.
you're gonna be the one crying, bro.
I just want to
What are you
clarify.
talking about?
I just want to clarify. Republicans have no right to make this fucking argument. You cannot say I can't wait until November until all the liberals are crying. When last election, Donald Trump and the MAGA voter base cried so fucking hard that 6 cops unalived themselves, 140
really
cops
think-
were injured at the Capitol, caused an insurrection, and Trump literally tried to refute and rig the outcome of the election. You have absolutely no high ground to make the argument that when if Trump wins, we're gonna cry. You know what I'm gonna do? If Trump wins the election, I'm gonna go, okay, damn, that kind of sucks, and I'm gonna talk about it.
And I'm gonna
debate
go
about it for the next
live,
4
and I'm
years.
gonna
Yeah.
fucking gonna fight like hell. Right, to ensure that people in the future don't spread those types of ideas, right?
Yeah.
By
What did
debating
y'all do
people.
last time? What did y'all
Dude, I
do
was
last
there.
time, George?
I was there. I was at the Capitol.
Oh Jesus Christ, dude! On January 6th?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. So did you go inside?
No, did not go inside.
Oh, how close were you? 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet?
I was standing outside.
Like right at the door.
I think you should be.
I can just see him
yeah,
looking
it
at the
was,
door of January 6th. Like, do I walk in
total
and,
setup.
and, and,
I
and
think
take,
that you should-
take the crime?
I think that you should be charged
A
with
total
an
setup.
insurrection. I think you should be charged with
It was a
insurrection,
total
George.
setup.
You should be charged with insurrection. I legitimately think.
Yeah, an insurrection with
Lisa,
with
thank you for the
flags.
$20 on Venmo. Thank you so much for putting him
We
up with
took
more
over the
MAGA
Capitol
BS.
with
Thank you.
flags.
Yeah, like, I mean, bro, what happens if, like, you're with a
We took
group of
over the
friends?
Capitol with flags.
What happens if you're driving around with a group of friends and one of them hops out and, like, robs someone on the street? That all of a sudden you're an accomplice and you're going to get charged with the same crime. So when you were at the Capitol with a group of Trump supporters and, like, a good 3/4 of them, like, cause an insurrection upon the
It was
Capitol,
set up.
like, yeah, you should be charged with that too. You're an accomplice to a crime.
Total setup.
By who?
I sat there and watched it all unfold.
Who set it up?
Total setup.
Wait, tell me what happened from your perspective, George, because we don't. It's not often I talk to someone that was literally there on January 6th.
The police, the Capitol Police, moved gates and left people go in. I stood there and watched them. It was crazy.
Is that all you have to say?
What's that?
That's all you have to say?
Yeah, I mean, sat there and watched it unfold.
No, wait, no, I want, dude. You were there on January 6th. You would, you're bound to have more information than that, right?
Someone keeps on
Zid, I
calling
appreciate
me
the $1.11.
and
Thank
blocking
you so
my
much.
speaker here.
Yeah, so like, can you explain to me more of what happened?
Guys with flags were standing around, and some idiots went in.
Brendan,
And
thank you so
how
much
did
for
they
the
get in?
$10 on Venmo for changing
George.
his opinion. Brendan, thank you for the $10.
George, can you describe to me how they got in?
Yeah, the front door was open at the Capitol, and they walked in, and some
They just
idiots
walked in, that's it?
in the back. Yeah,
They just walked in?
Yeah, from what I've seen, I was like.
So
100 yards
George,
away.
you know what I'm hearing? I'm hearing that you're a fucking liar. Okay, like people didn't just walk in. That's not what happened on January 6th. You can literally see the videos of people breaking windows, of people like ramming to get in. What are you talking about?
There was people that went in and broke windows. I didn't say that there wasn't.
Also,
just said we walked in.
Cops didn't let people in on January 6th. Okay, this has been,
There's video of them standing there walking them
what there's
through.
videos of, right, is cops abandoning
like a
their
core.
George, one second. What there's videos of is like cops and like the National Guard and like the Capitol Police abandoning their posts because they were overwhelmed by the rioters. Okay, all right.
Whose
This has
fault's
been
that?
incessantly
I'd say
debunked.
Nancy Pelosi for turning down the National Guard.
Who controls the DoD?
And
Who controls the National Guard?
An insurrection.
Not Nancy Pelosi.
dude.
Nancy Pelosi
Listen,
didn't control the
how
National
is there
Guard.
an
The DoD did.
insurrection?
Yeah, sure. I could go on and tell you, right? So
If you walk in a place with a Trump flag,
So I'm
how
gonna
is that
go in and tell you
insurrection?
exactly what the insurrection was. So yeah, sure. So basically, right, what Trump did is he baby raged when he lost the 2020 election, and then he turned around and he wanted to attempt
And
to get it
if
back.
you think,
Okay, George, do you mind if I
Jesus
finish?
Christ, can you turn that notification off,
someone,
please?
81 million people voted for that clown.
Right. I don't think that 83 million people voted for Biden.
Evidence
I
was
know
brought to court
that 83 million people voted for Biden, and this has been incessantly debunked and disproved that it wasn't, right, over the course of the last 4 years, dude. This has been investigated at the state, local, and federal level over the course of the last 4 years. Trump even formed a board of like an election integrity investigation board, right, with his own people looking for his own evidence to find that he had won and that it had been rigged by Joe Biden. They didn't come up with any findings, right? He even tried to argue that it was stolen to 63 federal courts. Every single one of those 63 courts threw his case out, said that he had no evidence, including 34 courts with Republican appointed judges and 17 courts with like Trump appointed judges, right? The idea that the 2020 election was sufficiently rigged to be overthrown and stolen by Joe Biden is just big propaganda lie. There's no evidence to support it. It's just words that have come out of Trump's mouth because he's mad that he lost. And this is another really good reason not to vote for Trump, because we don't want someone leading our country that lies to the American people. We don't want someone that's leading our country that attempts to overthrow a government and attempts to rig an election. We don't want
Literally,
someone
like, why are we having this
that
conversation?
does
Isn't
this
it just like obvious this person's fucking insane?
Right.
I just don't understand American politics at this point, bro.
Like having ignorant and misinformed electors and voters, right, is the Achilles heel for any functioning democracy, right? That's where democracy loses, is when you perpetuate misinformation and big lie propaganda and convince the masses upon it. Because all of a sudden, the masses isn't voting in their best interest and the best interest of America. The masses is voting, right, on the basis of fringe conspiracy
Okay,
theories
I gotta
and
go,
lies.
guys. I gotta go. I gotta get back to work.
Okay, all right.
Hey, nice talking to you. I respect both.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. I don't believe he was on January 6th. I really don't.
He probably wasn't. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest here, y'all. If you do want to come up, if you're MAGA, let us know in the chat. We're gonna go and load you up. Yo, it's Shauna. Thank you so much for the $40 on Venmo. Saying amazing. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Shauna. I really appreciate you for the $40. I want to see at least 1 trillion, billion, quadrillion W's for Shauna down below for the $40. Thank you so much.
Also, by the way, everyone, I am banned on all my other accounts, so this is my only account, so I'm just gonna be co-hosting with Dean until he gets off, and then maybe I'll go live on this account, but depends on how late that is.
I'll try to stay on longer today, right?
Yeah, no, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, because
I'm cooked for today. Tomorrow, I'll have my second account back, though.
Right. What's up, Scott? How old are you? All right, Scott's not here.
Why you
All right.
banned harassment and bullying on the second account for a day, and then my other one a week for sexual exploitation and gender-based violence.
Yeah, I'll stay on longer today. Typically, I get off because I'm tired, right, of like debating all day. But like, I'll just kind of like go more slow and let you talk more.
Okay.
I'll keep me on for longer. What's up, Paul Lee? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Well, I don't have as much data and facts to back it up as you guys do, but I don't know. I used to be a Trump hater. I used to be on the bandwagon, fuck Trump, all that. But over time, over the past 8 years, I've just done more research on my own, more just to change my thoughts and stuff. And also, plus,
Just why are you voting for Trump, please?
I don't know. The economy's gone to shit. Currently, we're facing damn near World War III.
Okay. How did the Biden-Harris administration make the economy go to shit?
I can't really say much on that. I mean, I've been too busy struggling to really look into all that. I just know that everything has gone to shit. Inflation's gone crazy. I mean, I'm middle class. My
So
family.
if you don't know that it was caused by them, why don't you say maybe it was caused by Trump?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that because the economy was doing better, and then any
It was
president-
not. No. You
Yes, it
remember,
was.
dude? There
How
was
was it
high
not?
at the end of when Trump was leaving. You understand there was COVID. There was like 1 million people who
Yes,
died.
any president would have had the economy fail. You could have put Biden.
Wait. So
during
now
that
you're
time.
acknowledging that external types of things caused this to occur. You don't blame Trump for a global pandemic, but you do blame the Biden-Harris administration for global inflation. There's inflation in Africa. There's inflation in Asia. There's inflation in South America and in Central America.
You ignored what I
and
just
Europe.
said. I just said if Biden was in office at that time too, and he had to deal with COVID at the exact same time as Trump, I'm sure that it would have affected us just as badly. Like what?
Yeah, the
If not
same thing
worse.
is said for Trump if he were president now.
Elizabeth,
know,
how old are
brother.
you?
I don't know. I feel
One
like there's
second,
so
Polly.
many
Elizabeth, how old are you?
lies.
Okay, Elizabeth is AFK. Go ahead, Mom.
She's Mimi's.
We're waiting for you, Polly.
Oh, all right. I don't know. I mean, it's just I don't know what class you guys come from. I mean, seems
Okay,
like you
I'm just
guys
gonna be
come
honest.
from
Hey,
good households.
just real quick, man. Can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that you liked?
I mean, I know he did a lot of tax reform and stuff.
That's
Okay,
you think
to
of
an
$5 for
extent.
creating inflation. Thank you so much.
And I
Don't know,
and
the
I
name
know.
of, don't know the name of a policy. Can you name one policy that the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed that you don't like?
I can't really say that either. I just know the economy's
So
gotten
here's
a
the
lot
issue.
worse.
So you're what I call a ignorant, misinformed voter. Now, this isn't exactly your fault, right? Because this was me at one point. So I'm not like, necessarily going to like persecute you for this, right? I'm just hopefully going to inform you. So it's like the inflation and the economic disparities that we've seen onset during the Biden and Harris administration has not been caused by the Biden and Harris administration. It was caused by the same pandemic that caused the highest rate of unemployment that we've seen since the Great Depression at the end of Trump's term, right? You said, well, any reasonable,
Nothing's
rational
gotten
U.S.
better,
president
though.
wouldn't have been able to influence the unemployment rate in 2020, right? But in the same sense, right, they like other presidencies probably wouldn't have responded to the economy the same way that the Biden-Harris administration has. And you're saying that nothing has gone better. That's a big fat lie. We've went from
Really
a record
hasn't.
high. We went from a record high rate of unemployment near 15% down to 4.1%. We went from a record high rate of inflation from 9% down to 2.9%. We went from like 30-year lows in the stock market, an absolute abysmal crash caused by COVID, to all-time highs in the Dow Jones, Nasdaq, and S&P 500. Right? Things have gotten better. Right? You're just simply ignorant to that.
Didn't the
okay?
stock market just crash?
It crashed for a day.
Okay, well, I mean, crash is a crash, my friend, but
Didn't it rebound?
Yeah, a rebound. We're already back at all-time highs. Do you know what caused the crash?
I just know I watched the whole YouTube video on it. I mean, I didn't really dive into that too much to be honest.
Japan
Yeah,
caused the
see, I
crash.
was gonna say Japan, but I didn't want to say nothing.
Okay, right, but we're already back at all-time highs. So, Paulie, do you understand here, right, how the Biden-Harris administration actually has done good for the American people, passing some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. era, right, to benefit the low and the middle class more so than rich people, and they've ushered in the quickest response from the economic disparities onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7?
I mean, the way I see it, I am a part of the lower middle class, low class. I live in a area that is basically runs off food stamps and Medicaid and everything. You know, I've been shot. I paid for all my bills because of Medicaid. So I see the way it affects all these lower people. Shit is not getting better down here. I don't know what y'all are talking about. Respectfully, I'm not trying to go at y'all, but
Hey, what's up,
shit
BD?
is
How
not
old are
getting
you?
better.
33.
Are you voting for Trump?
I haven't made a decision yet, but I'm definitely leaning Trump.
Shit is not getting good, man.
Yeah, so the point that we were making is that just because it is the case right now under this administration doesn't mean that it was caused by the administration. And we can show you things that they've actively done to make it better. Okay, you could say it might not have affected you.
We got
but it
war
clearly,
going on, brother. We got war.
How was it
war's not
caused
good
by the
for us right now.
administration?
Well, they didn't do anything to help it. We're the global leaders.
Whoa,
They're
whoa,
like brokering
whoa.
a ceasefire right now,
Whoa.
and Trump is undermining it.
Yeah, you understand that, like, Kamala Harris is currently brokering a ceasefire between Hamas and Israel and the IDF, and specifically speaking, Trump then called Benjamin Netanyahu.
I mean, that's
right,
kind
the
of a
prime minister,
religious war, you know? Like-
one second, the prime minister of Israel, right, and told him not to accept the ceasefire agreement because he doesn't want to give the Democrats a win, and that was literally in violation of the Logan Act, and the DOD has already filed like charges against Trump. You understand that, right?
Didn't Iran technically already declare war against Israel?
What the fuck did that have to do with the fact that you just said that the Biden
Now, either way,
administration has
Israel
done
is going to
nothing
be
help
facing
the
somebody, and
worldwide-
we're Israel's fucking ally. Are
Okay,
we not?
you are absolutely so right. You're being willfully
I'm just
ignorant
saying,
and
bro. The
intellectually
world,
dishonest. If
shit's
you'd
going
say-
down, brother. Like, what
Polly,
do you want me to say?
Can you listen to the words that are coming out of
Yes,
my mouth?
I am,
or are you going to
brother, I
continue to
am.
spew horseshit and not listen to a single thing that I say?
Okay, did I not just say a fact, even though it didn't? Wasn't
How can
applying
you
to what
say
just said?
how can you say that the Biden-Harris administration has done nothing and would do less, right, to end global conflicts in comparison to Trump, when Trump is the one currently trying to continue them, right? Kamala Harris is calling for a ceasefire, right, between Israel and Palestine. Meanwhile, Trump wants to continue to fund Israel to quote unquote finish the job and to win the war, quote unquote, and asking Benjamin Netanyahu not to accept the ceasefire agreement because it's going to make the Democrats look good. How can you say that Trump is going to be better for global conflicts when we've leaked documentation from the Kremlin in Russia stating that Trump is really easy to manipulate, right, for Putin to reach his end goals, with his end goals being Russian advancement, tyranny, dictatorship, and violation of human rights? How can you say that Trump is better for global conflicts when other world leaders laugh at him? How can you say Trump is better for global conflicts when Trump accepted Putin's word of mouth over U.S. intelligence? How can you say that Trump is better for any global conflict when he started the biggest domestic conflict since the Civil War with his attempted coup against the federal government in 2020? Right? Obviously, that's wrong, right?
Trusting Putin over U.S. intelligence is crazy.
Look, bro. I mean, I'm not as educated on all this as you are. You're bringing up a lot of things that could be factual. I'm not going to discredit you. I'm not going to say anything you said is false. All I'm saying is the average voter. If you come down, I live in a Democratic state. All right, I used to hate the fuck out of Trump. All I'm saying is that from our perspective down here,
Guys, if
things
you're
aren't
not, let me
better.
know in the chat.
Things going down.
You're not responding to anything that we're
the
saying
average-
respectfully. You're not responding to anything that we're saying.
What do you want me to say? I don't have facts to go against what you're saying. I will say from what you just said, yes, it does seem better in a sense from what you told me right now for global policy, whatever, all that. It does seem.
Hey, what's up, Ethan? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
All right. Where'd Parker go?
Oh, I was just
Oh, you're
what's it
good.
called?
All right.
I also
Why are
wanted
you
to show
voting-
off my profile picture.
It's fire. Why
It's
are you
incredible,
voting
isn't
for-
it? Isn't it really good?
It's phenomenal. I'm gonna go ahead and use the restroom real quick, but Ethan, just tell
Yeah.
Parker why you're voting for Trump.
Ethan, why are you voting Trump?
Many reasons. Do you want like the main reason, or just like spew them all out there?
Just give me a main reason.
Mainly the economy.
What about the economy?
Do you work, or is
Yes.
TikTok your main job?
Well, TikTok is working if I do it as a job.
Right, but I'm asking, do you you don't go into an office every day?
I technically do.
Yeah, but okay, that's besides the point. I guess what I'm trying to get into is the working class have a very different outlook on life than kind of being spoon-fed money like you guys do. So the difference between you voting for Kamala and actual working class people
And Trump
is
didn't
that
get
when
spoon-fed. Trump didn't get spoon-fed money when he got like a $400 million inheritance. I've worked more than Trump did for what he has. Okay, let's be totally real here.
I disagree, but that's not what we're debating.
Wait,
about.
bro,
We're
he inherited
debating about the
it.
economy
He inherited
right
it.
now. Okay, that's besides the point. We're debating about the economy right now. So the issue with the economy is that inflation is completely way too high for the wages that are coming in. So the new economic structure that Kamala has
Thank you so much
endorsed
for $5.
from Joe Biden going into her presidency is outrageous. She wants to completely skyrocket taxes on corporate companies and
skyrocket tax on corporate. So the corporate tax is going to be lower than almost any point in history. 28% is lower than what it was in Obama era. It was higher, way higher in the 50s and 60s and 70s and 80s. Like all of that time, the corporate tax rate was higher than what it would be under a Kamala Harris presidency.
But still higher than it was under Trump. What I'm trying to get at is that she also
so
wants,
why is decreasing it to like almost to like 15%
She also wants over 20% tax on capital gain, like unrealized capital gain, which is
for what levels of wealth?
For who?
For
billionaires,
everybody.
genius.
No. For everybody.
No.
Yes.
By the way, just letting you know, states like Texas have high property tax. That's unrealized gains. You know that, right? That's unrealized taxing.
It is unrealized capital gains, and that is a new.
Ethan, can I talk real quick?
Well, you didn't even let me finish my sentence, so I'll finish and then I'll let you speak. So basically, what that means is that if you go and buy a house and it's at say $300,000, and that house somehow the price over the next couple of years raises to 500,000. You're now paying taxes on the extra 200 grand that has come into that house because the market has inflated.
Can you give me any source that it applies to everyone?
Yes, she just endorsed this new economic plan from Joe Biden. You can look it up.
It never said that it's applying to everyone. That's applying to people with billions, if not like high hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, I would
per year.
Also,
I would like
the billionaires and tax the rich and everything.
I would
that you guys
I'm gonna hop in here, Ethan. I'm gonna hop in here.
Leftists.
The
only two conservatives that I could.
Okay.
Amy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Matthew. I appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much for spoon feeding me money. Thank you so much, everyone.
Right. I'm gonna hop in here about the unrealized capital gains tax. Right. First of all, right, I invest. Right. I enjoy it. I have fun. I always have. Right. Grew up investing in crypto just for fun with like the little money I had. I think the unrealized capital gains tax for like the average working class American is terrible, right? That's not a tax we should have. If this was true that she wanted to implement that tax, that would be one of her worst policies, 110%. I couldn't agree more, right? But Kamala Harris's proposed policy about tax on unrealized capital gains will only apply to Sentai millionaires. It will only apply to people that have a total asset conglomerate worth over 9 figures. And that's fine, right? I find no issue with stricter regulations on individuals with more assets. The same way that I'd say that we shouldn't allow asset managers with over $500 billion invested to buy like single home properties, such as like BlackRock, right? I'd say that people that have over 9 figures invested in the stock market should have an unrealized capital gains tax. That's fine.
Okay. He needs to unmute. I'll send him the invite.
You hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know why I was muted. I was saying that's absolutely... Oh, okay, my bad. I was saying that's absolutely absurd because that's money that you haven't actually accrued. So you're paying taxes on something that is literally unrealized. It doesn't exist to you. So that's actually extortion. That's actually absurd.
So do you think property tax is
economy,
extortion?
number one. Number two,
do you think property tax is extortion?
No, that's valid. There should be a tax on
how is
everything,
property
but there
tax
shouldn't be a
valid?
tax that's so high
Wait,
that
how
the
is
American
property
people
tax
can't
valid
live.
if you're against unrealized taxation?
Because property tax is not unrealized. There's always going to be tax on something. It's just that unrealized.
What? That's an
capital gains
unrealized
tax is
tax,
crazy.
though.
There's always tax on everything, no matter what.
Okay. So if you're okay with property taxes that apply to everyone, then why aren't you okay with unrealized gains for like fucking like heavy millionaires and billionaires, bro? Like,
Tim,
I'm
thank
sorry,
you for the $10
like,
on Venmo. I really appreciate you.
You're like literally.
Thank you.
You're literally like.
And besides, the billionaires are your party.
Bridget, thank you for the $5.
Dude, I never like said that was like what I was claiming to be against. Like, I don't know what you're saying. I want to increase taxes on them though. So if billionaires want to be a part of my party and want to increase taxes on themselves, good for them.
Can I ask you what the
Okay, but
difference
you
between
do,
an
you do
unrealized
understand that
unrealized capital
the
gains
vast
tax on
majority
stocks
of
and property
billionaires
taxes?
are all Democrats.
Ethan, can you tell me what the
Can you
difference?
give me a source?
Ethan, can you tell me what the difference between
Everybody,
property tax
look
and
up
unrealized
name
capital
me
gains tax
one
would be?
conservative who's a billionaire other than Elon and Trump.
Oh, name one conservative who's a billionaire? Oh, yeah, no, it's the difficult one.
Yeah, that's my point. So your whole tax the rich is
That's
a
a
ploy
really
to
difficult
steal
one.
votes from you
people,
guys.
really difficult one. No clue, honestly. No right wing, no conservative people exist that are
I don't-
billionaires.
I'm sure there's
why is
probably
this
one or
talking
two
about,
out
like,
there,
you
but
know,
the vast
70%
majority
Ethan, why
of
would-
them
why-
are
Ethan.
affiliated with
Democrats.
like the Republican Party.
Also, Ethan, why would this be a good talking point? Like, you're just saying most of the rich people are Democrats, so when we say tax the rich, it's just taxing Democrats. Okay, and?
And that's your entire ploy to get votes. That abortion, the border.
Denise,
everything
thank you
that
so much for the
guys-
$20 on Venmo, saying thank you
That's
for what you
everything
do.
you guys
I love
preach,
you,
and it's
Denise.
all
Let's
in
get
your
some W's in
control,
the
but you
chat
don't
for
do
Denise. I
anything
really
about it.
appreciate you for the $20.
So I
That's
don't
very kind of
understand
you.
how you guys have no talking point when it comes to actually getting votes.
Wait, you're
You
saying
guys
that the
talk
Democrats
about- you guys
preach
talk
good
about making
policy to get
abortion
votes? Okay,
legal
and?
for everybody, but
Wait,
under
one
that
second.
Thank you for the $3.
Ethan, you just said that Democrats preach good, productive policy that would benefit the low and the middle class more so than rich people.
Absolutely
to
not.
get
No,
votes.
I don't.
Okay,
You guys
and?
preach taxing the rich.
Which is a good, productive policy that would
The
serve
rich
as
are
a
already
benefit to
taxed
the low and
20%.
middle class.
Hello?
You're not gonna say anything.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for you to tell me the difference between like property tax and unrealized capital gains tax on stocks.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
Unrealized capital gains means that I just explained it to you. If your property value goes up, that means that you're paying tax on money that you haven't paid for. You know what I mean? So when you go to sell the actual house or whatever that you actually have, that means that you're paying tax on something that you didn't actually buy into in the first place.
I'm really confused with what you're saying. So like property tax would work in such a way where you buy property, right? You pay like a proportional like percentage of the worth of the property. As the worth of the property goes up, unrealized to yourself, right? As this cannot be liquidated without you selling, right? You pay more in taxes year for year, right? The same thing would happen with unrealized
thank you for the
capital gains
dollar.
taxes on stocks, right? You buy into a company, you buy a particular amount of shares, so you invest $100, the next day it shoots up to $200, you pay more in unrealized capital gains tax, that, you know, because the value of the shares go up. You ultimately would sell the shares just as you would sell the house, and you might even pay realized capital gains tax. Then there's going to be no differences between these two scenarios. I don't think you know what you're talking about, and I think it's very harmful
I
for,
absolutely
hopefully
do.
ignorant,
I
misinformed
absolutely do,
individuals
but
to be
that's
talking about these
okay.
subjects.
Sure, whatever you want to say, man. I think that you're just kind of spewing out lies because that's literally a fact that she endorsed Joe Biden's new economic plan and that it's a complete disaster and that the middle class would get completely wiped out with her economic plan. In fact, any kind of class would get wiped out.
You have no clue what you're talking about, Ethan. Like, absolutely no clue what you're talking about. Tell me how Trump is going to pay for his $3.9 trillion spending bill as it relates to his tax cuts that predominantly go to rich people. Please tell me.
Tariffs.
Tariffs? He's going to pay for them with how large do the tariffs have to be in order to pay for $3.9 trillion?
Because he will make Europe actually pay
That causes
for their fair
increasing
share.
pricing. Wait,
no,
tariffs
that
on who?
doesn't tax
Tariffs on who, by the way?
Tim and Denise, thank you
Everybody.
both for the $20 and the
Everybody.
$10. W's for Tim and Denise. Thank you both so very much on
Okay.
Venmo.
So they're going to do tariffs across the board on everybody, which increase the price of consumer products.
No, that's not exactly how that works.
Yes, that's
Tariffs
exactly
on
how it
people who
works. You know what? Can you tell me what a tariff is?
Okay, listen, we're getting so far.
Ethan,
past the
Ethan,
point
what's
here.
a tariff?
What I'm trying to explain to you is that
Ethan, what's a
her
tariff?
tax plan and her
Ethan, what's a
economic
tariff?
plan is to just completely
Ethan,
tax
Ethan, can you tell me what a tariff is?
buddy. Listen,
Ethan, can you
we're
define tariff for me, please?
Okay, this is absolutely ridiculous. You're getting into very specific things that have absolutely no meaning. So what I'm gonna
What's a
ask
tariff?
you is why-
Ethan, what's a tariff?
Wait,
Ethan, can you tell me what a tariff is?
Wait, Trump plans to pay for like the federal budget with tariffs, and then you say when Parker
Yeah, I'm just
asks
asking
you
you,
to
what's a
tell
tariff?
you what a tariff is, you say it has no meaning, right? Didn't you just say that tariffs will like have all the meaning in the world to pay for every single government expenditure?
What I'm trying to explain to you is that you guys are criticizing based off something that has absolutely no meaning.
Just tell me what a tariff is. Define it for me, please.
That has absolutely no matter. What
He doesn't know.
Wait, why would
Dude,
you say the
how-
way that? Why would you say the way that Trump wants to pay for every single government expenditure has absolutely no meaning?
Yo, Melissa, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. He definitely does it. And Denise, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. We got some W's for Melissa and W's for Denise in the comment section. Thank you so much.
That was insane. That was insane, Ethan. The thing that Trump wants to pay for every single dollar that's spent by our government doesn't matter, has no meaning.
And he also said
none at
tariffs are
all.
not going to increase prices. I asked him what a tariff is. He doesn't know.
Has no clue.
No,
Ethan, if
but
you don't know what a tariff
explain
is.
to me how raising taxes on the U.S. people.
That is, you understand a tariff is a tax, right?
Yeah,
So
I
you
completely
said
understand that.
raising taxes is bad, but I want to raise taxes.
Yeah, on everybody but the American people.
What? You understand that goes on to the American people. Most of tariffs are offsetted in terms of consumer pricing. So consumer pricing goes up.
Right, for two main reasons. First main reason, it just reduces supply with a constant demand.
It's a tax on an import into the country.
Yeah, like obviously, right, people will be less likely to import goods into the U.S. if they have to pay this tariff, meaning that there's going to be a decrease in supply. Obviously, U.S. demand is going to remain the same, meaning that prices go up. It's also the case that a lot of these tariffs are going to be passed off to the consumer by raising the price of the good.
Amanda, please join
to
the live.
account for the tariff that is going to be paid for them, right, which will just mean that the price of the good in the grocery store will go up as well because the production and the importation of the good is more costly, right? Caitlin, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the love. I really appreciate you for that. Let's get some W's in the chat for Caitlin. Also, you said that Kamala Harris's economic policy is going to destroy and is going to disintegrate the low and middle class. That is a bold-faced lie. In fact,
Tariffs would.
under Trump's TCJA that he implemented in 2017, 83% of these tax cuts went to the top 1%, and it served as a detriment to the low and the middle class because he literally paid $1.6 trillion for tax cuts for the rich, right? See, if the thing is, if we increase the marginal tax rate by 4% on people making over $400,000 a year, we could increase the child tax credit for children under $1,000 to $6,000, and the child tax credit for children under $5,000 to $5,000. We'll be able to provide better social safety nets for all, providing a general tax credit to people making under six figures and a renter's tax credit, as well as a $25,000 subsidy for first-time home buyers for new built properties, which would inspire developers to create more affordable properties for the low and the middle class. So your claim that her tax policy is going to destroy the average American was born out of ignorance, as absolutely no justification for it, and you don't have a single fucking clue what you're talking about. But I feel like that was given when you couldn't tell us what a tariff was, which is the basis, the foundation, and the only thing implied with Trump's new tax policy.
Yeah, so not true. That makes absolutely zero sense. Explain to me how getting rid of mining for oil and raising taxes on Americans.
Erlinda, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Erlinda. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W's for Erlinda down below. And Selena, thank you so much for the money gun as well. Massive W's for Erlinda for the $25 on PayPal, and W for Selena for the money gun. So getting rid of oil drilling, that's also something that she doesn't plan to do. I'd love for you to give me a source. Under the Biden-Harris administration, the U.S. has actually produced more oil by approving more drilling on federal land than Trump's administration. In fact, we're currently producing more oil not only than America was producing under Trump, but also more than any other country that has ever existed in the history of the earth, right? As well,
Okay, so
right? If Trump was elected, the price of gas would only go up.
And why gas prices are rising.
It's happened globally, right? So you understand that there was inflation in Africa and Asia and South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere. Okay, so it wasn't a specifically uniquely American issue. You can see the global trend of inflation go up at the same trend as here in the United States.
You guys believe in socialism?
I'm not a socialist. No.
What is socialism?
I believe socialism exists.
Really,
but
you
I
don't believe in socialism because you sound
Ethan,
like socialists.
Ethan, define
No,
socialism.
wait, define socialism. Yeah.
Yeah, making basically everybody pay for everybody else.
That's
No,
not what
false.
socialism
So you
is.
guys-
Socialism is when the workers control the means of
Pretty
production.
much, yeah.
It's
You
about
guys sound
extending
like you
democracy
want-
to the workplace. It's a method of production. That's what
No,
socialism
it
is.
is. It is.
Hugo, thank you for the $10 on
Wait,
Venmo.
Ethan,
Thank you so much for the love, Hugo. W's in the chat for Hugo for the
Appreciate
$10.
money gun. So I used to be a socialist. I'm not a socialist now, but I do just want to let you know the countries in the Nordic countries in Europe, they have freer economies than we do here in the United States. So according to the Economic Freedom Index. So I think it's laughable that you guys call us socialists, but then your system is less free market.
Yeah, and I also used to be an anarcho-libertarian. I just want to point that out. I was an anarcho-libertarian until like 3 months ago.
Okay, tell me one policy that you agree with that Kamala has actually accomplished. And
Yeah,
that you
sure.
think
How about
is
I name
great,
you 5?
and that she
I'd agree
will
with
do,
that.
because
Sure.
I'll explain
Sure.
to you
Let's
this.
talk about a
Every
track
issue-
record.
no,
I'm going to name you 5.
Hold on.
No? Okay, you don't want me to
issue
answer your
that
question.
they bring
Go
up at the DNC, and every issue that she brings up at every rally, and every issue that she says that she's going to fix was caused by her own administration and Biden. They
Sure.
say they're going to fix inflation. They say that they're going to fix.
Hey, Ethan, so I'm going to go and answer your question. So I'm going to go to name you 5 policies that she's already influenced to get passed that I agree with, and I'm going to name you 3 policies that she intends to influence to get passed that I agree with.
That would be absolutely great, because
Sure, what more do you have to say?
like I came on here to debate you, and then you cut me off. So I love if you let me finish my sentence, buddy.
Go for it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, buddy.
Explain to me how that makes any sense, because all the issues that they actually say that they're going to fix was created underneath them. So tell me how Trump is the bad guy when there were no wars and fucking like Jesus
That's a
Christ.
total lie.
Actually, that's
Ethan,
not true.
see, this
He
is
met
why I'm
with-
interrupting
Total
you.
lie.
This is
The Turkish-Kurdish war, the war that he literally started against ISIS. He literally increased
No,
military
he
drone strikes in
ended the
the Middle East by 450%. That's not ending of war. That's literally, he self-proclaimed a war against ISIS.
Okay, I want to interject
he
here real
didn't.
quick. Ethan, this is
That's a
why
part of the war. What? How are you going to say that that's not a part of the war on terror? You need to get a grip on reality.
This is also
Buddy, he wanted to leave Afghanistan.
Ethan, hello. I'm going to answer the question that you asked. This is why I interrupted you. Right, this is why I interrupted you, because you asked a question about policy, then you pivoted and you asked a question about what COVID created insofar as like inflation and economic disparities, and then you pivoted and then you talked about how there's no war under Trump. Obviously, the reason I interrupted you was for the productivity of the conversation to make sure that we could respond to all the questions that you asked. So I'm going to go ahead and address your policy question. You said name a policy that Kamala Harris has already influenced to get passed that I liked, and name one that she has proposed that I liked. I'm going to go ahead and name 5 that she's already passed that I like. The PACT Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, and the CHIPS and Science Act. If you'd like a breakdown of those 5 policies, feel free to ask. I'll answer. About her proposed policies, you asked for 1, I'll name 3. The reinstitution of Roe v. Wade through congressional legislation to federally protect all 170 million American women and girls federally protected access to abortion. It's a human right, it's a bare necessity, and one of the largest issues in this election. We could also talk about her a $25,000 subsidy for first-time home buyers, or a new proposed tax policy.
This guy said
that
we're
would benefit the
gaslighting
lower
America.
class more so than rich people. Now, if you want to ask about the issues created under the Biden-Harris administration, I'll pass it off to Parker.
Yo, Billy, how are we gaslighting America?
You guys are just making shit up. It's hilarious.
So the
How are we
Inflation
making
Act
shit
is
up?
actually
You're
something
just
that
making shit up.
created more tax on tips, which was the only and first policy that she stole from Donald Trump.
That's actually completely wrong. So
No.
the Inflation Reduction Act did not increase
No, it's
tax
not
on tips.
actually. It's completely
Yeah,
not.
can you
wrong.
give me any source at the end? I've literally looked at the Inflation Reduction Act a lot. Can you tell me where in the Inflation Reduction Act it specifically says that
Buddy, do you think I have the entire fucking
higher tax
100
on tips?
whatever page
I'd like to
document
go
in
and
front
correct
of me?
you. Right, it's completely false. The Inflation Reduction Act did not increase tax on tips. What you're going to be referencing here is the inflation.
It absolutely did. She was the deciding vote.
Ethan,
on
with all
that.
due respect,
she was the deciding vote
I
on
would
it,
like
but
to
that
fucking
specifically,
finish.
what she got in specifically was the $35 cap on
Find it
insulin. That's what
absolutely
she got in.
hilarious how you're getting pissed
Okay,
'cause you're not right.
hi, Ethan. I would like to finish without you interrupting me. Right, so your claim that the Inflation Reduction Act increased tax on tips is absolutely false. Right, that's just a lie. Right, I
Okay, explain it to me.
Okay,
Other than
Ethan,
saying that it's false,
this is your
explain it
third time. This is your third time interrupting me. I intend to explain to you how it's false, but you interrupt me before you allow me to. So maybe sit back and listen and learn. So once again, your claim that the Inflation Reduction Act increased tax on tips is absolutely false. I researched this claim because I heard it from 3 people. I found a source from the Heritage Foundation, an alt-right propaganda group, stating that it increased tax on tips because it invested more money into the IRS, which meant that more workers were being audited, which is true. The Inflation Reduction Act included
That's not an
$80
increase on
billion,
taxes, though.
$80 billion, right, for more IRS agents to further audit people under our current Trump-approved tax code, in which did not increase taxes. And by the way, this reduced inflation because when individuals are taxed more, when there's more audits going on, when everybody's paying their fair share in accordance with the current tax code, it's taking more money out of the economy to decrease consumer spending, which in turn decreases inflation. So which one is it? Do you want inflation to decrease or not, right? Because that was the goal of $80 billion delegated to the IRS.
Okay, so I have a simple question for you then. Why is inflation so high if this entire party has supposedly solved inflation?
We've actually had the quickest rebound from the inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7. It's gone from a peak of 9% down to a down to a 3-year low of 2.9%. We literally have the same rate of inflation that we had pre-pandemic in 2018 under Trump's admin.
That's false. And I can completely back that up because there are bills that are completely like just factual. You can't, wages compared to actual prices are vastly different than there were underneath Trump. And
Real median weekly wages are higher now than 2019.
Yeah, well, obviously, because inflation is up, but that doesn't mean that
I said
prices
real.
of
I said
goods-
real. So real is accounting for inflation.
No. That's false. That's why I asked you
That's
guys.
not
if
false.
work,
You can
because
find this on the
don't-
Federal
you spoon-fed
Reserve.
money through TikTok. So
I'm sorry, Ethan. I'm sorry, Ethan. You have no clue what you're talking about. I'm telling you right now. Listen. Look up St. Louis Federal Reserve. Look up real median wages. Okay, you will see real means accounting for inflation. Okay, so it is increased accounting for inflation. If you look at real median wages, versus median wages, you're gonna see a difference in like how it looks. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. Because there's been inflation, but that inflation again has been global. So like you can't act like it's not better off now when you have no source to back that on, and I can give you a governmental source that indicates you're wrong. Okay. Also, what deals with interest rates and what deals with the inflation, that is the Federal Reserve. Okay, that is not the President of the United States. Okay, they can pass bills that can help us in the future with like energy independence to make it like more sustainable, and we're less likely to experience like inflation as it relates to energy prices. But that would not have fixed what happened. Mostly what happened was related to COVID and supply chains. Okay, that's why it affected the entire globe.
Okay, but inflation is still much higher underneath Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Yeah, that doesn't mean it was caused by them. You understand that? Wait,
Actually,
you're blaming Biden Harris for the pandemic, but you're not blaming Trump.
Inflation, then there has been increased wage to actual price of goods.
You're lying.
What do you mean I'm lying? It's factual. You can go and
no,
look
it's not. I literally go where? Go where? Oh, price of housing. Yeah, price of housing is going up more.
Buy something. It's insane.
Wait, but real wages overall, with the average inflation rate of the economy, it is the case that real wages are higher now, median wages, than they were in 2019.
This is why I'm trying to explain to you. If you'll give me 10 fucking seconds to talk. You guys don't understand what an actual wage is because you sit in your house all day and don't work, and you're spoon-fed money through fucking TikTok.
Ethan,
So
I'm
you
looking
don't
at how
actually get a
economists
paycheck,
define
you
it,
just get
genius,
gifts
and I
through
have an
that being
economics
live.
degree.
You don't understand what taxes are.
Ethan, I literally am like objectively more qualified than you to identify what a real median wage is. Objectively speaking, okay? I'm looking at specifically what economists identify from the Federal Reserve. They are significantly more qualified than you or me to make that determination.
Rhonda, thank you for the $5 on Venmo because baby bottles for Ethan, also for my real job.
Christine,
Rhonda, I
thank you for
really
the
appreciate you.
$5.
What Ethan is obviously doing right now is he's crying because he's economically illiterate. He doesn't know what he's talking about. His only response this whole time has been false, just like Trump denying reality because you're a conspiracy theorist. And now you're getting mad because you're talking to two people that are smarter than you are. So then you turn around, you start nibbling on the baby bottle, then you spat out lies like, oh, we don't understand. We don't have a real job. Yes, we do. And we're currently dunking on you, and that is our job, literally, to give everybody watching
Real
this live the
job.
self-satisfaction of seeing self-loathing, narcissistic assholes such as yourself, Ethan, get intellectually destroyed. I mean, let's face the
Look at
facts
my
here,
name.
buddy.
Parker got a real job. Look at that.
Unfortunate. Let's go. Yeah, if you guys want to come up, make sure you're spamming MAGA in that chat. And Cinnamon, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo for my real job. I really appreciate you for that love, Cinnamon. Let's get some W's in the chat for Cinnamon. Thank you so much for the $15
Again,
on Venmo.
W. Christine, thank you for the baby bottle MAGA fund.
Or are you done?
You can speak. Yeah.
Cool. So I'm pretty far from mad. I'd say I'm pretty calm and collected. That whole spiel by you seemed pretty actually like upset. So I'd argue the complete other way around.
Oh,
Also,
and who's the one
there's
saying that we're like
been-
spoon-fed donations? We don't have a real job. What did that? How is that relevant?
You
to a
go into an
conversation about
office
why
every
you're voting
day?
for
Do you
Trump?
get a paycheck? Do you have a boss?
I do go in office. I do get a paycheck.
And we are the
no, I don't have a boss.
Because we are
Exactly. So your job is to say
Actually, wait. I do
Influence people.
myself. It's myself.
That's not a job.
That
Wait,
is
really?
That is a
Wait, Trump was the CEO of Trump Enterprises. He didn't have a boss. Did that mean that Trump didn't have a job?
no job.
no. He employed people.
No
He
job,
had
no
an
job.
business plan. He actually had
Yeah,
a
the small
strategy.
businesses,
He
throw
had
'em out of the window.
properties. He had a
Right.
bunch of stuff. You sit on an
Hannah, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo for my real job because Ethan is crying like a baby. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Hannah with the $10. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And Diane, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo for the real job as well. Peter for the $7 on PayPal for the real job. Thank you so much, Hannah, Diane, and Peter. Thank you guys so much. Y'all are amazing. Spoon feed
feeding me money, stealing it from your wallet because I don't have a job.
He just said that owners of small businesses don't have real jobs, so they should go get real jobs,
That's
right?
not what I said at all. I said that.
Wait, you
you're
said
an
if you don't have a
influencer-
boss.
No, I said most influencers don't have a job. Your only responsibility is to post a couple of videos and talk to people behind a screen.
It's to go live. I go live every single day for 6 to 8
So
hours.
you guys get paid to just basically sit at home.
Yeah, I sit at home and I debate you. Absolutely. Do people
that's
who
my
have
point.
stay-at-home
You don't
jobs
have
not
a real
wait? Do
job.
people
You have
do
a
people that have
privileged job, which is
Oh,
not
I do have a
really
privileged
considered-
job, but it's still a job. I
Okay,
absolutely
but what
agree
I'm
with you. It's a
saying is
privileged
not
job. I love
necessary
my
to the
job.
world.
I love what I do.
nothing.
I would not rather to do
understand
anything
that?
else in life.
Also,
But-
yeah, if you guys want to support me or Amir Parker or Venmo's, Cash Apps, PayPal's are in the bios. I really appreciate everyone who's been donating today. Y'all have been so incredibly kind.
Like I do what I love every day. But that doesn't make it not a job.
So can I talk?
Yeah, if you say something reasonable.
Snarls with a $50 on PayPal for the job. Oh my god. I want to see at least 1 billion W's for Snarls box in the chat right now. That is SNARLS for the $50 on PayPal. That is so incredibly kind of you. Massive W's for Snarls right now for the $50. Thank you so much. W's for Snarls. Thank you.
All right. So what I'm trying to say is I see everybody saying
Kayla with a $5 on
Of course
Venmo
I
for
am.
being knowledgeable
Yeah,
and
you guys-
intelligent.
you
I
guys
appreciate you for
have
the love.
life
W's
on
for
easy
Kayla.
mode. Of course. Why would I not be?
I don't know. Talking to people like you all day can make it harder.
Yeah, but you have you have absolutely zero responsibilities. Funny thing
That
is, this
is
will
one of the dumbest things you've ever said.
Whatever. Okay,
that is
are we
a
gonna keep
really dumb thing to
debating, or
say.
is this a
Jaden,
shit
thank you so
talking
much
show?
for the $5. Thank
Shannon
you so
with
much,
a
Jaden.
$25 on Venmo. I want to see some massive W's in the chat for Shannon for the $25 for the lack of responsibilities and the lack of a job. Massive W's for Shannon. Jahari, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying working for home is a real job. Brittany with a $1 on PayPal as well saying for my fake job. Thank you for the love. You guys, let's get some massive W's in
Do
the chat.
independent contractors have real jobs?
You are absolutely missing my point. You're sitting on a
No, I'm not.
phone talking to people who don't give a fuck about you on the internet. That is not a job.
Okay, wait, but
If you
like,
suddenly disappear,
how does
the
that make it not a
economy
job?
doesn't
You
crash,
saying that,
nothing
you
happens,
describing that I
business
talk to
doesn't go
people
on.
on the internet does not make it not a job. That you just sound like someone who doesn't understand the reality of how the internet works today. Are you saying people like Tucker Carlson don't have a job? Because he sits there and he talks to uninformed voters.
Zach, thank you for
Fox
the $10
News?
on Venmo, and Isaiah, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. W's for Zach, W's for Isaiah for the real job.
Does actual like interviews and interviews people and
I've done
talks to
interviews.
important people.
I've done
You guys
interviews.
talk to who?
I've
The
interviewed a
chat?
presidential candidate.
Okay, well, this is the first time I've heard about you.
Okay, cool.
Kathleen
Good
with
shit.
a $10 on Venmo for schooling Ethan. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo, Kathleen. And Ferd with the boxing gloves. W for Ferd in the chat. W for Kathleen in the chat as well. Thank you both very much.
Yo, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Cupcakes. I appreciate the $1 for not caring about me. Christine, thank you for the $5 for the real job. Anissa, thank you so much for the $15 small business. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And Jeff, thank you for the
And
$10
Jaden, thank you for the
saying because he gives a
$5.
fuck. Thank you so much for the love, Jeff. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Jeff, for the $10 because you give a fuck.
See a
Yo.
lot of W Ethans. That's fucking dope.
Okay, yeah, I honestly just have one last thing for you, but I'm getting it together right now. Parker, if you want to just talk to him for a little bit.
Yeah, no,
while I'm putting this together.
I don't understand why you deny the fact that this is a job. I think that's just like a really dumb position.
Yeah, and Melissa, thank you for the $15 on Venmo because you do give a fuck. I want to see some W's in the chat for Melissa for the $15 on Venmo right now.
I never said it was hard, really.
Exactly. So that's basically what my point is that working class.
Wait, things are easy. Things are easy if you really enjoy them.
Hold on. Let me finish. Working class actual Americans have a very different life than you. Because
Okay, I never said that wasn't true.
Let me finish.
Wait, but they also have a different life from Donald Trump.
Finish, buddy, give me 30 seconds to finish. You can at least give me 30 seconds and shut the fuck up, okay?
Oh,
Working
okay.
class,
So tell me that one more time, buddy.
hardworking Americans have.
I'll keep cutting you off as much as I fucking want because it
Bills, we
pisses you
do
off
stuff
just because
that
it's
you
fun.
wouldn't want to do. We work in actual things that you would never even leave your fucking house for. So the difference is that
What?
you get spoon-fed
Neither
money
would Donald
over
Trump.
and over and over again from these people who think that you're God. Okay.
Okay. Do you want some tissues?
You absolutely.
Are you? Do you want some tissues,
you have
Ethan?
No platform. You do nothing. You sit here and you talk to people
Crash
because you
out.
think you're making a difference.
Yeah, I talk to people and I make a change in this world, and that's a good thing. And I sleep like a fucking baby. I sleep like a fucking baby. I hope you know that.
People, you have a platform. Working class Americans can only really talk to their friends. So you're spewing lies to people and young people all over this.
How am I spewing lies? Name one lie.
Because everybody.
Name one lie.
You have said countless lies with the economy and everything.
Name one.
Everything that
Name
we
one.
just debated.
I
But that's
actually
beside the
proved.
point.
I
What I'm trying to
actually
say is
proved.
that you
I proved
don't-
that you lied multiple times, and I gave you data to indicate that. You've given me nothing but trust
You're
me,
reading a
bros, and I
script,
feel like
buddy.
you're wrong.
You're sitting there reading.
You think I'm
fine
reading a
print, and I'm
script?
sitting here saying all this off the
Do you
top
think
of
I'm
my
reading
head.
a script? I think
Do you
that's
mind if I-
hilarious.
Do you mind if I hop in here, both of you?
Jim,
guys?
thank you for the $10 for food and shelter responsibilities. Thank you.
Mulaney, thank you so much for the $20 because you want to spoon feed me. Let's get some W's for Jim and some W's for Mulaney in the chat for the spoon fed donations.
Yumar, I appreciate the $3 as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And
Okay.
Desta, thank you for the $1 for the patience. I appreciate it. Derek, thank you for the $1 as well.
We're gonna go ahead and touch on something. Ethan, I don't really like you, so we're gonna have some fun with this. Earlier, I said
That's all right.
the same
That's
rate of-
okay. I just see everybody in the comments saying
Hey,
they love
Ethan,
me, so
Ethan,
it's all right. Clearly, everybody has a preference.
1 second. Earlier, I said that today we have the same rate of inflation as we had in 2018, and you said that's false, right?
Hold on. What'd you say?
That we have the same rate of inflation today as we had pre-COVID Trump era in 2018.
Factually, I don't know, but I can tell you this.
Okay, so this is coming directly from the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Hold on.
No, I'm gonna go and put you on mute. I literally made this for you because you're pissing me off. Earlier, you just said it was a lie with no reason whatsoever. So here's the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Here's going to be July of 2018 with the rate of inflation sitting at 2.9%, and here's July of 2024 with the rate of inflation sitting at 2.9%. I even gave you the source for this claim with the exact URL so you could screenshot and find it for yourself. Tyler, thank you so much for the signature jet. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Tyler. Let's get some massive W's down below for the private jet. So Ethan, my big issue with you is that you ignore the facts and you contort reality to fit your
Austin,
false
thank you for
narrative.
the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Austin.
Massive W's for Tyler for the Tyler with a private jet. And I literally just spent the last 10 minutes making this picture right here just so I could shit on your annoying little narcissistic little boy attitude. You're being so pretentious. Earlier when I told you this information,
we should do this
that we
just
have
for the live.
For real, that we have the same rate of inflation today as we had then. You said, that's false. You probably didn't even hear what I had to say. So I just spent 10 minutes making this shit just for you. July of
So you're saying
2018.
you made up that graph? You made it?
No, this is coming straight from this link, bls.gov/charts, user price index, consumer price index by category.chart HTM. If you go to this link, you'll see the same chart. It's inflation year by year, month by month, and you'll see the same rate of inflation that we had in July of 2018 as what we had in July of 2024. And I even gave you the source, US Bureau of Labor
Let me tell you a
Statistics.
fact, okay? Let me tell you a fact that you can't dispute because I know that you don't.
Well, no, Ethan, you were going to respond to this. You were going to say, Dean, I'm sorry. Earlier when I said that it was false, I was wrong.
No, he doesn't believe it. He doesn't believe it.
Yeah. So will you concede and admit that you were wrong about stating that we have a different rate of inflation today than we had
off
then?
my microphone, I love that.
If you acknowledge reality, honestly.
One of my mods in the chat just did that for fun. W Law. Go ahead.
Okay.
So acknowledge that
what I'm
this is
trying to
factual.
say is, even if that graph is true, which I don't know because I haven't done the research
What does that
myself.
say?
Even if you want me to
I
sit
gave you
here
the
and
link?
tell you it's true, I don't know. You
He
could
said,
have
I don't know if
photoshopped
it's
that.
true.
I have no idea.
I gave you
This
the
is like
link.
fucking textbook. You can literally show them facts, and they still don't fucking believe it. I can't do it, dude. Gunnar, thank you for the $10 for
Listen,
helping you
I'm
get a
not
job. Thank you so
denying
much.
you. Listen,
you are literally
can you
denying it.
listen to me for
Dude,
5
it's from
seconds?
the
I'm
Bureau
not
of Labor
denying you.
Statistics.
Can you hear me out? I never said that.
No,
you're wrong.
because that was
I
so
just
dumb.
don't know if it's true. Can you let me
Yes, you
finish?
do. Yes, you do.
Can you let me finish? Can you please let me finish, please?
Jesus Christ,
Please.
dude. Shannon,
Jesus
thank you for
Christ,
the
let me
$25 for the Jealous Magas. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Shannon. Go ahead. I'll mute.
Thank you. And please please, Jesus Christ, don't interrupt me for like 15, 30 seconds. 'cause you guys
Casey,
love
thank
to
you
do
so
that.
much for the $10 on PayPal for the love. Christine with the $5. Bethany with the $2. Ryan with the $1. Jumar with the $1. Melissa, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo as well. I really appreciate you for that love on Venmo, Melissa. Kathleen, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo as well. And Isaiah with a 5, Zach with a 10, and Brittany with a $1 as well. I really appreciate y'all with your donations. I'm sorry that I haven't been shouting them out. I was too busy building that graph. But Samantha with the $25 on PayPal because Ethan is a dummy.
Look at the
Thank you so much
comments.
for the
Look
love,
at the comments
Samantha.
and tell me who's
Linda,
right.
thank you so much for the
Look at the
$20 on PayPal as well. And Mulaney with the $20, and Jeff with the $10, and Opal with the $100 on Venmo, saying here's some real dough for your real job.
You're
I want
proving
to
my
see at
point
least
so
1 billion
hard.
trillion W's in the chat for Opal for the $100 on Venmo. Holy shit. W's for Opal, Samantha, Erlinda,
Opal with
Mulaney,
$100
Jeff.
as well. Can we get some W's for Opal in the comment section right now? Fucking W's. Holy shit. Let's spam
All
that
right,
with
now
some W's.
let me talk.
Thank you for the $100 as well. Holy fuck, dude.
You guys 100% just proved my point right there. I don't know how much money that was, but
Vinny, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Vinny.
You guys have no absolute clue what life is. When I say that you're spoon-fed,
Gunner, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Tyler, thank
I
you for
don't
the
know how many
$1. Thank you,
hundreds of
Tyler
dollars
Gunner.
right there, but you were just given a lot of money. You don't even know what tax is because you probably make so much that you
Alana,
don't
thank you
give a
for the
fuck
$5
about it.
Dennis, thank
This
you
is
for the
difference
$10.
between
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. For the
actual
2 jobless
working
kids on
class
this app.
Americans.
And Dennis with the $10 as well. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much. Wait, what is it? Do we not have a job, or are we so privileged we don't know what real life is like?
That's it. Yeah, you just
Krista,
proved
thank you for the $5 on Venmo. And Zach with the $18 on Venmo, saying to keep up a good work at your job. I really appreciate you for the love. And Jessica, thank you for the $5 on PayPal as well.
Everybody saying I'm
That was
something
funny.
else.
The synchronization.
Just sit
Yeah,
here
that
and
was
make
great,
money off
Parker.
talking to a screen.
Listen, Ethan, I'm going to be honest with you, man. Your comments about like saying I don't know what real life is like. You don't know me. You don't know who I am. You don't know.
I
what I'm
absolutely,
into.
I don't, but I can tell
And-
you that no matter what your hardships are.
Javon, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. For the $100, sorry. I want to get at least 1,000 W's for Yvonne in the chat for the $100 on Venmo because I am good at my job. I want to see at least 100 billion, trillion, million, trillion, billion W's for Yvonne in that chat for the $100 on Venmo. Holy fucking shit. Thank you so much for the love, Yvonne. That is huge. That is huge. Thank you, Yvonne.
Oh, Yvonne, thank you for the $100 because I'm good at my job. Can we get some W's for Yvonne in the comment section as well? Let's get like fucking like for the next 10 minutes. Let's spam W for Yvonne in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Yvonne. Thank you.
Hey, but I will say, Ethan, yeah, I'm so fucking privileged to be in the position that I am. And I have
Exactly.
an
So
incredibly
let's raise
different
your
life.
taxes.
One second, Ethan.
Yes.
I have an incredibly different life than the average American, and I'm incredibly blessed to be in the position that I am. Quite frankly, I recognize that privilege. I see it as real. I grew up in poverty with a homeless mother, living in my friend's sunroom, and that's the reality of the situation. I've been on both sides of the spectrum, and I'm very happy and privileged for the position that I'm in now. And I'll recognize as that being true. Obviously, you're trying to paint this in a negative light, and you're trying to make me look bad. But I just wanted to jump in here and tell you that you're right about that one. That's the only thing you've been right, so far in this stream.
Yo, Vicky, thank you so much for the
Well, at
$15
least you
for having a
can
dream
realize
job.
that,
Thank you
but
so much. Yeah,
The
no, it
other
really
thing
is. I
that
really
I'm
appreciate
trying
it.
to
Thank you.
explain to you is
Kendall,
because
thank you for
we
the
were having
$5.
a
Austin with the
debate
$15,
before,
and
but
Trina with the
lost. So
$5
we
as
can
well.
get
Thank you,
back to
Kendall,
that.
Austin,
I
and Trina.
absolutely love it because that's the entire reason I
Ethan,
came
I'm
here.
gonna give you something. We're gonna both mute right now, and we're gonna give you 30 seconds. Just because I'm trying to be nice.
Isn't that complete? Okay, whatever. Sure, go ahead. I'd actually love that if I had just 30 seconds uninterrupted to talk. Go ahead. I love that. All right, absolutely dope. So the problem is, first of all, I already said this. You guys live life on easy mode. The other thing, you're saying I'm wrong. It doesn't matter if inflation is at the same rate that it was however many years ago that you've claimed to prove. The difference is in the facts. I pay money for things. And the wages that people made years ago underneath Trump to now have not increased at the same rate that inflation has and the housing market has.
Okay, you just lied, right? We just went over this earlier in the conversation. We literally just went over this, Ethan. I don't know how many times we have to keep telling you over and over again. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. I already told you the Federal Reserve indicates real median wages are higher now than in 2019, okay? So you're literally fucking lying. This is why we keep cutting you off, because you are a liar, okay? We give you the data, we give you the information, you still fucking lie.
See, and you mute me right there.
Jim,
you
thank
guys
you for the
know I'm
$10.
right, but you're trying to fucking silence
I
me.
just
That's
gave you
problem
the
with
source
left.
to
You guys
indicate you're
want
wrong.
Censorship and socialism for everybody.
Socialism? You can't define socialism, Ethan.
Yes,
it's
I
an economic
absolutely
model.
can. I just told you it's everybody paying for everybody else.
That's
It's
not what
absolutely
socialism
absurd what
is.
You guys think that's
wait,
the short
Ethan.
definition
So
for it.
wait.
Don't
So I have a
fucking put words in
question.
my mouth.
Is paying for deportation socialism? Is
What are you
Trump
paying for
ramping up the
deportation?
paying
What the
for?
fuck are you talking about? There
Is
should be a
Trump
mass
ramping up
deportation
paying for
illegal
deportation
immigrants that came here
socialism?
illegally.
Is that socialism? You said
Is
paying
what
for things is
socialism?
socialism. Is the road socialism? Is firefighter socialism? Is the military socialism? Is Trump a fucking socialist because he supports a big military?
What are you trying to get at? You're not.
What is
making any sense.
socialism? You have no fucking clue. And you're literally
just
sitting up here
explained it
acting
to
like
you
we have no
4
shit.
times.
No, you didn't.
I
That was
just
totally
explained it to you.
incoherent. Totally incoherent.
Because you were fucking screaming over me because you're mad that I'm right.
No, you're totally incoherent.
Okay. Well, you had absolutely zero proof there.
I just
here's
described
here's
it to
my
you.
point.
Did
Getting
you hear
back
me?
to what I was trying to say
Did you
before
hear me though?
actually
I'll describe it to
interrupted
you
me.
again if you don't acknowledge it.
Okay. Well, if you let me talk, I'd love that because I was saying something and you cut me off because you knew I was
Because
right.
what you said was stupid.
Still right though. Doesn't matter.
No, if
Here's
it's
the
stupid,
difference.
it's not right.
Wages have
Oh
no-
my
okay.
Jesus Christ.
And you can't tell me I'm wrong. You
I
guys
can't. I just
don't
told
make
you
a
what
wage.
socialism
You
is.
guys make
You
fucking
did not
tips
define it
off the
correctly.
internet.
You literally said paying for things is socialism, which would mean firefighters are socialism, military is socialism, roads are socialism, right?
Dude,
All
I
of those
gave
things
you
are
a
socialism.
2-word definition. Okay, I can't say. I don't have Google
Socialism,
next
I'll
to me,
give it to you.
okay?
I'll give it to you. It's workers control the means of production.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, let me explain something to you because clearly you don't understand how socialism works. Okay.
What? I was a socialist in the past.
Dude,
Okay,
telling
but
an
you
econ
don't
major,
live in it. You don't live in it. Okay,
telling
so let
telling
me,
an econ major that he doesn't understand what socialism is like very like Dunning-Kruger of you, Ethan.
Okay, well, do you live in a socialist country? No,
You don't
but
need
you
to
want
live in a
socialism. You don't
socialist
understand what
We're
it
not
is.
advocating socialism. What?
I'm actually-
If you're
talking
voting
about?
for Kamala, yes,
I'm actually
you do.
name
That's
one.
not socialism.
I would like to indicate here. I'm actually against socialism. I'm against communism. I'm actually pretty pro-capitalist. I just think that we have to have the right capitalist structure, such as like a social
Really?
democracy.
So
that we'd see in
why
other
does
countries.
Why does Kamala want open borders, free healthcare? and
She's
to
not
take-
advocating for open borders. Free healthcare is based. What else?
What do you mean it's based? Okay.
Yeah,
let me
yeah,
explain
yeah.
to you
Countries
one
around
thing.
the world have better average health outcomes than us and spend half as much
Okay,
per
I will
individual.
okay, you say that I don't have facts. I'll give to you a cold, hard fact. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, are you ready? Because I don't think you're fucking ready for this.
Ethan, I don't think you know what you're talking about at all.
Okay.
So go for it.
My
Aaron,
girlfriend is
thank you
from
for the
Canada.
$20 on PayPal
See, this is
because you love what I
exactly
do.
I'm trying to tell you about. Okay.
I'll let you, I'm sorry
You
for
guys
interrupting.
interrupt.
I
He's
just
so
wanted to
mad.
thank
He's so
Aaron.
mad that someone donated. My bad.
Aaron, thank you so much for the love on PayPal. I want to see a lot of W Aarons in the chat for the $20. Thank you so much for the love. And Ethan, I do apologize for interrupting you there, man. I'm so sorry. Go ahead and continue.
Free healthcare is not good, and I'll explain to you why. My girlfriend is from Canada, and basically how it works in Canada is you have a Medicare card, and you can go into any hospital for free and just get service. You guys don't understand what that means. It means that nobody gives a fuck. Is basically what that means. You go into the ER and you wait 3 or 4 days. So if you have something that's life-threatening, basically you can just tell.
Appreciate the hand hearts. That's a
just tell
total
you to
lie.
go fuck yourself.
Total lie. Total lie.
No,
Total lie. They have better average health outcomes than us, and they spend
at all.
and they
That's not a lie
they
at
spend
all.
way less than we do. You have no clue what you're talking about.
They
I know many
spend
people
less
from
than we
Canada.
do. I'll give
Plenty
you-
of the
I'll
people
tell
that
you
yes they
exactly
do.
why that's false.
Appreciate the bloom.
First
Thank
of
you.
all-
You just lied. You literally just lie over and over again. Why do you lie for things that actually
Interrupt
benefit
me
people?
so I can't get my fucking words
Oscar,
out.
thank you
Here's
for the
thing.
$11 and the 11
How many people
cents on Venmo.
die?
Thank
How many
you so much
people
for the
die?
love, Oscar.
How
W's
many
in the
people-
chat for Oscar. Thank you.
Yeah, how many people die in Canada because of lack of health
This is why
insurance?
you guys think you win because you scream over everybody else.
How many
This
people
is the
die?
main
How
thing.
many people
You're
die
saying
in
I'm
Canada
lying
due to
about
lack
the
of health
healthcare
insurance?
system in Canada,
Wait.
but it's facts. It's literally
let's just-
the reason
let's just-
why she moved
let's-
here. Her
let's
parents
let him
moved
yap.
here.
Let's let him
It's
finish.
literally facts. They moved here because the economy over there is screwed. They pay almost 50% in just pure tax. That's
That's
why
a lie.
socialism doesn't work. That's not a lie. I can literally prove
That would
it to
be
you
that would be
with bills
that would be
and
based upon
documents
their
that are in
province then,
this
because you
fucking
could
house, man. I
look
can
at their
fucking
federal
prove it to
tax
you.
rates. Their highest federal tax rate is like 33%.
No, it's
They have a
not.
they have a
Their
lower
actual
top tax
rate is
bracket.
almost at 50%.
They have a higher top tax rate. Actually, there are places in the United States where you have higher tax rates than that. Just letting you know. But like, as it relates to this,
Okay,
the
so
highest
explain
top
to
tax
me-
rate for
okay,
federal
okay.
taxes
Hold on,
is like
hold on,
33% in Canada.
Hold the fuck on, man. Okay, listen. You want to win this debate, stop interrupting me. You go and then I go. You go and then I go. Nobody fucking talks over anybody else because that's not how a fucking debate works, okay? Listen to me.
Alexandra,
Oh my
thank you for the
god!
$5
Oh my
on
god!
Venmo
You really
to interrupt his
established
lives.
yourself
Thank you for the
there,
love.
Ethan. Really established yourself there.
Yeah, let's just let him yap, Loki. Because he keeps on like hyper focus of like centering on that, right? When I'd rather like center on the substance of the discussion. Right? I don't think that Ethan, right, is mature enough to just stay focused on the substance. So we're just gonna like allow Ethan some leeway. Let's just let him finish here. We'll both go on mute, and then yeah, we'll debunk your claims. Go ahead, man.
Okay, so getting back to what I was saying, the socialism does not work. Her entire family is from Canada, and they have all moved here because the economy is so screwed over there. Free healthcare doesn't work because you wait in the hospital for days on end, and it's facts. Okay, it's actually true. Okay, they've literally lived it. They came here because you pay for things that you wouldn't even think about to pay over here, like actual gas and stuff like that in your home. Okay, so the difference is the taxes over there and the actual economy over there is screwed because of socialism. When they came here, even underneath the Biden administration, which we think the economy here is fucked, they made so much more money and their mortgage is still screwed. They pay about $4,000 a month just for a fucking mortgage. Okay, it's insane. Now, the difference is years ago, underneath Trump, a house that cost $300,000, maybe $400,000 would have a way lower interest rate. So your actual mortgage would probably be half that, maybe even less. So the difference is so the Biden administration is fucked because of all these economy plans that have raised interest rates and tax and have absolutely fucked the American people. But what I'm
This
trying
guy
to
is
explain
so
to you
stupid.
is that socialism
This guy is
doesn't
so
work
stupid.
because
Let him
it
yap, let him
fucks
yap.
over your economy
Let him
so
yap.
hard it drives people out of your country. Okay.
Okay, are you done? All right,
The
I'm gonna
Biden
say.
administration increased interest rates. I just like the dumbest shit comes out of these people, dude.
So who do you
Christine,
think-
thank you for the $5. Thank you
Prove
so
me
much for
wrong,
more
man.
baby bottle.
I'm gonna
Literally prove
say.
me wrong. I'd
I'm gonna
love for you
say.
to prove me
Yeah,
wrong.
sure.
No,
I'm
you
gonna
did.
say. I'm gonna say two things, and then I'm gonna let Parker respond to the majority of the substance there. The first thing I'm gonna say, you're calling Canada a socialist country. That is false. So socialism doesn't pertain to the redistribution of wealth, social security nets. Socialism simply pertains to who can own the means of production. Okay, so socialism would say that privatized ownership of the means of production is not legal, and all the ownership of the means of production is owned by the workers, right? That work for the production. Okay, right. Second of all, I feel like the only reason that you say that they're socialists is because of their social safety nets, even though it's the same word, it's two different concepts. This is also why I feel like Republicans like to say we're not a democracy, we're a republic, because democracy sounds like Democrat, republic sounds like Republican, but completely different subjects. And then about the interest rates, I'm going to go and respond to that, then pass the mic off to Parker. The president does not control the interest rates. The Federal Reserve controls the interest rates. The only impact the president can have over the decisions of the Federal Reserves is by appointing like a chairman of the Federal Reserves. Right now we have Jerome Powell. However, Trump has said he actually likes Jerome Powell and he wants to keep him. But now why have the Feds raised interest rates? That's a great question. When you raise interest rates on loans, less people go and get loans, okay? And when less people go and get loans, people spend less money because they don't have a loan for the money, right? And what happens when we decrease consumer spending is we also see a decrease in the rate of inflation. So the Feds have had a phenomenal reason to raise interest rates, that being it decreases inflation. And the Feds will decrease interest rates as inflation gets more towards their goal of 2% historically speaking, and they already have. This month, we have a 15-month low for interest rates, and they will only continue to decrease and get back to that 3% historical rate as inflation decreases. But I'm going to go and pass the mic off to Parker to kind of talk to you about old Canada healthcare shit.
Yeah, so you just sat up here and you said that no one gets any care. She came here because no one gets any care. Not only is that bullshit, but no you can't even acknowledge the fact that 45,000 to 68,000 people die every single year in this country because of lack of health insurance. And that's because they can't get the preventative health care that they would need because they don't go to get health care. So you say there's all these wait times, right? Even if it is the case that wait times are a bit higher, appreciate the handout, thank you so much. That doesn't mean that overall wait times are that much higher, because it is the case that people don't go out and get preventative care in the United States because they cannot afford it, right? So they would need to be waiting in line, but they're not doing it, which exacerbates problems long term. Right? That's why we have worse health outcomes long term, right? On average, again, right, comparative to these countries, even though they spend almost half as much as we do here in the United States.
Great. Can I talk? Because clearly you guys love talking.
That was a very childish remark.
Buddy, you've been yelling and screaming at any remark that I mean, interrupting me, screaming in the mic whenever anybody gives you a fucking dollar. I don't want to hear that out of you, okay?
See, this is why, like, I decided to take the angle that we'd let you speak, and then I tried to address you in a super inviting, like, calm tone. It's because I still knew that you'd find some way to detract from the substance of the conversation, right? We let you speak and we let you finish. You spoke for about a minute and a half. I timed you, and then I very calmly explained to you, right, why the interest rates are as high as they are and how they're not controlled by the president. And then Parker calmly explained to you, right, your concerns related to healthcare, and you've decided not to respond to any of that substance, but rather like attack our characters, saying that we're whining, crying, screaming. It's really embarrassing.
I just asked if I can talk. I'll easily respond if you want me to.
Yeah, please do. But just take the emotion, take the emotions, and set them aside, buddy. We're just here for
Okay, well,
legitimate,
you need
productive,
to
intellectual conversation.
do that as well, baby.
Yeah, I'll hold myself accountable if you can.
Maybe not right now, but in the past you were. So let me respond to you on the fact of socialism. Everybody's saying, oh, Canada isn't socialist. I never said that Canada is socialist. Free healthcare is socialist, okay? That is a socialist idea, okay? So the problem with that is that basically everybody pays for it, okay?
So once again,
Can you just
socialism.
cut out? That's also how insurance works. Also, that's not socialism because it's not the workers' control that means production. You could say it's socialistic, right? You could say that.
That's what I just said.
No, you said socialist. Socialistic and socialist have different connotations.
Okay, we can debate about grammar, but it's the same idea.
No,
it's completely separate ideas. That's why I don't like using that term all the time, is because people conflate the two terms. They're not the same. Like, for example, firefighters are socialistic. Okay?
Okay, whatever you want to say. Maybe I fucked up on that one. I don't know. But it is a product of socialism.
No.
I don't know how you want me to word that, but it absolutely is.
No, it's not socialism.
Okay, explain to me why not.
Sure,
Because it's
because
not the
social-
workers controlling the means of production.
Socialism, it all has to do with who owns.
Dear God, guys. Okay.
When we're talking about socialism or like
Increasing
capitalism,
border security is socialism.
The
on
only
this guy's view.
difference at its core is going to be who can own, right, the means that you use to produce goods. So, like, imagine you own like a newspaper printing press, right? Under a capitalist society, you personally, Ethan, would own the printing
Wait, Dean,
machine.
can I ask them this question real quick?
Yeah, sure. But Patrick, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Great explanation on inflation. I appreciate you for the love, Patrick. Go ahead, Parker.
Is universal school, free school lunches, and breakfast socialism?
Technically, yeah.
Yeah, so is that bad?
I don't know. I mean, that's a
Yeah,
that's
you
a
don't know?
even further
You don't know if
debate,
it's bad to
but
feed children?
That's a further debate. I mean, it's
A further
necessary
debate?
to
I don't know.
children,
How is
but-
that a further debate, right? We're talking about children eating.
Buddy, you're twisting my words. You have to let me get further into it. It's
No, seriously, like,
obviously it's a
wait.
necessity to have our
Wait, so
children
you
be
think it's
educated,
a
okay?
bad
But what
thing
I'm
to
trying
feed
say
kids?
Is that if you're okay, listen, you guys laughing and interrupting and everything doesn't help the debate. Okay.
Well, yeah, please
Technically,
justify
yes,
why
it
it's
is
bad to feed
socialist.
kids.
Well, you asked us if it was, and yes, technically it is.
Okay, I'm going to go back to just kind of giving you a breakdown about what socialism is versus capitalism.
Wait,
Here it
you
is.
just literally said it's bad to feed kids, bro.
Oh, I wasn't even
Dude, I
listening.
never said it's
What?
bad. Never once have I said
no,
it's bad. You
because it's
twist my
socialism.
words.
Universal school lunches and breakfasts are socialism, right? He thinks socialism is bad, right? Therefore, this is bad. And he was saying, I don't know if it's bad or good.
I'm
to
saying
feed kids.
socialism as a construct to run a country is bad.
You don't know what socialism is, man. I'm
No,
literally
but like, is it bad to feed kids?
No, obviously not.
Is it good to feed kids?
Buddy, listen, normally at school, you have to earn like a free lunch if you make no
Earn
money.
a free lunch? I think every kid deserves a free lunch. They don't have to earn it.
Yeah,
Aaron,
but
thank you for the
normally you have to
$20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Aaron.
Right, like
I really
think that,
appreciate that, Aaron.
I think that like the scrutiny of like education, right, and like decreasing like children's like chances, like by limiting them down to maybe not being able to eat because their parents didn't have any money for them for the day is like insane, dude.
That's
Like,
disgusting.
I think that we should be giving,
that's like morally
children
abhorrent.
all the means that they like need, right, to become successful and to be educated and learn about the world around them. Like I think if there is like a little boy or girl in like elementary school that genuinely cares about showing up every day, genuinely cares about learning, wants to do something with their life, and wants to be a well educated individual, that they shouldn't have any systemic barriers such as not being able to
Amber,
eat
thank
food,
you for the
therefore they
$5.
can't concentrate in their math class at 2 p.m. Like placed on them. Like obviously,
Okay,
it's
we're not
gonna be
debating
a good thing,
school
if not a
lunches.
morally
Okay,
obligatory
what you
thing,
asked me
right, for schools to provide
is
free
that
lunches to the
system
kids.
socialist? And yes, technically it is. Never once did I say you shouldn't feed a starving
So would you
baby.
say? Would you say that sometimes like a socialism?
So why are you
is morally
supporting
obligatory?
socialism?
What are you talking about? I
Yeah,
never
yeah. So
did.
you said it's good to feed kids, right? To make sure that people have universal free school lunches and breakfast. You said that was socialism. So then, why are you supporting socialism?
Okay, you're like rage baiting at this point. I never said I supported it. I just
No,
said,
I'm just showing you how your
obviously,
view is
let
silly.
kids
And if you think
starve.
that's rage baiting, it's proving it's working.
Well, how about you answer that question?
It's
Yeah,
not.
do
I'm
you
not yelling
support
at
giving
you. I'm
free
sitting here
lunches to kids
pretty
in school?
fucking calm.
Ethan, do you support? Is it good to provide kids in school free lunches?
If the parents make no money, that's how the system currently works.
Oh no, like everyone, universal, like across the board.
I
Like
don't
everyone,
think so.
like-
No.
It also currently does not work
That's
that
why
way.
people bring their lunches, and if you make no money or if you barely make money, then
Yeah,
yeah,
you can
get a
bring your
free
own lunch if you
all
want. You
grant
can
at
bring your own
school.
lunch if you want,
Other
but
than
every
that,
kid
you
gets one
pay for
free.
lunch at school. That's
Wait,
why
wait,
there's
no,
a
no.
fucking cashier.
Every kid gets a lunch free, gets a breakfast free. But if they want to bring their own, they absolutely can do that. Now, I want to ensure that kids have food to eat, good food to eat. Do you want to ensure that kids have good food to eat, or are you just too
Okay.
scared that it's
Listen,
socialism
this
under
is
your
a-
own
This is a
worldview?
debate about the president, not the fucking school system. Okay, we can debate about this all day, but this has absolutely no impact on.
Well,
America.
you're saying this is socialism, so we're talking about what you consider socialism.
Sure, whatever you want to
Tell
say.
me why you're against feeding
I've already
children.
told you my stand and my point. Okay.
If you're not against it, then why are you supporting
let's go
socialism?
completely back.
Under your own
Completely
worldview.
back.
I like how he can't acknowledge that that's what socialism is under his own worldview. You mentioned socialism. You said, why are they so socialist? Socialism's feeding children. Wow. Terrible. Scary
Terrible.
socialism.
Yeah, then like, I
There
mean,
you
I
go.
just kind of wanted to like educate you on what exactly socialism is because you have some misconceptions. This also might be important for the audience as well. So, in a nutshell, let's just compare socialism to capitalism. Let's say there's a newspaper printing press. Under capitalism, you, Ethan, might own it, and you'd own the machine that they use to print the newspapers, and you might have a few employees that you have on payroll. That's capitalism. Under socialism, we'd have this newspaper printing press where everybody who works there prints the papers and delivers them to the residents of their city, all like as a conglomerate own the printing press that they use to actually produce the newspapers. Because socialism is where the workers own the means of production, and capitalism is where you can have privatized ownership of the means of production. And that is all
Basically,
that
what that
socialism
means is
is.
capitalism allows you to work for what you actually need. If you work hard, you get what you earn. Socialism means that the harder you work, the less you actually get out of it. And the easier you work, the more you get out of it from people who work harder.
You could draw conclusions on like what your personal positions are on like what
That's not
socialism
true
versus-
at all. That's
One
not
second.
true at
Ethan,
all.
allow me to finish. So what I just told you, like socialism and capitalism are, that is the textbook definition. You could draw your personal conclusions on what
I know that is the textbook definition. I'm just explaining to you
Ethan, with
in
all due
dumbass
respect,
terms
allow me
what
to
it means,
finish.
because clearly you think it's a good thing.
Erica, thank you for the $5. Erica, thank you.
Allow me to finish. No, so I actually think that socialism is a bad thing. I support social democracies, which is capitalism. I think that upholds more individualistic based property rights, and I support that 110%. I probably would agree with you more than the others on this. However, it is the case that the argument argument in the debate, a socialism versus capitalism, is incredibly unrelated to the presidential campaign of Trump versus Harris right now, because neither of the two candidates are advocating for anything but capitalism, okay? Right? And when Trump
Cool, so
throws
let's
these
get off this
keywords such
topic.
as socialist, Marxist, or communist at Harris and her campaign, right, they're all baseless and meaningless, right, because she is a capitalist.
Okay, are you done?
Yeah, Bobby, thank you for the subscription. Sure am. If you want to change to a different topic, I have a good question for you.
Go for it.
Would you vote for someone that's held civilly liable for the sexual abuse of a woman?
Well, that's not true.
Wait, a question
It
can't
is
be
true.
true or false. One second. A question can't be true or false. What are you talking about? Answer the
I
question.
wouldn't, but that's not true because those are allegations and they're not true.
Okay, so you said
Who's the
you
victim?
wouldn't- You said that you wouldn't vote for someone that was held civilly responsible for the sexual abuse of a woman, and you said that that's not true, Trump. However, it is, right? So in
Okay,
the
let
year
me ask you another
2022
question. Would you vote for somebody?
Okay, so in the year 2022, right?
Would you smoke? Would you vote for somebody who smoked weed?
Oh, you have to kick him.
Right. Yeah. He was just
That's rough. Yes,
kinda-
I would. Absolutely.
We get him off there quick. Hopefully the age restriction doesn't land. For the 7.1 thousand people hanging out with us in the stream today, make sure to double tip away on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 2 million likes. If everybody sent 100 likes right now, we'd be there in no time. So help out. Let's be a socialist live here, all helping out equally. And if you support Trump, if you are MAGA, let us know in the comment section right now. Hop in that queue. We are just looking for some debates. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest, though. If you would like to support either myself or Parker, both of our Venmos, Cash Apps, PayPals are in our bios. We get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms, and y'all's donations continue to allow us to do what we do. And we
By the way,
greatly
everyone, I
appreciate each and
am
every single one of
banned. I am banned, so I'm not gonna have my own live today. This is the only live I'll be able to do. Unless Dean gets off, and then I'd go live on this account because this is the only account I have. So do make sure to follow me here. I'm pretty sure there are more people that in this live right now than currently follow me. So please follow me.
Hell yeah, follow Parker, guys. What's up, Chance? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 27. How you guys?
Doing all right. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Why so?
For a couple of reasons. One, obviously, our financial hardships have put us in a pretty pickle here in America. And honestly, the Democrats have not been helped for that. I mean, they've been
Sure they have.
in charge of our country for 16 years now, and two of those were Republican.
50 million jobs have been added to the economy under Democrats since the Cold War. 1 million jobs have been added to the economy by Republicans since the Cold War. So if we extrapolate this out to party v. party, president v. president, Democrats have actually done more. But the question I'd ask you,
How many
are you
years?
lower middle class?
How many years have the Democrats been in office versus the Republicans since the Cold War?
I'm not so sure. It'd probably be a predominant amount. Anyways, Chance, are you lower middle
Prominently
class?
Democrat.
Are you
So,
are you
they
lower
obviously
middle
haven't
class?
helped us out much.
I mean, well, we had both Bushes, right? We had Reagan.
Yes.
It's yeah.
Trump.
Are you lower middle class, Chance?
No.
Okay, so how much money do you make per year?
I make about $100,000.
Okay,
Your
so
taxes are not going to go up under.
yeah,
the
so
Kamala
you're
Harris
actually
presidency.
benefited by like a Harris presidency in comparison to a Trump presidency, right? During Biden and Harris's term, they passed 5
Yes, the
pieces of
tax relief
legislation.
is a great benefit. However, that does not equate for the everyday living expense that Americans.
Heather, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo from Heather the lawyer. I want to see at least 100 W's in the comment section right now for Heather. Thank you so much for the $50. Massive W's for Heather down below. Thank you so much. And Amber,
Get
thank you for the
excited about your money,
$5.
keep
W's
it
for
up. However,
W's for Heather and
there's
Amber.
other things going on.
Wait, how did the
Not
Biden-Harris
speaking right
administration
now.
cause inflation?
So I mean, I understand you're excited, but it's a little rude to interrupt.
My apologies. How did the Biden-Harris administration cause the price of goods to go up?
Yes, substantially. They've gone up at least 50 in most
How
goods.
do they cause it?
They're reckless spending in other foreign countries.
Reckless spending?
They're reckless
So-
spending with literally about everything.
So
I mean,
reckless spending.
Heather,
is more-
thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Can we have some W's for Heather in the comment section again, everyone? Thank you so much, Heather.
So about reckless spending, well, let's talk about that. First of all, there's $8.4 trillion added to our nation's debt under Trump's admin, and only about $4.5 trillion added to our nation's debt under Biden and Harris. Second of all, if you want to talk about reckless spending, Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act spent $1.6 trillion with a T dollars on tax cuts for people that make over $400,000 a year.
The difference
and
is
only
the
led to an
fact
average
that he
annual.
spent about $7.8 billion of that in the American people. However, the Democrats have spent about every single dime that you said outside of the United States.
That's false. The PACT Act invested $800 million into the expansion of VA healthcare benefits for American veterans. The CHIPS and Science Act sparked billions of dollars in investment into local manufacturing jobs, right, through bringing back chip production to the U.S. Right, the infrastructure bill spent $1 trillion literally on local infrastructure projects across the U.S., which stimulated local economies and like increased amount of construction jobs. The Inflation Reduction Act invested millions of dollars into renewable energy resources here at home in America to reduce inflation in the long term by addressing supply chain issues. Right, your claim is ultimately
which he has not done, and they did not initiate until the end of his terms, because he already
this
found
is like
out
2022.
that Trump put that into service a while ago, and they liked the idea of it.
This
So
is
he's trying to
2021
get
and
back
2022. A lot of that
for his shit.
was 2021 and 2022.
2021 and 2022.
Yeah.
Who was in office for 2022?
That was the Biden-Harris administration.
Are you
That's when they
100%
passed the
positive
Inflation
on that?
Reduction Act.
Are you really asking us who was in office in 2022? Chance, you're silly.
Yes. Was it Harris or Biden? I mean,
It
who
was
was making the
both.
calls then?
Both?
And either way, one, they're going to have to bring up the PACT Act to make it look good for homes, because our housing market is crashing. There's not enough homes for the people.
PACT Act, how does the PACT Act relate to homes?
What do you mean? We're losing houses.
What the fuck does it have to do with the PACT Act?
What? Do you know what the PACT Act is?
Okay, you just said that the PACT Act included construction, correct?
No.
That was the
Okay, then say it
infrastructure
again.
bill, and the
Say
infrastructure
exactly what
bill
you just said.
wasn't related to construction of houses. It was like towards local infrastructure,
build
such
local
as roads and
economies.
bridges.
Which gave jobs. And what is the biggest job that the PACT Act had impact on?
Jesus Christ.
Housing.
It's not the PACT Act, it's the infrastructure bill.
Stay with us, Chance. Stay with us. You're losing. You're
I don't
losing
think we
us.
are going to.
Yeah,
I don't
Chance.
think you guys are
Real
even...
quick, how many continents are there?
Oh, how many continents? There's one, America. If you don't like it, you can leave.
Oh, Chance. Chance, it's the funniest thing I've heard all day, brother. I gotta give that to you. Now, we got a fucking comedian on aisle 4 over here. Jesus fuck, Chance. You are one funny motherfucker. Dear
yeah?
God. You are best off in the comedy clubs. I'm gonna go ahead and remove you. I want you to hop in your car and drive to one of them right now, and you'll get a job, sir. On your way to economic prosperity. Mason, what's up? How old are you?
Turned 24 in July.
You voting for Chomp?
Sorry?
You voting for Chomp?
Yeah, but I'm not trying to. I'm open to conversations, you know.
Yeah. So why are you voting for Trump?
Shoot, man, I grew up Baptist and kind of always grew up, but not thinking abortion was all right and everything. And I understand, you know, like I don't want a woman to die because she's gonna, you know, abort her baby or anything. I'm all for that, but you know, just kind of been on that sense and everything. Just yeah.
What just happened?
Oh, I kicked him. I didn't really understand what he was saying. It was just kind of
Okay.
incoherent. Crypto, what's up? How old are you?
Me, I'm 49.
Are you voting for Chomp?
I am. And if you give me I'm a classy guy, and hopefully you will be too, because I like to find solutions to, issues rather than, be problematic.
So why are you voting for Trump?
Numerous reasons. I'll tell you, because I'm 49, okay, and I've seen a lot of changes, and I have many reasons why I'm voting for him. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not like, people say cultist and things. No, the dude's not perfect, fuck, by any means. And to be honest, he just may be the best pick right now, in my opinion.
Okay,
You know?
can I
ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Sure.
Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Well, that's kind of right. You know, I'd probably say, but if you're talking about like, I can't think of her name off the top of my head. You got to remember when you're rich, and I have friends that are rich, like billionaires, you are a target. Everywhere you go, you got to be like double insulated on things. And so I know I don't like that anybody would sexually assault anybody. I find that disgusting. But also I'd like to know more about it, truly.
So if you don't know anything about it, would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Sure, brother. It happens all the time, bro. It happens all over the place.
Would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Hell no. Hell no.
So why would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but not someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
I'll tell you, but here's my problem, and I totally get you. I'm with you. I respectfully. Where you lose me is the only argument you guys got is attack. Why not? We just totally got off presidency and we got on to
we literally spent the last
civil
hour.
suits, though.
We literally just spent the last hour talking to someone about things completely unreliable for the civil court that held Trump liable for sexual
Unrelated,
abuse.
yeah.
Completely unrelated. You also said it happens all the time. You're literally more likely to get struck by lightning than you are to get convicted of rape. Now, do you think that you are more likely to get raped than you are to be struck by lightning?
Well, I mean, me personally, I don't know. I'm a pretty sexy guy, so I'm probably 50-50,
let's talk about,
you know?
Let's talk about women here.
Dude, turn your webcam on right now, please.
What's that?
Please. I want to laugh. Turn your webcam on right now. I'll expand you.
I'm a pretty G guy, bro. I'm a pretty G guy there, dude. For 49, brother, dude.
You got to turn them off. You can't do that.
I'm a pretty G guy, dude.
Jesus Christ, dude.
For 49 years old, dude, eat your heart out. But at any rate, we're off topic. Just the truth is, what concerns me the most is you guys are young, youthful, vibrant. You guys have obviously some intelligence to you. My question for you back is, looking at it all as a whole, is that the best you got? 330 million Americans, and the best you got is Kamala Harris. Have you seen California lately? I'm from there. And it's garbage.
Wait, 340 million Americans, and the best you've got is a convicted felon who's been held legally responsible of sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, who tried to overthrow the government, who tried to restrict women's access to abortion, who called for complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, who specifically denies climate change and denies science, says that it's not caused by humans, says it's going to start cooling, that science just doesn't know it yet. What the fuck are you talking about? That's the best candidate you could get?
Are you from California? Have you seen?
I live in California. I live in Los Angeles.
Okay, exactly. So you live in the pit of hell, the axis of
No, Los Angeles is great. Los Angeles is great.
Oh, and they shit on the sidewalks, son. Do you not know that?
Wait, you understand that that's not common in Los Angeles, one.
That's
Two,
like disgusting.
You understand that probably exists in some areas in most cities.
What I'm saying is that what you want the whole nation to become? A bunch of homeless people that
thank
don't
you so much for the $10
wait.
love from Germany. I appreciate you for the love. W's for Maja in the comment section.
And you don't want to fix
By the way, listen.
the homeless that are maybe military?
You understand there are things being done to help homeless people in California right now, right? People in Los Angeles
they're giving them money and they're giving them food. I get it. We're giving them
no, like homes, like tiny homes and like areas for people to go to. There's apartment buildings being built, infrastructure. There's stuff that's happening specifically for people who are homeless in California. You don't know what you're talking about. You have no clue.
Can you get them to stop like shitting on the streets? Because when I was a kid in San Diego, we didn't see that stuff.
Wait. So how about we take the money that we're using to fund basically almost every fucking red state in the country, the California money, and we spend that only on California?
Okay,
do you think we'd be better off? I think we'd be better off. We have to fund all of you.
Are you well traveled?
Because you guys have no welfare programs.
I don't think
we have to fund you.
The United States of America.
We have to fund you because you don't want to take care of your own citizens.
I really don't think you've driven across the United States of America, youngster.
Dennis, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Hey, Crypto, why do you think
I grew up in Iowa.
Why do you think that the whole country would become like California if Harris was elected?
Okay, I'll tell you exactly why. For one, we're heading in that direction right now. We have our mind and money into other countries' business on the other side of the world, which in a way it's good and in a way it's not.
Do you support Israel?
Well, no. Do I support Israel? Man, I always have. I think growing up, but I think that right now it's kind of creepy. I mean, with all and you don't know what's true, what's not. So being educated, that's a really good question. I don't know as an American. It's kind of sad. I really don't know if I support.
Well, I mean, I was just curious because like a lot of the typical claims from the right is how like we've belligerently sent money and funding to Ukraine, even though we had a really good reason to due to the Budapest Memorandum, when we've sent more money and more funding, more weapons to Israel.
Yeah, and
what does Trump say? He says that he wants to support Israel to finish the war to win.
And like I said,
he doesn't support a ceasefire agreement.
He's not perfect, bro.
Crypto,
if you're looking
dude,
for a perfect
I'm not gonna do the
find
interruptions. I'm not gonna do the interruptions.
Sorry about
your
that.
age.
Sorry about that.
Tessa,
Okay.
thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Tessa. Can we get some W's, Tessa?
Okay, and Crypto, now I'm going to pivot off of what I was just saying to talk about what you just said. Right, I was just talking about a bunch of like atrocious things Trump has done, what he supports, and said he's not a perfect candidate. Well, this is a false dichotomy that is presented by almost every single Republican that comes on my live. No, it's not grapist loser that supports genocide or Jesus 2.0. There's an in-between, right? It's like, I'm not perfect, but I haven't raped a woman, right? I'm not perfect, but I haven't committed 34 felonies. I'm not perfect, but I haven't committed fraud. You continue.
I'm not perfect, but I didn't try to overthrow the government. I'm not perfect. I didn't deny Kamala Harris was black, though. Right? I'm not perfect. Right? I didn't do all of this racist shit. I didn't have housing discrimination lawsuits that said that I wouldn't rent to black people. Like what? This is not just like he had some mistakes in his life. You know what I mean?
Dean, how old are you, Dean?
I'm 19.
Okay, so 19. Good. You got your whole life ahead of you. You're young and smart, man. Just for real, 19. I bet are your parents? Do they support Trump or Kamala?
They're Trump supporters.
Really? You not see eye to eye with your own parents?
I don't see eye to eye with any of my
what?
family. The entirety of my family is Trump supporters. Yeah.
Okay, and so you don't find
how is that his fault?
Let me finish this thought. So you don't see it any reason that you could be the anomaly for some odd reason, maybe?
No.
Yeah, he critically thinks.
Yeah, I see why I'm the anomaly.
Okay, you see why you're the anomaly. But do you think it's good for? Are you disrespecting what they want and believe in before they leave this great world and we pass on? Do you think you're going to leave them in great hands with thinking your way, this country?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. You can't disrespect horseshit.
What do you mean horseshit? What do you mean? I mean,
Natasha, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. And Cindy, thank you so much for the $40. Or $10. What did I say? 40. Yo, thank you so much.
Yeah, you just said your whole family supports Donald Trump. I mean, honestly, then maybe reflect a little bit, right, youngster, right? Please.
Okay, so here's what we're going to go do. I understand I'm young. I understand I'm younger than you. I am unfortunately more intelligent than you will ever be. What you're currently trying to do right now is what I call gaslighting.
You already know it. You already got it figured out.
What I call this is gaslighting. So you're saying because my entire family thinks differently from me, that I'm the odd one out and I should reconsider my beliefs. Well, I would actually ask them to reconsider theirs. But I have a question, Crypto. Let's say you moved to Saudi Arabia. And a predominant amount of the people around you fell in line with the religion of Islam. Would this make you critically think and make you convert to the religion of Islam, sir?
Would it make me? That is a bizarre, pretty off topic.
I mean, you're probably Islamophobic, right? So you'd be like, no, absolutely not. They're all wrong. They're all evil. They're all bad.
Probably he supports someone that literally wants a Muslim ban. So I think it's entailed given the view.
My developer's Muslim, but
Crypto, let's use your logic here.
Right? I know someone who's Muslim, so I couldn't possibly be Islamophobic.
My developer's Muslim, but the point is,
I have a friend.
What does someone's religious beliefs have to do with you? That is
what does my family's political beliefs have to do with me? What does my family's political beliefs have to do with me?
A lot.
Tell me why.
Because religion should be personal between you and God. You really need to get a hold of yourself, youngster. You really
So stop using your fucking religion to restrict women's access to abortion. Stop using your religion to restrict access to abortion pills. Stop using your religion to restrict people from basic fundamental rights.
I cracked the case. Kid, you don't have no money, and somebody's paying you from the George Soros Foundation to
Oh my god.
Dude, yes, George Soros and Taylor Swift hand me checks of money every single day.
Guarantee it now.
Natasha, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Natasha. Raymond with the $10 on Venmo, and Kanya with the $10 on Venmo as well. Thank you, Kanya, Raymond, and Natasha. I really appreciate the three of you. So
dude, there's actually no way.
Wait, one second. Stop. Can you give me any evidence that I'm paid for by some place like the DNC or the George?
No, the George
Sure
Soros Foundation.
I'm just saying though, there's no way in the world a sane person could think like you. 19 years old, this entitled.
Wait, so you're saying that a sane person can't deny a rapist, right? The highest position and ranking of power of any man that known to mankind.
A sane person can't care about women's rights. A sane person can't accept science.
A sane person
in fact,
no hope.
Dev, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo from the DNC fund. Thank you for the love.
Because they're that miserable.
Araceli, shut up. Araceli, thank you for the $5 on PayPal from the DNC and from the George Soros Foundation. Thank you to the both so very much. I have a question for you. So since I'm so delusional and since you're so sane, how can you rationalize voting for someone that has literally attempted to stage a coup to overthrow a federal government and attempt to rig an election because he was so sad that he lost? Sure, I'll go. I got you, sir. I absolutely got you.
There's no way.
I got you.
There's no way.
I got you. I'm trying to prove it, but you're incessantly interrupting me. Which one will it be?
Okay, go ahead.
Perfect for the cheer you and for the hands up. Amazing. So Trump, right? Let's go ahead and let's rewind back the clock to 2020. What happened in 2020? Trump lost the federal election to Biden. Then Trump went to his VP, Mike Pence, and told him to throw out all of the real votes cast by American citizens and just make him president again because he wants to be. And Trump achieved this through a fringe legal theory where he sent several different fake slates of electors to 7 different states to cast false certificate of ascertainments, which are the certificates of votes from each individual state, to Congress to be certified as real on January 6th, circumventing our civil electoral processes, circumventing around the voice heard by every single American that cast a vote in the ballot box in November of 2020, and just to make him president again. And the proof for these claims would be Trump and his lawyers. So they were indicted for this federally. They've been indicted for this in the state of Florida, and they've been indicted for this in the state of Georgia.
Okay.
Trump and his attorneys are arguing in all 3 of these cases that Trump did do this, that Trump did try to rig the outcome of the election, that Trump did try to get Mike Pence to certify the fake votes, but they had good reason to because the election was stolen from him, and they should be immune from criminal repercussion for breaking federal and state level law because it was an official act of his presidency and he should be immune from repercussions.
Let me ask you a question.
Yo, Danielle, thank you for the $20 from the George Soros Foundation. Thank you so much, Danielle, for the $20 from George Soros. Thank you so much.
And Monica with the $10 on PayPal from the DNC. Dev with the $5 on Venmo from the DNC as well.
Hey, you said you're close to Arizona. So do you really believe that Trump
Nikki
lost
with a
Arizona?
$10 on PayPal for Crypto's mom to pay for his, whoa, that's insane. I'm not going to read that.
Do you really believe that?
Nikki.
Let me ask that.
Wait, no,
Do
it's
you really
actually,
believe that?
yeah, no, sure, I believe it, right? And I believe it to be 100% certainly true. Because you know what?
You truly believe that Biden won the state of Arizona is what
Yeah,
you
in fact, I know that Biden won the state of Arizona because over the course of the last 4 years, there's been invested. Okay, buddy, shut the fuck up while I respond to your question. Learn your place, little bro.
See, here's the
So I'm going to go ahead and respond, right? It's not that I believe that Biden won the state of Arizona. I know that Biden won the state of Arizona. It's a certain fact. There's been investigations into the outcome of state and federal level elections since 2020 with investigations on the state, local,
You're telling
and
the guy
federal
to shut that would put you in a Pepsi can. That's just so funny, bro. You're young enough to be my.
The only thing you'd put in a Pepsi can is, I don't know, Pepsi, then drink it.
You're young enough to be my whippersnapper.
Oh, so bad. That was so bad.
So come on, be fair to me. Don't be disrespectful to me, though. Okay?
I'll disrespect the fuck out of someone that doesn't.
Yeah, I'll disrespect you as much as I want. Ramon, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. When you say respect your elders, you just mean agree with everything you fucking do without
I
question.
think you ought to be classy in your delivery. I mean, there's no class anymore with the young generation, and
I don't care.
Your parents are totally right supporting Trump and having a child that would.
I'm going to go back to what I was saying about Arizona, right? I absolutely believe that Biden won the state of Arizona alongside every other state in which it was determined by
yourself on the ground if you don't get your way. Come on,
okay,
man.
buddy, can you stop interrupting me?
You keep muting me.
Yeah, because you're interrupting me. I've been trying to respond to your question about why I believe Biden won Arizona. Are you going to let me?
Okay, yes.
Yeah, so it's not that I believe Biden won Arizona. I know Biden won Arizona. So since the 2020 election, since Trump has been claiming that all the votes for Biden were illegal, and if you only counted the legal ones, he would have won, there's been state, local, and federal investigations into the outcome of the election in nearly every single state, right? Trump even got together his own board of the Electoral Investigation Committee and had his own people, his cronies, investigate the outcome of statewide elections in places like Arizona, places like Georgia. They couldn't find anything. And Trump then tried to argue to 63 different courts over the course of the next 2 years that the election was stolen from him, and he had evidence for it. Every single one of those courts threw it out, said he didn't have sufficient evidence, including 34 courts with Republican-appointed judges and 17 courts with Trump-appointed judges. There's absolutely no reason to not believe the outcomes of the 2020 election. It's the safest election in recorded history, and the only reason you believe it was stolen is because Trump told you to believe it was stolen. And that's another really good reason not to vote for him, right? An uninformed, right, misled voter base in a democracy is the Achilles tendon to our vote, right? And when Trump has been perpetuating this big lie for the last 4 years, trying to convince everybody that the election was stolen from him with no reason, he has essentially been able to persuade, right, a mass amount of people to vote for him no matter what, because they believe that the deep state is attacking him and stealing elections from him. But it's all bullshit. It's made up. It's false. It's a lie, and it's a threat to our democracy.
Thank you.
Noel, thank you for the $5 from my elder, and Spoof, thank you for the $2. He does definitely invest in shit coins.
Hey, true or false then?
Tessa,
Do you
thank you for
really
the
think
subscription.
California is in as good a situation now as it was 20 years ago in terms of how it looks and how people are and who lives there? And do you think that on a grand level, on a worldwide level, it's wise to give this woman the keys to everything, all states, make her run? We're going to end up in a similar situation to California, don't you think? Because she had
California is doing good comparative to like a lot of the nation.
Wow.
Also, you can look at real median income specifically in California. You said in the 80s or 90s?
Yeah, I would say in the 90s. I left there in 98.
So in the 90s, so that was specifically at here 93 was 64,000 was the real median household income in California.
You're missing the point entirely.
Now it's 85,000.
I know you're.
That's accounting for inflation.
I didn't say anything about that. You're not making as much. I didn't say that. I said the actual look at.
I'm saying the quality of life is better.
Oh, really? You think it's better?
Yes,
Really?
in terms of real median income, yes.
Okay, well,
For
I was
the
just there and
median
I waited in
individual.
a car for 3 hours on the interstate, and I didn't do that as a child ever. I'm from
Jesus
San
Christ,
Diego.
he waited in traffic for 3 hours. My bad. Wow, dude.
3 hours? Isn't that kind of weird? Right? Like, isn't that kind of a little weird?
Yeah, there was probably something that happened that day. You got unlucky.
No, it's called just overpopulated.
I live in Los Angeles,
dude.
and it does not take 3 hours to go everywhere.
Just overpopulated, man. You know. and
Sure, you can
letting
say whatever you want
everybody-
about it being overpopulated. That doesn't mean that it's a bad place to live.
Well, they're shitting on the sidewalks, though.
Dude, when's the last time you've been to LA?
And it's like 6 months.
Dude, you have no clue what you're fucking talking about. Where in LA are you referencing?
What are you talking about? If you walk downtown LA, they're
Downtown, I've
shitting
been
on
to
the
downtown.
sidewalks.
No, I've been downtown LA. It's totally clean.
Oh, really?
Yes, and most areas in downtown LA is totally clean.
Most areas.
There,
Okay.
yes. Yeah, of course,
What
there are
about the
some
nice
areas.
from the-
Wait, of course, there are some areas like in every city that aren't the cleanest.
Where they're
Like,
shitting on the
Lois, thank you for the
sidewalks.
$3 on PayPal. And Sandra, thank you for the
I have
$10
never come
on
across
Venmo
that,
for
and I've
attacking
lived
my
here.
age. Thank
I've
you,
lived here
Sandra
for almost a
Lewis.
decade. I've never come across that once.
Crypto, I have a question. So you're saying that California is a bad place to live because some people shit on the sidewalks, but America would be a better place to live if a rapist was leading it?
Well, I mean, obviously, if it's Donald Trump, but you shouldn't put it that way and articulate
Cam,
it
thank you
that
for
way.
$3.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, that's
you
what he
really
is. He's a
shouldn't.
rapist. So
But
why do you
and
want a rapist
California
in
is
the
a
Oval
great
Office?
state because I'm from there, born and bred. But it's at the same time, it's
Buddy.
going to shit. It's
Buddy,
turning
what-
to
Serious,
Buddy.
thank you so much. I appreciate the $11. Thank you so much.
Buddy, why do you want a rapist in the Oval Office?
It's not necessarily a rapist. I want a good businessman in there. That's
Wait,
respected.
name one good businessman with
Let me
6
finish.
bankruptcies.
That's respected on a worldwide
Name one
level.
good businessman with 6 bankruptcies.
What are you talking about? He's down and up. I guess you don't know about winning, youngster, and you'll know that someday. You win some, you lose some. It's all
Ramon,
about
thank you
how
for the $5.
It's
Dropping
all about
deuces.
how you finish, though.
Dropping deuces on crypto. Thank you. So yeah, you just didn't respond to anything I said there.
I just did. It's about all how you finish. Up, down. You can win some, you lose some. Did you know Amazon before he became Amazon?
Dude, name one good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies.
I mean, off the top of my head, that's kind of a big number. 6 bankruptcies.
Oh, exactly. That's a pretty big fucking number, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty big. But you know, that has nothing to do with the simple fact that out of the 2 people, he is the best to lead out of these two people. And that is fact.
No. Okay, what are your
That's
reasons?
totally not
here?
true.
Sum up your reasons in like 2 or 3 sentences why Trump is a better leader than Harris.
Being a human being, that's an easy one. Just in being a human being in general, and actually having the chance in your mind to reflect and come up with a reasonable thought process to a bad problem. I think it would be Donald Trump every time versus Kamala Harris.
Here's why I disagree. Here's why I disagree with that. So you said he's better at leading because he's a reasonable human that can well address bad problems. So
Sure.
we know that Trump can't address what he thinks are bad problems with reason. When he thought that the outcome of a 2020 election was a bad problem, instead of allowing the peaceful transition of power, right, and the next president to be inaugurated, right, he tried to stage a coup to overthrow the government and he tried to steal the election from him. So we already know that part is false. Now, about just being a good, reasonable human being, right, there will not be a day in my life where I say good, reasonable human beings.
Let me ask you, how many wars were going on when he quit?
3. Anyways, back to what I was saying. I don't think a good, reasonable human being would tell like a 5th grader that he was going to be dating her in 10 years. That's something Trump did. I don't think a good, reasonable human being
There
would
was
say
zero
that he
war.
likes to grab women by the P word without even asking first. I don't think good, reasonable human beings, right, would walk into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls at Miss Teen USA to inspect them because he owns the place. I don't think that good, reasonable human beings would force them apart, would commit sexual violence onto women. I don't think that good, reasonable human beings would try to overthrow, right, the world's leading democracy. All right, from your view, all right, I don't think that good, reasonable human beings would be such misogynistic, racist, womanizing POSs, dude. You can't make an argument that he's a good, reasonable human being. That's bullshit.
How many wars were we in when he left office? Can you tell me that?
He literally didn't listen to
literally
anything you
prove it.
said, and he just said the same thing that he was going to say before, dude.
Crypto, can you please recount what I just said?
Sure, you articulated.
Susan, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. I really
You
appreciate
gave your
doing
own
that.
little long process way of articulating.
What did
the
I
thought.
articulate?
You see what I mean?
What did I articulate?
You articulated a few things. Your thought of why he's not your pick.
Right, could you
That's what
explain
you
to me?
continuously are doing.
Can you be more specific, though, with
See
what
this
I
guy,
specifically
man.
articulated?
What's that?
Could you be more specific with what I articulated?
What do you want me to recite it back to you, play by play? I mean,
Yeah, just give me
I
like.
got it, bro. I understand that you don't like
Give
him,
me like the notes. Give me.
and
like
I
the
wish
notes
you
from what I
would,
said.
though. I wish you would. I wish we could.
Give me the
come to
notes
some
from what I
common
said.
ground.
Give me the cliff notes from what I said.
What do you mean cliff notes? I don't take cliff notes, then. You know what I mean? This ain't a test. This is just a conversation of 2 people or 4 people trying to come to some middle ground. That's what I thought.
Okay, he wasn't listening. Robin and Rip, how old are you guys?
I'm 54.
You voting Trump?
32.
Absolutely not.
Based.
I am.
Are you voting for Trump?
Well, I was. I voted for him last term. I don't know if I'm going to vote for him again this term.
AW. Guys, if you're in the queue, make sure that you are voting for Trump. We are just looking for some debates here today. For the 6.7 thousand people in here, if everybody started double tapping on that phone screen at the same time right now and just hit 100 double taps, we'd be at 2 million likes in literally no times, folk. So make sure that we are double tapping away on that phone screen while we get our next guest up in the box here. And yeah, if you want to support either myself or Parker, we both have our Venmos, Cash Apps, PayPal's in the bio. We get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms, and it means the world. Anyways, what's up, Choose? How old are you?
47.
Are you voting for Trump?
No.
Okay.
I just wanted to tell.
We are just looking to debate people that are voting for Trump. I will make it explicitly clear again. If you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. If you want to help me pull someone up here, Parker, feel free.
Yeah, I got
We're
you.
just
I
looking for
got you.
next guest
Also,
here, guys.
everyone, I am banned on all my other accounts, so I can't go live until tomorrow. I'll try to find someone to join up. I'm gonna look at the comment section to look for
Awesome.
people.
What's up, Lynette?
people
Are you
talking
voting for
shit.
Trump? Lynette, are you there? All right, Lynette's not there. Everybody, just be patient. Do give us a minute, y'all. We are just
Okay.
looking for our next
It's
guest of the night.
terrible. Some people were saying Harry was on CNN. Is he?
Yeah, I saw a bunch of people in the chat saying that.
Just watched Harry on CNN, and good for him. He's been doing so much shit recently.
Yeah, moving on to our next guest here, guys.
Can they
If you're
get me
MAGA
on CNN? Yo, low key, I need to get on CNN. Maybe that would help me get verified.
Probably would. Moving on to our next guest, guys. Everybody just be patient. Give us a minute while we're waiting for our next guest. What's up, TTM? Are you voting for Trump?
No, I did not mean to do that. I'm so sorry.
You're good.
No
You're good.
worries. Moving on to our next guest here, guys. If you're in the guest request, please make sure that you're voting for Trump, guys. Literally check right now, right? If you're in the guest request and you're not voting for Trump, politely leave the guest requests here. All right, we're still looking for our next guest here, guys. Everybody just be patient. If you're already in the queue and you're voting for Trump, spam me down below. What's up, DA24? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay, why so?
For, I guess, the biggest reason is the economy, for sure. I feel that the tax cuts of 2017 definitely affected the middle class more positively than any other administration over the last, you could say, I don't know.
Really,
since Obama.
most of those tax cuts went to rich people. He added $1.9 trillion to the debt. If you look at the Biden-Harris administration, the Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, all those things were vastly beneficial to the middle class. How could you say that it was more beneficial than those acts?
Yeah, so you can look at obviously the Tax Cuts and the Jobs Act. What I usually do is just track the median household income. I use the U.S. Bureau of Statistics, which kind of clearly show that the 8 years Obama was in office, I believe the overall difference in median income was about $4,600. You look at the direct correlation between the tax cuts of 2017 and specifically 2018 and 19. It's about $8,200 in increased income in the median household income of our country. You can also track.
You'd want to look at real median household income, 1. 2, also that you're not taking into account the fact that it's not just caused because it happens under the administration.
No, it's a direct correlation of the tax cuts. Again,
so you're just saying it's in correlation, but it was on the same trend prior.
It wasn't on the same trend prior. There's clearly an overwhelming hike that is 2018 and 2019, specifically after the 2017 tax cuts.
Yeah. So again, there was a similar increase. It goes on a very similar trend. You can see a similar trend from 2014, 2015, and it carries over after that. And that leads to specifically like COVID. Okay, COVID completely wiped out that growth. So if you just want to look at correlations, why don't you look at COVID? Because that happened under his administration. So technically, it's stagnated. Is that because of him?
So yeah, you can look at COVID from both administrations, right? I don't necessarily count the year that Trump had to deal with COVID, like I don't count the year that this current administration had to deal with COVID. I think that the way that you combat...
Well, we're still dealing with it because inflation is related to COVID.
Yeah, but government spending is also, a way to combat.
We have more
inflation.
Debt-related spending under the Trump administration.
Well, that's because it's over 4 years. If you look at the prorated amount after this administration... If you look at this administration, they are projected to spend more government spending than the previous administration.
Give me one source that says that.
So look at the U.S. Bureau of Statistics or Labor Statistics.
They don't tell you that.
Look at. Hold on a second. I'll bring it up for you.
Everyone, tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. We're gonna get some more people here pretty soon.
The median income, right? The median income that Trump inherited when he took office was $59,039.
Wait, Parker was asking you about a source showing that like projected debt under Biden is more than the debt we had under Trump.
Hold on one second. I'll get it for you.
Like money.
Can I pause this real quick just to get the source and just, I guess, put it in the chat so you guys can see it?
You have to tell me the title. Barbara, think of the $2.
Yeah, go and pause, find that source, man.
Okay,
We're going to get another guest up here while he's doing that, man. For the 6.5 thousand people in here, guys, seriously, if every single one of you, if you hear my voice right now, and you start double tapping on the phone screen, right? We will be at 2 million likes in no time. Share out that live with a couple of friends as well. We are going to go to get another guest up here in the meantime while he is looking for a source. Benny, what's up? Are you voting for Trump? Benny, hello? All right, Benny's not here. Everybody start double tapping on that phone screen. Spam MAGA down below in the chat if you do want to come up and debate. Spam MAGA down below, y'all. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here right now, so everybody just do be patient. Give us a minute.
I'll look for someone.
Phenomenal. I'm also going to be looking for someone here, so everybody just be patient. Remember, if you are in the queue, make sure that you are a Trump supporter. What's up, Viper? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Oh,
Ryan, you voting Trump?
All right. So Viper, why are you voting for Trump?
Oh wait, no, I'll mute, but I'm back with the source.
You know what? Honestly, DA, go ahead.
Yeah,
What's your
DA,
source?
what's the title?
Okay, yeah. So look at the OMB.
No, what's the title?
I'm just using the government like source website.
Yeah, and I'm asking what the title is of the government page you're looking at.
Okay, Viper, why are you voting for Trump?
I vote for Trump because. Okay, I mentioned I vote for Trump. I didn't realize I said this. I love
Yo, Hank, how are you voting Trump?
I'm definitely voting for Trump.
But thank you so much. We appreciate
And
you.
I just wanted to tell the both of you, you are the two most privileged, disrespectful, little fucking faggots that I've ever seen in my life.
He's so mad.
You guys keep on acting.
Hank, why do you have to slur? If we're the ones that are disrespectful, why'd you just slur? That is such a contradictory statement.
Script speed run.
So whitehouse.gov/OMB.
No, tell me the title.
Dude.
Jesus Christ, dude.
The
Is it
ti-
really
the
that
title of
hard to
what?
find
The
a fucking
website.
title? Dude, the title of the page.
Right, like the name.
The top of the page.
article.
What does it say in bold letters at the top, man? In bigger fucking fonts. Jesus Christ, dude.
I think he's just stalling because he doesn't have a source. That's all. We got our next guest loading in. He's stalling because he doesn't have a source, guys. Literally trying to lie his way out of providing a source for his claims because
Not lying at all. I don't know. Like again, I don't know how. It's the website. Is that what you're looking for? Like, what are you asking?
Oh my God!
What are
this
you
is
asking?
not rocket science. Oh my God! Here, I'll show you what I'm fucking
The source
talking
is
about.
the government website. Government
Christian, thank you
data
for the
that tracks
$10 on
this.
Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Christian. DA, so did you ever take like
this
a
is
lit-
a title. Do you see this right here? This is a, fuck. It's I got like an advertisement. So you see this right here? This is a title.
We need the title of the article that
Or
you
like
are
what you're looking at.
reading.
Jesus Christ.
It's not hard.
So again, I don't know how to explain. I'm not reading an article. I'm going off of the government website.
There would still
to
be a
track this
title.
data.
I'm voting for Michael Jordan.
There would still be a title, dude. What the hell is wrong with you?
So, where on whitehouse.gov
The Office of Management and Budget.
and where on whitehouse.gov/OMB does it show the data that you're referencing?
Yeah, so you can look at it by year.
Where do I find that by year? Where?
So again, go to the website that I told you to go
I
to.
am
and let
on
me
it.
know when you're there.
I'm on it. Where do I go? There's no fucking clue. There's no clue. Dustin, are you voting for Trump? It's muted. It's
Yes,
there.
yes.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay, why so?
Okay, so I have a question for you guys. If that's good.
Go ahead.
All this stuff Kamala is saying, why hasn't she done or said anything over the
Wow,
past
dude,
week
MAGA
in office
Mobile.
as vice president?
MAGA Mobile. Destin, what'd you say? Okay.
Dude, this is rough. Guys, if you're MAGA and you're already in the guest request and you want to come up and debate, let us know down below in the chat. Just say me, but make sure if you're spamming me that you're already in the guest request, y'all. We're just going to be looking for an next guest literally right now.
So go to the historical tables when you get there.
Bro, what the fuck? There's nothing on here that says historical tables.
You want me to copy it and put it in the chat and you can pin it and then you can see it, or your mods can pin it and then you can access it from there?
God, we can't even pin stuff on this.
I've concluded at this point that like he is lying.
Like every White House
It's
Gov
not lying
thing,
at all.
every White House Gov thing that I'm referencing has a title. Okay.
Thank you, Law.
Like literally every page on it has a title.
I'm literally telling you how to get there.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Yes,
you're
I
saying
am. I'm
historical.
giving you the site and I'm giving you the exact tab
You're
to
saying
press.
you're saying historical. What?
Historical data.
Yeah, there is no hyperlink anywhere on the
Okay,
Office of
I'm
Management
just going to
and
put it in the
Budget website
comment
that says
section so
historical
that people
data.
can actually see that it is, so they can see it.
How about you just read the URL, copy it, put it in the comment section, then read it off. Right, like put it in the comment section, but also read it off. I don't like this. Really isn't rocket science, dude. What's up, Lord? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, your fetus, SU. Are you voting for Trump?
Nah, but I just got something to say to y'all, bro. There's a better.
Dude, I'm like so fucking surprised by like what the hell we have going on. This is honestly kind of annoying. All right, everybody, just give us a minute here, guys. Everybody, just give us a minute here, y'all. Parker,
in the
if you would help
comments.
me load up someone else.
Yeah, I got you.
In the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Everybody, just give us 1 minute. All right. What's up, Dylan? How old are you? Dylan, are you driving? Okay, Dylan's not even here. Bro, this is fucking rough, y'all. By the way, Parker, you're muted just in case you didn't know. We're gonna go to get our next guest up in here literally right now. Everybody just be patient.
Hell, everything's frozen on my side. Let me swipe out and swipe back in.
All right. Yo, what's up, I? Are you voting for Trump?
Everything's frozen.
I am.
Okay, how old are you?
56.
Okay, Michael, are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, so why are you guys voting for Trump?
I think he did a pretty good job last time he was running for president.
Okay, like
he did
can you
okay.
Can you name like a policy he influenced to get passed that you really agreed with?
The only thing I could really think of probably was the border crap.
He did good with the border. So, like, what's one policy he influenced to get passed that really benefited the border?
No, I don't know about the pie. I'm not up. I'm not too familiar with the policies.
Malika, thank you so much for the $50 on Cash App. I really appreciate you for the love there. Let's get some W's in the chat for Malika for the $50 on Cash App. That is huge. Thank you so much for the love.
DNA
David,
paycheck,
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much,
I got
Piper. I
another
appreciate the
DNA
$5.
paycheck, huh?
Would you say DNA paycheck?
Yeah, that $50 just came in.
Oh, do you mean DNC?
DNC, whatever y'all call it.
Oh,
y'all know who pay y'all.
We're not paid by the DNC.
Do you have any evidence that we're paid by the DNC?
I'm just going on rumors of what I heard. I mean, y'all not doing that all that free. Somebody got to be paying you guys.
So we get paid by people who are in like the live that like the content. That's it. That's
Y'all
just
probably
people who
got a
sign up.
list of people. Yeah, that list y'all have down. Y'all name people names and stuff, and y'all call out all them payments like they paying y'all.
So we're faking payments? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there you go, faking it.
No. So why would we fake payments?
Hey, let me ask you something. Why did Harry and Chris
Michael,
go to the conference and you didn't?
You ask it. Yeah, answer the same question. I don't know. They never invited us.
Why they didn't invite y'all? Y'all could.
I don't know, because we don't work for the DNC. We don't even have management companies, so they couldn't. I don't know how they would get in contact with us.
I heard that the Harry nigga gonna bring y'all check back to y'all. Cause y'all stayed behind, so they gonna send y'all their check. They gonna bring the check when they come back.
Malika, thank you so much for the $50 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Malika in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the DNC payments.
And Stephanie, thank you for the $5 on Venmo
Did they
from the
leave?
fake people.
Yeah, so
really
I
appreciate
think
you for that.
So I think Trump's policies that I support is the Abraham Accords and also his policy with.
What do you like about the Abraham Accords? And
Well, I
Daniel,
think
thank you for the
it got-
$50 for the fake
it got,
payment. Can we get some W's for
Egypt
Daniel in
and
the comment
Israel
section
to
right
agree
now?
to
Thank you so
normalize
much,
relations,
Daniel,
which
for the
is huge.
$50. I really appreciate it, Daniel. And Stephanie, thank you for the $5 as well from fake people. Thank you.
Angela with a $5 on Cash App from the fake person. I really appreciate you.
Angela, thank you for the $5 from fake people.
So it got Israel and Egypt to normalize relations, which was a big deal. Also Jordan, and I also think he did good things with criminal justice reform. I think he had support from both sides of the aisle on that.
What did we get from the normalization of their relations?
Well, they agreed to trade, normalize trade. They agreed to peaceful talks.
What trade have we got from that?
Well, I was talking about their trade agreements, not necessarily what trade we got from that.
Okay, so they had trade agreements. Do those trade agreements benefit?
Asahi, thank you for the $50 on PayPal for as a DNC payment. Let's get some W's for ISAI in the comment section right now for the $50. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W's down below. Thank you so very much. Massive W's for ISAI for the $50 on PayPal. I really appreciate you.
Egypt and Israel in 2022 had trade. That's during the Biden-Harris administration.
If you guys
By the
want to come
way.
up and debate, hop in the queue.
So yeah, I don't know what he's saying.
By the way, we can't hear you when you're on pause.
Oh, sorry. I thought the criminal justice reform stuff that he did was good too.
What specifically?
Well, I thought it helped bring programs to federal prisons to help.
What the fuck? Yo, Parker, bro. Yo, Parker just died. Parker, I'm gonna get on your main account real quick. Or maybe not. Don't risk it.
So should I go ahead and answer what he was asking?
Yeah, sorry, man. Pop back up in the queue if Parker comes back. What the fuck? Yo, Parker, text me what happened, man. I wouldn't recommend speaking on the main account, just to be extra sure. Anyways, everybody in here, we're going to go to get our next guest up for another debate literally right now. If you are MAGA and you want to let me and you want to come up and debate, let me know in the comment section right now. What happened to your other account, man?
Got me. The debate.
Oh, it's back. Okay, awesome.
Dude, I don't know what happened. It literally just dropped me.
Okay, well, you're all right.
Maybe
you're
you
good.
accidentally
Awesome.
dropped me, or
Oh, it could have been.
someone
I don't
dropped
know.
me on accident.
Maybe. I didn't see a notification. Anyways, good
It
to
just
know that you're back now.
literally just dropped me. I was so confused.
Violin, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm leaning toward Trump.
Okay, so why are you voting for Trump?
He's more formidable as a person or as a leader. I can imagine him sitting
absolutely
across some of the other
Kristen, think of the $5.
leaders.
We literally have like leaked Kremlin
Kamala is
documents
a
that
little
would
bit
suggest the
low-key.
opposite of that. We have leaked Kremlin documents that would suggest that Putin actually likes Trump because he's really easy to manipulate, and like we have evidence to justify that as well, right? Like at Helsinki when Trump believed Putin over literal U.S. intelligence about Russian involvement in the 2016 election, right? He's not a formidable leader. He's a clown show that is also a rapist and a felon, and is apparently really easy to manipulate according to the Kremlin in Russia.
Yeah, I think I'm basing it on interviews that he's had before in the media. Against other media folks. I know he says a lot of weird stuff, but in addition to saying weird stuff, he also does have times when he actually makes a lot of sense. When I hear,
Can you give me an example?
I hear someone who's not very thoughtful and not very clear in what she wants to say, and I just don't. I can't imagine her sitting across from any other world leader negotiating anything.
So you just said that you can't imagine it. She's already been doing that for a while, engaging in negotiations with other leaders. So I don't know why you're so scared of it when she's already been doing it for a bit.
Right. Then also to say that the felon and the rapist is more formidable than the prosecutor's outstanding. Right.
Yeah.
And you even said that he's more formidable to world leaders. I debunked that. I ended that. I destroyed that claim. The Kremlin suggests that he is easy to manipulate. And that is why Putin wants him in office. And we even have evidence of this, of Trump bowing the knee to Putin and believing Putin's word of mouth over U.S. intelligence in the context of Russian involvement in the 2016 election. So your claim is false. Unless you can provide any good reason for the shit that's spewing out of your mouth, right? We're honestly just going to assume that you're just being a misogynistic POS.
Why would that be misogynistic?
Because I feel like you wouldn't be saying this if she was a man.
No, definitely not. I would have voted for Hillary Clinton.
So why would you vote for Hillary Clinton but not Kamala Harris?
If Michelle Obama was up there, I'd definitely vote for her.
So why would you vote for Michelle but not Harris?
Like I said, when I see Harris speak, I don't know. She could change my mind maybe tonight or tomorrow when he gives her speech, or when through the debate where she can show me that she's very formidable in speaking in front of people and against other people. I've only seen.
Are you voting for Trump, Majesty?
I am.
Okay, why so?
Well, I am against how much the Biden-Harris administration have supported illegal immigration and just making it easier for illegal immigrants to become legal, especially since I'm Hispanic, and it took me a long time to become a U.S. citizen.
Chris, thank you for the $5 on PayPal.
So
Okay,
do you
so
think
you
it
just
should take a long time for other people?
yeah. So
I came in the right way.
just tell us that you want to close the listen. I don't. You have an echo. Sorry. Fucking hell.
Yeah, I thought it was me for a second.
No, it was them. We're going to move on to our next guest here, folks. If you're voting for Trump, make sure to let us know by spamming MAGA down below. We're going to get our next guest up right now. What's up, Dank? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 28.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, so why do you want to grape us in the Oval Office, sir?
Thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Holy crap, you're the best. I really appreciate all the money. You're really awesome. I'm just going to cut off the guy talking real.
Oh, Law, dude, I wanted to talk to him. Dude, Law just removed him. It was kind of annoying. It's okay though. We're gonna move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everybody, just give us a minute. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
40.
Okay, are you voting for Trump?
Voting for Trump, man.
Okay, why so?
Well, he brings the country together.
Okay, so that's an absolute lie, right? Why would you say that the guy that attempted to stage a coup to overthrow our federal government, right, and literally tried to rig an election because he was mad that he lost, would bring the country together? Isn't this an example of him literally tearing it apart?
No, man. You must be off your mind, man.
Wait, you think I'm like insane, right? I've lost my damn marbles for saying the same guy that tried to rig an election and overthrow our government, the biggest internal attack on our government since the Civil War, would pull our country apart. Really?
Man, didn't y'all see what Antifa were doing? Man, they were more divisive than anyone.
Oh, what time is it?
What time is Trump time, baby?
We're going to move on. Okay, Dank's back in the queue. Dank, welcome back. So
okay, I'll remain calm. How you doing?
Yeah, I mean, you were so annoying that one of my mods kicked you.
I just had to level the playing field for a second. But yeah, I'm voting for Trump. I'm 28.
So why are you voting for Trump?
Well, I think he's a better option between the two primary candidates.
Yeah, so please tell me why the rapist felon wannabe dictator is better than the woman who wants to protect and preserve our democracy.
So, if you vote for Kamala Harris, it is going to be the same thing that happened just before Biden. Everybody's anti-Trump, and then they go to Biden, and then now you get to see the same people that voted for Biden regretting their decision, right? And that probably will be the same decision with Kamala, in my opinion. Where Trump, I mean, if you look at some certain things, prices and different foreign policies, like there was some good going on. And
so what is one policy that the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed that was so bad it caused people to regret voting for them?
I wasn't really talking about the policies. I was talking about more about the representatives of the U.S.
Yeah, so why is the greatest felon wannabe dictator a better representative than the intelligent
But those are all
prosecutor?
allegations, and you know, like you didn't talk to the people directly. Do you know the absolute
Literally,
truth besides what you've been told?
those are definitionally speaking not allegations. Okay, so when I call him a rapist, it's not because I was alleged. It was because it was proven in a civil court. When I call him a felon, it's because he was convicted of felonies in a criminal court. And when I call him a wannabe dictator, it's because he said that he was going to be dictator on day one. And last time he was president, he tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government and literally tried to rig the outcome of the election because he was so mad he lost. He tried to steal
The outcome. Everybody woke up that same morning after the presidential election in awe that Joe Biden
Why do they
won.
all say this shit?
Everybody
they say the same shit as everyone
They
else.
went to bed. They knew Trump was going to win. I didn't even vote for that election, okay? Hear me out for a second. I didn't vote for that election. I didn't vote at all, and I'm not even voting for this one. I'm about to tell you the truth. They went
you're
to
not
bed
voting?
at the same
Okay, so then
time.
why should we even care? You're not gonna vote.
Yeah, W. Honestly, if you're watching, and you want to support.
Law just knew it. He knew it. He had the little like little tingly feeling. He knew that they weren't gonna be a debate. Also, I just posted a video.
Fire. Law was right
So
once
I'm joining
again.
back up.
I recede my comments about that being annoying because in fact Law was correct.
I stand corrected.
Sorry, Law. W's for Law in the comment section.
W Law in the comment section.
What's up, Gene? How old are you? Bro, dude, Parker, these guests fucking suck.
I'm sorry, dude. I apologize. Sometimes that happens, and it's really frustrating. So it could be me.
No, it's not. It's not you. It's not you. It's definitely not you. These guests just actually fucking suck. Holy cow. I'm getting like burnt out of debates. And we're only like 4 hours in.
I'll look for it. Don't worry. You're only 4 hours in?
Yeah. Just because of how like shitty these guests are, dude. If you're in the comment section and you want to come up and debate, let us know by spamming MAGA down below. We're going to get our next guest up in here literally right now, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, Isaiah? Are you voting for Chomp?
I will be.
Okay, how old are you?
15.
All right.
You can't vote for Trump.
You literally cannot vote for Trump. You will
Literally
never have
will
an
never.
opportunity.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, who
unless
knows?
he runs again.
Right, who knows? Ribbons, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I have a small business.
I just have a quick
and
question. Why do you
if-
care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is vehemently sexist and always has been. He has had incredibly ill-willed statements and actions towards women, including literal sexual violence.
Well, I just want to say, like, my business was doing so good, and if she is elected, she's not going to do the same things that Trump did. She's not going to handle a pandemic the way he did.
What? What do you mean? What is she going to do that's bad?
Yeah, and he handled the pandemic by stigmatizing the use of vaccines and masks, causing millions of unnecessary deaths, causing herd immunity to be reached later, causing people to go back in business later than they had if herd immunity was
But
reached
listen,
earlier.
I make masks. If she's in, she is going to follow the procedures that are needed in order to get the pandemic under control.
Okay. she's
Love
fine.
you.
All right, moving on to our next guest here, ladies and gentlemen. If you're in the queue and you're voting for Chomp, let us know. What's up, Sonny? Are you voting for Chomp? Sonny, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
20.
What year were you born in?
2004.
What time is it?
What time is it right now?
6:25.
What state are you in?
Florida.
I think he's lying, but what he said actually did line up. Well, I will say what he said did technically line up. It is 6:45.
He's in Florida
right now. But it is 6:25 in Florida right now. He was right. He just
was
hesitated. We're gonna move on to our next guest here, y'all. If you're in the queue, make sure that you're voted for Trump. I'm losing my damn mind because we can't find a debate. I'm actively going insane. Hello, Alexis. Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, fuck no. I just wanted to come on here and
I can't do it. Ladies and gentlemen.
I got you, Dean. I'm helping.
I'm going to get a
trying,
lobotomy.
Dean. I'm really trying. It's really rough right now.
I'm going to get a lobotomy, chat. Lobotomize me, please. In the meantime, y'all, though, make sure that you're double tapping away in that phone screen.
Yo, Rick, how old are you?
Hi, 72.
Are you voting Trump?
Oh, absolutely.
Why so?
I'm sorry, say again?
Why so?
Dev, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. For
Why?
that.
Because history proves it. It's the right thing to do. Saw what he did with the Keystone Pipeline, opened it up, the prices on gas went down, food went down because the truck deliveries were cheaper. We lived a better life. It's horrible now. Everything's higher. And I see what Harris and the Democrats did to my state, California, destroying Frisco, turning it into a third world rat hole.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay, so you are just like completely engaging in ridiculous nonsense right now.
No, not ridiculous,
So
it's
what
proof.
you're doing
I
is you're
lived
saying
it.
that
72 years old.
So the Keystone Pipeline, they did not shut down the whole Keystone Pipeline. The XL is what you're referencing, but that was a Supreme Court order, and they followed through with the Supreme Court order. So like I don't know why you're not acknowledging that. Secondly, as it relates to this,
Biden
they didn't cause
shut
the
that down. That was
increase
his
in
pet
prices.
peeve with
The increase
a
in
fake
they didn't
global
cause the
warming.
increased prices. The increased prices happened globally.
Yeah, because America would have kept it down with the way they were drilling and
Not
he was
true.
using the reserve fields. We
drill
plenty of
more
gas was
now.
low.
We drill more now than any point in American history or of any country ever.
And Biden was quoted, I quote him, saying, it's a good thing the gas goes up. He doesn't care. He'd rather have electric cars.
Can you give me a
That's
source?
all he cares about. Wants to turn us into a,
Can you give me a source?
like third world country. Him. He
No.
said it. I heard him.
No.
I heard him. You can't
no,
say I
so-
didn't.
No.
Then you're
so-
the liar.
No, you're the liar. You're literally
No,
like
you're
bullshitting.
the liar because I heard him.
When?
He wants electric cars. He doesn't care about. All
He
cares
never
about
said he
is
wants
global warming,
gasoline
which is
prices to
fake
go
anyways.
up. He never said he wants gasoline prices to go up. He just lied.
He said that he wants electric cars. He wants some gas
Saying
cars.
you
to
want
go
electric
away.
cars? Yeah, long
And
term. Yeah, long term. I would prefer that
No,
too.
not long term. He'd rather have it close. Like California's going nuts. See, they want it way closer than the Democratic standard form.
Okay, so then I don't know what you're acknowledging. You're acknowledging it's in the future.
Democrats across the board are nuts with global warming. They don't
Wait,
care
do you
about
believe in
people.
climate change caused by
kill-
humans?
Look, they
Do you believe climate change is caused by humans?
Jail. Oh, it's fake. And they got.
Wait, they let the
it's always
criminals out of
got-
jail?
it's
Jail, you're
always got
voting for a
gold.
criminal, sir. You're voting for a
It's always
criminal.
got- what do you mean a criminal? He had misdemeanors. Got into
No, it was a
court.
classy
that was run
felony.
with 90% Democrats.
No,
and
it wasn't
was a
90%
kangaroo
Democrat.
court. Yeah, it was. It's 89%. We're all Democrats,
Guys, thank you for
including
the
an
future
appointed
encounter.
judge from Obama.
No, so
That's right. It's the truth.
No, what you're not. No, what you're not understanding is that whether or not the judge was appointed by Obama doesn't actually change the determination
You
of the
said
jury.
Democrat that
Listen, Rick.
gave money to Obama.
Okay, the $15, and that was not to Obama. So again, as it relates to this, clearly that doesn't change the determination of the jury. The jury unanimously determined that he committed this crime, and it was a Class C felony because of a predicate crime of election interference.
Wait, yeah. This actually, it's gonna relate. Trust me.
Thank you, Kaz. I appreciate it.
This is gonna relate. Trust me, Rick. Go ahead and turn back on that microphone. Do you think that the 2020 election was stolen from Trump? It's gonna relate. Trust.
W's for Kaz, everyone. W's Kaz.
Oh, how old did Rick say it was? Like 70?
77.
Yeah. Okay, Rick. Tell me your mic. I want you to click on that big ol' R right there, right next to your name. And then you will see the icon of a microphone pop up. And then I want you to click on the icon of that microphone. That is how you are going to successfully unmute yourself. You got it. I'm walking you through it. Just remember, we can't hear you right now. And you will have to figure that out.
Click
to
on your
unmute
profile picture and then click the microphone. Click in your profile picture on the bottom right and click the microphone. Oh my. Oh, there you go. We got him. Oh, he just muted again. You muted yourself again, Rick. Okay, I think we need a new person. Kaz, thank you for the $45 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Kaz in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Kaz. I really appreciate it, Kaz. Can we
Holy
get some
crap.
W's for Kaz in the comment section?
That's crazy. W's for Kaz, y'all. While we get our next guest up here. Everybody be patient. Bear with us, ladies and gentlemen.
Yo, Alex,
Mr.
how old are
Alex.
you?
I'm 28.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why
Trump
so?
train, baby. Because fuck you, Democrats. You hoes suck dick. That's why.
Okay, so you're an angry, emotional man. Now let's actually stop click-clacking the rocks together, stop engaging in
Nah.
barbarian behavior, and give us reason why you're voting for Trump.
I'm actually busy right now. I gotta go.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't think y'all were gonna.
Runner.
As soon
Look at
as the
this runner.
rocks stop click-clacking and you have to think of the first conscious thought of your life, you get busy.
It was reasonable to run. You know what I mean? That was a reasonable position to hold.
I would have done the same thing if I was him. Not
If
gonna lie.
you told him to engage critically, he did.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
he actually
yeah.
took it. He took your advice for once.
And yeah, thank you for the boxing gloves. All right, guys, we're gonna go to get our next guest up in here. These these guests are tiring me out beyond all belief, guys. This is a pretty rough day.
You can let me talk if you want. If you want to chill out a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just, dude. Like, there's fucking nobody here. Like lobotomy time for real. Dearest, what's up? How old are you?
Oh shit! I must.
You're good, Miranda. Sorry, Amanda. I already gotcha.
All right, I'll do it on my phone because that makes it easier.
Rick figured out how to mute his mic. Rick.
Yes.
Rick.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yeah, I sure can, my man. Do you think that the 2020 election was stolen from Trump?
Oh, absolutely. I saw that election. I followed it all the way till midnight, from 6 to midnight. At midnight, they all of a sudden said, well, Trump's ahead. We're treating their...
Dude, I'm going to get my food. I'll be right
and
back.
at 3 o'clock in the morning, came back on and goes, oh, we found
Rick.
something here. Boxes
Great.
there. We recounted it. When they
Great,
weren't even
great,
supposed to be in there, they proved they were still in there at a lot of play.
Rick, I got you, buddy. Phenomenal. You think the election was stolen. Here's my point. You were saying that the felonies against Trump were obviously false because the judge that ruled on his trial was appointed by...
No, he's not. He's dead.
Okay.
And at the very end, at 12 o'clock, all of a sudden they just turned it off. They say, we have to turn everything off. And then they came back on at 3, and Trump lost.
Kaz, thank you so much for the $45 on Venmo. I want to see some massive W's for Kaz in the chat. Thank you so much for the $45 on Venmo. Massive W's for Kaz down below. Thank you so much. Massive W's for Kaz. I hope you're doing well. Rick, so my question is, earlier you're saying the reason that you believe the felonies against Trump were false was because the judge was apparently appointed by Obama. So Trump tried to argue to 60...
Also, they were misdemeanors, and they were bumped up to felonies.
Just give me a second, Rick.
They were
please.
weaponized. The justice system was weaponized by the Democrats.
I hear you. Just allow me to
go
finish.
ahead.
Right. So you said one of the reasons they were false is because the judge that ruled on the case was appointed by Obama. So like the judge is going to be biased and obviously not rule with what's true. So after Trump said that the election was stolen from him, he tried to prove that to 63 courts, but 17 of those courts actually had judges that he appointed.
Hello?
The same way that was apparently an Obama appointee, 17 of the judges that ruled the election wasn't stolen from him were Trump appointees. So
Where'd he
if
go?
judges are just going to have a bias with who they're appointed by, why did those 17 courts rule against Trump?
Look, everybody has their reasons. The Democrats, like on the Supreme Court, all those guys that Trump put in there are voting towards Republican ways, just like Roe versus Wade.
Okay.
I don't believe they should have.
Hank, what's up? I'm mute. Are you voting for Trump?
100% I'm voting for Trump.
Okay. Why so?
Because the people on that side, unlike you, who fucking respect, dude, you do not respect your elders at all when they come on here. You're fucking condescending. All you do is try to talk over people. Dude, you got to realize you're 19 years old, bro. The way that you're talking to people, there's no way that you would talk to them like this in real life. There's just no fucking way.
Okay.
It's going to hit you sooner or later. And yeah, you're saying fucking okay because you know I'm right.
Yeah, so Hank, I understand you're not emotional. I did ask, so why are you
not? No, I'm not emotional, bro. I'm saying what everybody else here is thinking.
Okay, all right. So there's obviously a couple of things that we needed to address. Honestly, I was fine with just kind of ignoring it and moving on, but you want to stay on it?
No, because no. You shut the fuck up and you listen, bro. Because every single fucking time somebody calls you out, you like to try to play this fucking Gandhi chill shit, bro. You're a fucking joke. One day you're going to run into somebody that's going to humble you. I'm going to tell you that right fucking now.
I guess that day's not today, Hank. You're really trying, though. He actually ran. Surprising. We're going to move on to our next guest. I really wanted to talk to Hank, but I guess he couldn't hold his own weight. You know what I mean? Ran away with his tail in between his legs, quite frankly. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here right now. What's up, George? Are you a Trump supporter?
Thank you for the $50 up, Venmo. Thank you.
All right, moving on to our next guest. That was a literal fetus saying thank you for the money on Venmo. That was an actual baby. There was Gaz, thank you for the $5 on Venmo to pay off the Tone Police. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some W's for Gaz in that chat. For everybody in here, y'all make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen. We got our next guest loading in right now. We've had one hell of a night, folks. I'm not going to lie. But Mr. Nick, how are we? How old are you?
I am 34.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I am.
All right, why the hell would you do that? No, Nick, don't leave. No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did that mute my mic?
Yeah, it does. Shane, thank you for the $20 on PayPal saying keep it going. I don't know how you do it. Shane, honestly, I don't know how I do it either, but Shane, I appreciate you for your love. Chat, let's get at least 100 W's for Shane in the comment section for the $20. That is so incredibly kind of you. If anyone else would like to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are in the bio. But thank you so much, Shane, for the $20 on PayPal. That's so kind of you. So, Nick, why the hell are you voting for Trump? But before you do, Megan, thank you for the $20 on Venmo, saying literally love you from a fellow 19-year-old liberal. Hell yeah, Megan. I appreciate your support on Venmo. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Shane and Megan. Go ahead, take it away, Nick. Why are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I think, one of my main issues is the border policy. I guess, I've listened to you guys for
Would you say we have a open border or like a border crisis right now?
No, I mean, right now they, obviously with the executive order that Biden signed a couple months ago, that's brought down the crossings to what I would consider to be appropriate. But we went.
Zoe, thank you for the $40 on PayPal. Holy shit, chat! I want to see at least 1,000 W's for Zoe. Thank you so much for the love. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for the $40 on PayPal. That is amazing. Massive W's for Zoe in the chat.
If we're at good rates now, then what's the issue with the border?
That we let 10 million illegals in over the last 3.5 years, and then there's, about 300,000 undocumented minors that were let in. About 38,000 of those are unaccounted for.
Christelle, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. You guys are going off right now. I'm so sorry for interrupting you so incessantly, Nick. They're just going off right now. Let's get to
this happens under all this happens under all these different administrations. There was an increase in border crossings under Trump. There was a massive increase during 2019.
Right, and then policies were changed, and then Biden got in office, and the first day of office revoked a lot of the policy that was in place. Which
what policy do you think was effective?
Title 42.
Yep, that was the only border policy enacted under Trump's term that had an effect. But do you know why Title 42 was ended?
Because COVID was lightening up.
Yep, it's because the public health emergency was declared as being terminated by our government. It would be unconstitutional to keep Title 42 in effect after the termination of the public health emergency.
Right, and
that also wasn't first day in office. Just to clarify, but go ahead.
Okay, well, within the first 100, I guess. So
no, Title 42 wasn't in the first 100.
At the beginning of his term, yeah.
No, 2019 is at the end of his term, like the later years.
When it was revoked?
If it was related to COVID, and it's only constitutional to have it when there's a public health emergency, there's no way it could have been effected within the first 100 days of his presidency.
Oh, he's talking about revoked during the first 100 days of Biden's presidency.
Biden's. Okay, yeah.
Sherry, thank you for the $25 on Venmo, saying thank you for standing up for democracy. I really appreciate you for the love, Sherry. Let's get some W's for Sherry in the comment section. Thank you for the $25.
And yeah, so, another major issue I have is, so then they weren't enforcing, basically anyone that claims asylum is getting into the country, all of the, gotaways. My priority is,
That was happening under Trump, by the way, as it relates to the asylum claims. The remain in Mexico policy specifically that he emplaced, if you think that's what led to more people coming to the country that not being in existence, well then how come that not existing under the Obama administration, how come we didn't have as many people coming to the country?
Ask your question again, Parker. I'm sorry.
How come we didn't have as many people come to the country under Obama's administration, even though we didn't have that policy?
I mean, I think it was broadcast that, that you can get into the USA and they're going to, put you up and give you resources.
Kamala Harris said, do not come.
Yeah, and that clearly didn't work, right?
So, wait, you said you said the cause was that they said something. I gave you an example of them saying not to come, and you said it didn't work.
Yeah, but there's these social safety nets in place that, if do not come with no, enforcement of that, what is that going to do?
They did
How's
enforce
that going to deter?
That's a lie that saying they had a higher apprehension rate.
Lexi, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for your love, Lexi. Let's get some W's in the chat for Lexi right now, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo.
And then, so what are y'all's thoughts on?
Wait, if Trump actually cared about the border, why did he block the border bill?
Because it had provisions in it that were,
Why the solo border bill?
Trump didn't. That's hearsay.
What? No, that's what Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell said.
Yeah, and I don't know. What do you mean by the solo border bill? I don't think there was ever a solo border bill proposed, was there?
There was.
And it had no provisions.
How was it hearsay? Yeah, it's just the border stuff.
Yeah, the border stuff that gave like $7 billion to NGOs to support, the illegals coming across, and it increased the border patrol budget, but that's not going to do.
Wait, so you don't want to increase the border patrol budget? You don't want to make it faster for asylum, for people seeking asylum in this country to be able to go through the court system?
No, I'd love to do that.
Instead of taking 6 to 8 years, it takes like less than a year.
No, I think that's a great idea, but don't.
So then why are you advocating against it?
Unaccounted for while you're waiting for your court date.
Law, you are literally the most knowledgeable human I know pertaining to this border bill. Is what he said about it correct?
No, that's a negative. So the bill that was proposed, it was first proposed as an amendment to emergency budget resolution. And that part did have funding. It didn't have funding for NGOs. I don't know where that came from, but it did have funding for Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan because it was an amendment to an emergency appropriations bill. So you tack on different things. They did end up keeping those 3 provisions, but they dropped the border bill at Trump's insistence in the House. So then when it went back over to the Senate, they tried to reinsert the border bill provisions, and it failed in the Senate because the word had gotten out that Trump wanted to use the issue to run on in the upcoming election. And then there was an effort by Senator Chris Murphy to revive the bill with only the border provisions. That's it. And it failed to meet the 60 votes needed for cloture in the Senate. So it failed again after passing with 70 votes in the Senate before Trump opened his mouth. It failed with 60. It failed to reach 60 votes after Trump had gotten the word out.
Yeah, so it sounds like a political move.
Absolutely. Now let me ask you this. If your house was on fire and a fire truck came up and you said, no, don't put out this fire. I want to collect the insurance money. Is that somebody who really cares about their house?
No.
Right. So extending that same logic, Trump must really not think that the border is that big of an emergency if he's willing to delay things that would have a positive impact on it until after he can secure an election win.
Yeah.
Law just ate, bro. Can we get some 7+1s, 4+4s in the comment section? That's crazy.
Bro. Destroyed. Dude, Law, I'm actually going to text you after I'm off today's stream. I have something really important coming up that I would love some of your points for. You'll see your points on the big screen somewhere really cool. I'm going to have to text you because I would love some of these points.
All right. You want to move on?
Yeah, absolutely. I got you.
Economics? Some economic policy?
Yeah, so sure. Why do you think that Trump is better for the economy than Harris, right? We'd make the argument. Yeah, for sure, Parker. Let's do that. Anyways, so I'd make the argument that the Biden-Harris administration passed 5 massive pieces of legislation, some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history that benefited the low and the middle class more than rich people. And I can't really think of one policy that Trump influenced to get passed that benefited the low and the middle class more so than it benefited rich people, right? And specifically speaking, Trump wants to replace the federal income tax with tariffs, which are inflationary as all hell and would absolutely destroy the low and the middle class. I don't understand why anyone would make the argument for the idea that Trump's better for the economy.
Yeah, I mean, what was it, Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which is still,
Oh, okay. Would you support the Democrats in Congress spending $1.6 trillion on universal health care for all?
No.
So then why would you support Trump spending $1.6 trillion on tax cuts for the top 1%?
It affected a lot more than just the top 1%.
It did, but that is specifically the amount of money that was spent on tax cuts for the top 1%.
Okay. So, I mean, it's not spending that money. That's tax savings that are.
Nope, that is debt-related spending. You could go to the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. That was money spent in debt for the projection of how much the bill would cost for 10 years. Yep.
Yeah, but go look at the updated reviews on how the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act has promoted the economy, and it's probably one of the large reasons that we were so
really. I can send you a paper from a liberal and a conservative economist from Harvard that shows that there was only 0.02% annual GDP growth from it. From Harvard that shows that there was only 0.02%.
Oh, Nick, go on pause, then come back and unmute your mic. Dude, that's such a killer. That's such a killer one-liner.
It is. You should add someone else up.
All right, bye. If you guys are in the chat and you're Mac and you want to come and debate, let me know right now down below. Let's go and get our next guest up in here right now. Ladies and gentlemen. If you want to support either myself, Barker, or Law, we all got our Venmos, Cash Apps, PayPals in the bio. Y'all already know. Mr. Free Shipping.
Yo, what's up?
Also, Law, thank you so much for coming up, man. I appreciate you for talking about the border bill there. And I will definitely be texting you tonight.
Anytime, bud.
Of course. Have a good one.
Thank you, man.
Yep. Take care.
Free shipping.
Dude, Law is so OP. It's actually crazy.
Dude, it's insane. Let's get some W's. Let's get some massive fucking W's for Law in the chat. I guess that guest just left.
Also, is it just me, or does Law and Matt kind of look like they could be brothers? Okay?
They do.
They kind of look like they could be brothers.
But free shipping. Are you voting for Trump?
They're definitely intellectual.
Yeah. Okay, so why are you voting for Trump?
Well, I just turned 18. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not like super educated in politics. I'm 18.
Okay.
So I feel like my mind's open to voting for Kamala too, but like right now, I just think I'm gonna vote for Trump just because like the economy was like super good when he was president, and prices were good. I just feel like life was just better than like what it is now when Biden's in.
How are the higher prices caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
I mean, I just assumed it was. I don't know what else it would be.
You just assumed it?
Huh?
You just assumed it? Okay, so why don't you assume Trump did it?
What?
Why don't you assume Trump did it?
Because Trump hasn't been president in like 3.5 years?
Well, actually, that doesn't mean that there can't be an effect on inflation in the long run because of his administration. Because his administration, they approved $8.4 trillion of debt-related spending, right? They specifically, there was a greater increase in money supply under Trump's administration. Right?
Max.
He signed an agreement with Saudi Arabia, or he got Saudi Arabia to cut their oil production, which caused an increase in oil prices.
Max, thank you for the 10 and the $5 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Max for the 10 and the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you, man.
And Shane, thank you for the $20 for cure the brain rot. Thank you so much, Shane.
Wait, so you're saying Trump's the reason inflation is so bad right now?
No.
No,
So
I'm just saying, given your same reasoning, you could say that.
Wait, I just don't understand why is the inflation so bad right now?
Listen,
inflation has happened globally. It's happened in Asia and Africa and South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. So it's not a uniquely American issue. It went on the same trend as the globe. So it's likely related to COVID.
Chains. And like something else that could be maybe added on here, and I'm like a little bit more like sympathetic towards your perspective because I had the same perspective before I became more educated about politics. I was maybe even like right around your same age too. I don't think I was voting for Trump at that point, but I thought that the Biden-Harris administration had caused economic disparities. Yeah, what we could say here is that the Biden and Harris administration didn't pass any policy that was like terrible for the economy. In fact, the policy that they did pass worked wonders for U.S. citizens, veterans, our infrastructure, stimulus to the economy, creating new jobs, creating a boom in investment in manufacturing, and all like the negative repercussions that we saw were onset by the pandemic, such as all-time lows in the stock market, inflation, economic disparities, etc. Those were all caused by COVID, the same way that COVID caused the 14.8% rate of employment that we saw in April of 2020 under Trump, right?
All right, wait, I got a question. What do you guys think about like the borders of like all these people coming in and stuff?
So actually, Trump blocked the border bill from getting passed that would have addressed the border. And
What a
also,
fucking
there's the
pivot.
same level of border crossings right now as there was the end of Trump's administration. So if there's a border crisis right now, then there is a border crisis at the end of Trump.
What a pivot! What a
Are you
fucking
sure about
pivot.
that?
Yes.
What? I'm actually pissed
Customs
at you.
Border Patrol.
I'm fucking pissed at this guy. I'm pissed at you. I just sat here and tried to have a good conversation with you about how the Biden-Harris administration didn't cause inflation or related things because
Well,
I
I
get
thought
you're
they did
18. I
that.
understand how that's an how that could be right a reasonable conclusion to come to if you don't know that much about policy, politics, etc. And you ignored it all. Purdy, thank you for the forever rose. I appreciate you for the love.
I mean, I didn't really know what to respond to that with.
All right, you're good. Go ahead. But Brandon, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, and Megan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo as well. W's for Megan and Brandon.
I'll be honest, bro. You're probably right, bro. Like, you know way more than me. I'll be honest with you. But I mean, like, I just heard like there's been over like 20 million people that came in through the border since Biden's been in office, and like a lot of those people are just like horrible. Like they're coming from jails and like all these bad things.
So no, you're hearing that directly from Trump. I know you heard that directly from Trump. Trump's
Yeah.
literally lying. Okay, he said that people are coming from these jails and mental institutions that they're being let out and then put in the United States. Not true at all. There's literally no data supporting that at all.
Well, then why is
I
our
would love to
crime
see the
so bad
citation.
now?
What's up?
Why is like crime so bad now?
Thank you for the whale diving, Purdy. Let's get some W's
Violent
for
crime
Purdy
has
in the
gone down the
chat.
past few years.
And for the hearts. Purdy, you're in here
Are you
every day.
sure, bro?
supporting.
Crime's
Thank you.
going up.
Yes, look up violent crime. Violent crime, United States has gone down. I'll pull it up for you right now.
All right. Well, I thought it was way up.
No.
No,
Well, it's down in so many other places, but I feel like it's going up in America.
Nope, violent crime has been steadily decreasing since 2021. Actually, we had unprecedented levels of crime in 2020 at the end of Trump's term.
Okay, here's an AP News article.
I won't even
FBI
read
data show sharp drop in violent crime, but steepness is still questioned. That's it. So murder and rape were both down 26%. Robbery was down 18%. Aggravated assault fell by 13% in the first quarter. Overall violent crime was down 15%, reflecting
just,
drops
like,
in every
crime in general?
region.
What about just crime in general, not just like
Brandon, thank you for the
violent
$10 in the DNC. Thank you so much. Wait, so I'm just
Yeah,
referencing
thank you for the
violent
mystery
crime,
fund
right? If you want to talk about other forms of crime, well, you can talk about Donald Trump's crime. So why do you want to vote for a convicted felon, right? If you care about other types of crime so much that is nonviolent, and also
So
there's
is
violent
crime in
crime from
general
Donald Trump
up?
too. What's up?
Is like besides just straight violent crime, is crime in general up?
So we can look at crime in general. I'll pull up crime rate United States, and it will likely see it go down as well.
Yo, Purdy, you're going off. W's for Purdy in the chat. Thank you.
Yo, thank you so much, Purdy, for all the gifts. I really appreciate you, Purdy. Thank you so much. Yeah. So if you look at just general crime in the United States, it is the case that yes, it is going down.
It's going down lately.
Yes.
Dude, listen, we are giving you sources for our claim directly from the FBI. FBI crime statistics do not lie. That is a fact. You bought the con. I listen. You're 18. You're young. I'm also young. I'm 19. I'm not speaking to you like a fucking old man. I'm literally the same age as you. Purdy, thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs. I really appreciate you for that. Let's get some W's in the chat for Purdy. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Massive W's for Purdy in the chat for the 20 gifted subs. Dude, you're in here supporting you every single day. You have been for like a year. Thank you so much. Massive W's for Purdy.
Get some W's per W Purdy in the chat.
But like, I think that you need to like consider that you've been like fundamentally misled on so many different things by this guy. Okay, the Achilles tendon for a functioning democracy is a misinformed electorate.
Yeah.
And Trump has successfully achieved a misinformed electorate, right, through his incessant lies, horseshit, and propaganda that he has been spewing since he began campaigning in 2015. Rather, it's relating, India, thank you so much for the lover's lock, to the idea that Biden stole the election from him, or that you could drink bleach and cure COVID, or that he was on a plane crash with Willie Brown. It's a incessant, right, non-stopping stream of lies. And you've bought that narrative. So it's really important that you kind of fact check some of the things that you've heard, and you don't take them for their face value. And of course, I tell you to be hyper, extraordinarily critical when it comes to things that Trump says, but this is also just, like a good life lesson in general.
How do you fact check stuff?
With a use
Depends on the claim that you're referencing. Like, are you referencing economic data? You look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics or the Federal Reserve. If you're referencing just some like typical claim, you're gonna like good news places are like AP News, Reuters, things like that.
Yeah. But is there anything else, like, specifically that you wanted to go over here today, man?
Oh, yeah, real quick. Like, there hasn't been, like when Trump was in office, there was, like, no wars or nothing. Now there's, like, a bunch. Like, why is that?
So there were wars, and there were wars under every Trump. Yes. The Turkish-Kurdish war was caused from them leaving Kurdistan. He created a self-proclaimed war on ISIS. Okay? He also was engaging in a proxy war with Russia and Syria. He also gave Saudi Arabia more support when they committed a genocide in Yemen.
Hey, Sharon and Sharon.
50% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East.
Sharon and Sharon's mom. I love you guys. And Sharon's mom, thank you for the compliment. Thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
But wouldn't you say, like, wars around the world are, like, worse now than it was when Trump was in office?
Yeah, sure.
You could say that. It doesn't mean it's caused by the administration. Like, for example, do you think FDR caused World War II?
Bro, I don't even know, to be honest. But do you think the wars are going to get better if Trump is in office versus Kamala?
No. They'll probably get worse.
So, like, let's just say in a year from now they are better. Like, what are you going to say about that?
I would just say it was on that trend anyway. He just picked up.
Purdy, thank you for the boxing gloves. Let's get some W's for Purdy in the chat. Thank you for the boxing gloves.
If he did something specifically that caused it, well, then I'd believe that he did something. But there's really no good evidence.
Well, anything else you want to go over, man?
Yeah, no, thank you guys. That's it.
Of course, have a good one. We're going to move on to our next guest here. If you guys want to support either myself or Parker, we both have our Venmos, Cash Apps, PayPals in the bio. Purdy, you're going off. You've been shown so much love. You are an absolute... And M Sharp with the boxing gloves as well. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Sharp in the comment section.
Yo, Matt with the $35. Thank you so much, Matt. Can we get some W's for Matt in the comment section for the $35 on Venmo? Thank you so much, Matt.
And Max with the $25 on Venmo. Let's get some W's for Matt and Max. Massive W's for Matt, Max, Sharp, and Purdy. Thank you all so very much. Y'all are awesome. Lay and Kelsey, what's up? Are you guys voting for Trump?
Hey, absolutely. Parker, good to see you again.
Lay, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah,
Yes, you
there's just a couple of things I wanted to go over and clarify. Just because I do have a couple of questions. You know, my mom's a Trump supporter and my whole family is.
Lay, please join my Discord. The link is in the bio. I would love to talk to you in there.
Christia, thank you so much for the $40 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Had to match the donations I gave to Dean. Thank you so much, Christia.
India with the Interstellar. Let's go. Holy shit. Let's get some W's in the chat for India literally right fucking now. Thank you so much for the Interstellar. That is absurd. That is literally my favorite gift on this app. Thank you so much for the Interstellar. That is such a freaking cool one. I want to see massive W's to India in the chat for the next 5 minutes. Thank you so much, India. You've been in here every day supporting too. Thank you so much, India. You're amazing. Massive W's for India down below. Anyways, Miss Kelsey, why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is a vehement misogynist.
Is that your opinion or is that facts?
That's a fact, right? He's been held civilly liable for raping a woman. He's sexualized little girls, saying he'd date one in 10 years, or boasting about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls at Miss Teen USA because he owns the place. He's spoken about how he likes to grab women by the P word without asking first. He doesn't even need to. He's sexualized his own daughter. It's really bad. Like, that is textbook misogyny 101. And then the grape, of course. How can you stand for someone that doesn't stand for you?
Oh boy, you just said a lot of stuff right there. So I have a question for you, Dean. Do you trust our judicial system fully?
Well, when you say like fully trust, I think that our judicial system is a reliable basis to come to like objective fact-based conclusions. I think that like all bases that would exist in the real world are going to be like flawed some of the times just because, you know, we are not magical genies with crystal balls. However, yes, the criminal justice system is incredibly reliable for the most part.
Okay. So we disagree there as well. But I have a question for you guys.
Well, Kelsey, do you mind if I ask you? You only disagree, though, because of Trump. Let me ask you another question real quick. You just are kind of starting off too long on dialogue here. Do you trust Congress, like the same Congress that tried to impeach Trump twice, or was that all bullshit?
At this point...
Leave your watermelons.
At this point, with all of the new findings with Biden getting $27 million, him and his family, right, getting $27 million, why is he not being impeached? Why is that not being
Philip, thank you for the $5.
from
Thank
him.
you so much. And Vanessa, thank you for the $1. No, there's no evidence he's getting the money directly. It was shown that the big guy isn't him. So
Wait, 1 second. Last night I took a deep dive into all of Biden's tax returns since the 1970s. The most he's ever made in 1 year was in 2017 with $10 million from book sales.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyways,
Anyways, back to my question. So do you or do you not trust Congress?
No, not fully.
Okay.
No.
See, that's a fucking issue, Kelsey. You are a victim of a wannabe dictator. He has successfully gotten you to have distrust and doubt in the judicial branch of our government. He has successfully gotten you to have distrust and doubt in our Congress and the legislative branch of our government. And I bet when he was calling Mike Pence a traitor, you were throwing your fist in the air saying hoorah. So the only person you trust in the executive branch would be him. You are a victim of a fascist want-to-be dictator.
Oh, okay. So Trump is the dictator.
Exactly.
No, I'm definitely not listening to their lies. But it's actually insane to me that you guys want to go so hard in on Trump. Do you not see what is happening to our country?
What's happening
Do you
to
guys
our
not
country?
see?
We're having
all
our civil
of the-
electoral processes degraded by moron Trump supporters that believe any word that comes out of his mouth because he says it was stolen from him, even though there's disproven in 63 courts. We see that the state of our criminal justice system is being degraded because Trump says he stands for the law of for the party of law and order, turns around, wants to pardon people that violently attacked cops, and convinces people like you that it's unreliable. Like we are seeing like an attack, right? We're seeing a stress test for
An attack on our democracy? An attack on our democracy?
Yes.
Oh, that's crazy.
It's not crazy. No, I'm not. You can't call me crazy. You can't say I've lost my marbles for saying that Trump is
Did I
a
call
threat to
you
our democracy,
crazy? Don't-
specifically after he tried to rig the outcome of the 2020 election.
Don't put words in my mouth. How is that? Do you not see how Kamala got into her position right now?
Yeah, I saw
How
how
she
she got
got-
into her position. Wasn't an attack on
How?
our democracy.
No, it wasn't.
No, not at all. I think you forget that parties like the DNC, the RNC, they're private political parties. They're going to be absolutely separate from our government, our governmental features. You treat them as if they're part of our government. They're not. You could go start a private political party tomorrow. Additionally, right, what we see when someone will drop out of the primaries is they'll tell their delegates, who people vote for, by the way, people don't vote for candidates, they vote for delegates, and they'll tell their delegates to endorse another candidate. This happens every single primary of every single election on both sides of the aisle. When Biden dropped out, he told his delegates to endorse Kamala Harris. Of course, it took her 3 weeks until enough delegates
Bro, I can't even,
to win the election.
you're-
There's nothing anti-democratic about the process in which led to Harris being the presidential nominee for the Democrat Party. But let's go ahead and look at what happened on January 6th with Trump telling his vice
You guys
president
are
Mike Pence to ignore the real
obsessed.
votes and to certify the fake votes to literally steal the election from Biden.
Oh my God. Okay, so Parker, do you recall when the last time that me and you spoke? Because that's really why I hopped on here right now, was just to ask you if you had seen all of those TikToks and all the articles that have come out where it's saying that Kamala is paying people to go to the DNC and going to her
Yeah, would you like to provide that
rallies and-
source?
Excuse me?
Would you like to provide that source?
That is literal propaganda. It is false. It is a lie. Right? There's no evidence
There are
that exists.
people
to suggest
literally
that
saying
is
that they
true.
got emails
No, there's
and
not.
they've showed their emails.
there's not.
They've
There's no evidence
showed
of
their
this.
messages from
Show
them.
me the emails. Show me the messages. Give me the proof. It doesn't exist. You are a liar. You are a victim of big lie propaganda. This is all
Look
false.
at you guys. It's actually sad. The only reason why I care is because you guys are actually probably getting in some people's heads. You guys are swaying them to literally vote for a communist, someone who literally
Wait, can you define communism, Kelsey?
Kamala Harris.
No, I want you just to define communism.
What a sad attempt at defining a word that you don't know.
David,
what
think
the
of the
hell it
$5.
This is define communism, Kelsey.
So communism, when I think of communism, I just think of China, right?
Can you just define it for us, though?
It has no class, right?
Christine,
It's a
$5 on Venmo.
society
Appreciate
that
you very
has no lower class, middle class, higher class. It's
That's okay. So there is no class in a communist society. There's also no money and no state. So Kamala Harris is not advocating for no state. She's not advocating for no money, and she's not advocating for no class. She's not a communist.
She's actually running for control of this state, which would be antithetical to that of a
Yeah.
communist.
okay. What about all the immigrants in our nation right now?
What's the issue with immigration?
What a fucking pivot.
What is the issue with
Yeah, what's the issue
immigration?
with immigration? Yeah.
So I guess my issue is the fact that you guys act like we don't need borders. We don't. If we
Elizabeth,
let
thank you for the
everybody into
$25
the
on
country,
Venmo.
We are going to be a
Thank you
By
so
the
much
way,
for the
we never
$25 on
said that.
Venmo.
We never said that we don't want any borders. That's a complete lie.
Well, that's not a lie because they quit building the wall, didn't they? And there was something so wrong about them building the wall.
Wait,
they,
that's not saying there should be no border.
okay, then how do you propose that we? If there's nothing
You can
wrong.
wait.
with
Are you
immigration-
saying before Trump we never had a border?
what? Did I
Are you
say
saying
that?
before Trump we never had the before Trump we never had the what's it called? Never had a border?
Kelsey, yeah, answer that question, then I have one for you.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, phenomenal. Kelsey, I want to talk about the wall. Why do you think that the wall project was shut down?
Because they want to flood our country with immigrants.
False. So the wall project was shut down because Trump couldn't get that passed through congressional legislation in the first place. He literally couldn't rally up enough support in Congress. So then what he had to do is he had to reallocate funds from the Department of Defense to using the military to build less than 50 miles of wall that effectively did nothing to stop immigration. He signed that executive order in first day, and we only saw daily crossings increase.
Elizabeth, thank you for the $25 for Tiny Wall, like Trump's tiny little hands, tiny, tiny.
For the next
Thank
3
you so much. I
years,
appreciate Elizabeth.
Does it matter? Are you guys okay with the
It was
fact?
costly,
No,
and it was
Dean,
using reallocated DoD
Dean, you're
funds.
talking over me. You just keep talking over me. It's really hard to debate with somebody who won't listen to what you have to say.
I'm listening
but
to
are
every
you guys
single thing that you're
okay?
saying.
Are you guys okay with all of our veterans of war living on the streets? While
No, there should be no homelessness in this
immigrants-
country.
While immigrants are coming in and getting $15,000 of food stamps, $5,000 of cash, and 2
by the way,
years of paid rent.
Oh, wait, by the way, immigrants come. That's statewide policy that you're referencing, and also that statewide policy. I don't have an issue with it because long term it benefits the country. Not only that,
It's
but I think
statewide
everyone in this
policy.
country, I think
Where are they
everyone
getting
in this
money?
country deserves to be taken care of. No one in this country should be homeless. Not a single person.
They're
We have the
not
ability to
fucking-
totally eradicate homelessness, and we don't do it. So why do you think that we should be
Parker.
spending tens of thousands of dollars a year on rapists and criminals in jail when we
You
don't spend
guys
that money
are
on American
actually
citizen on the street?
Ignorant, though. You guys
How am I
actually
ignorant?
Ignorant.
Name
How?
one thing that Republicans in Congress have done for homeless vets, or more so just homeless people, that was beneficiary in the last 50 years.
Repeat your question. I'm just so blown away
Name
that
one
you guys
thing
are
that
really
any
trying to
Republican
say
in
there's
Congress-
nothing wrong with immigration, and you guys are
Kelsey?
really trying to say
Kelsey?
that we need to let everybody in this country.
do I need to mute
That's
you?
not what we said, Kelsey.
That's basically what you're saying.
No, it's not. You're literally just like not engaging rationally.
Can you name one Republican that has done anything for homeless veterans in Congress or in the presidency in the last 50 years?
I see. No, I can't because
You
I don't.
fucking can't. See, that's the issue when we see Republicans
Because you
coming
guys
up on
want
my
to
live.
focus in on some dumb.
That's the issue when we have Republicans such as you coming up on my live, virtue signaling on behalf of some of the most, like disenfranchised people, right, in our country. You come up here, you act as if you give a fucking shit, a flying fuck, one single thought to homeless people in America. Republicans have never fucking passed policy that has benefited the low class, benefited those below the line of poverty, benefited
You guys
homeless
are
people
actually-
more so than anyone else. So stop virtue signaling. Stop acting like you or your party cares. You're just coming up here. You're spewing horseshit that is so baseless, it's unreliable, it's insane. And when you lose in a discussion, all you can do is retreat back to assuming that me and Parker don't want a border, don't care about like immigration, and then like just incessantly lie to yourself and convince yourself that the other side of the aisle is doing nothing productive to provide, protect, or serve for our country or the people in it, so you can continue to justify voting for a rapist felon, wannabe fascist dictator that tried to overthrow our government.
Yeah, totally, 100%.
Yeah.
So I'm actually not even going to waste my time with you guys because you guys are just so.
Then why have you come on our live multiple times?
Because Parker, I just wanted to let you know that all that shit with Kamala paying people to attend her rallies is actually
made it up.
happening.
You
the
made it
shit
up.
with all immigration is actually happening.
Kelsey, you
Anybody
made it
who
up.
Tries to make a point.
Kelsey,
you guys
you keep
mute.
making shit up. That is not mean.
Nobody's making shit up. You guys
You
are
did.
just fucking idiots.
Kelsey, you're literally making shit up.
Okay, Parker. I'm making shit up, but you
Yes.
don't make shit up on a daily basis.
No, I
with all
don't.
your little libtards on here.
Oh my god, bro.
You guys
Literally use of slurs is crazy, bro.
Oh, yeah, that's such a fucking slur because you
Yes,
guys
that
talk
is a
shit about
slur.
Trump all the time. Talk about how
Us talking shit about Trump is not use of slurs. What?
Kelsey,
can you
thank
use
you
your
for the
brain
$5
for like
on
2
Venmo.
seconds?
also-
Parker, I specifically heard you talk about Trump's
Kelsey,
dick and balls.
Can we have like an education?
That is because someone specifically brought that,
That
shit up.
is
They're like,
wrong.
they said
That is
Trump.
wrong.
They said Trump has some big balls. He does this so good. I'm like, well, Stormy Daniels
No,
didn't say
that's
so.
That's not how that conversation went at all.
That is exactly how that
Nope.
conversation went.
No, it's not. You don't even know.
Lack, thank you for the $10 on
Really? You
PayPal
talk
for
about
the
his
shut
dick and
Kelsey
balls
up
a lot.
fun. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the comment section
Kelsey,
for
that's
Lack.
that's still not a slur. One and two, you're still just mad. You're mad.
Nobody's
You're
mad.
You're
I
mad.
just
He's
think
got a
it's
mushroom.
sad.
You're mad. You're mad. You're mad. He's got tiny ones. Like that's all you're mad about.
No.
Yo,
Parker,
Purdy, thank you for the
you
$42.
started
Thank you
talking
so
about
much.
his
I
dick
appreciate it,
because
Purdy.
somebody
Thank you so
called
much.
Kamala
Can we get some W's for Purdy in the comment section
what
right
you
now?
guys
Thank you
do.
so much,
Like,
Purdy.
Jameson, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the content. Thank you so much, Jameson. W's for Jameson in the comment section. Kelsey?
Colin, thank you for the $2 for the Shut Kelsey Up Fund. Thank you so much.
For a fact, you guys fuck. But all right.
Oh, you're so mad. You're so mad that you literally have to be like, you and Dean engage in intercourse.
Oh.
After you just got mad that we referenced fucking Trump.
Oh.
Like what, bro?
Purdy with the $42 on PayPal.
you
Thank
guys
you so
don't
much
hurt
for the
my
love,
feelings,
Purdy.
but-
Shut up, Kelsey. Purdy, thank you so much for the $42 on PayPal.
Stop
Let's
me.
get some W's in that chat for Purdy. Thank you so much for the $42. I really appreciate you for that love.
Balls are any bigger than Trump's. So
Amber, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo for the
It's so
triggered
cringe that you
snowflake
just said
guest. I
that.
really appreciate you for the love, Amber. Thank you for the love.
I'm really cringing out that you just said that. That's so cringe.
How old are you, Kelsey?
Is that relevant?
Why are you talking about a 19-year-old's dick and balls?
That's crazy.
That's insane.
Oh, that's so crazy. Why are you talking about Trump's dick and balls? Are you guys serious? Like the people who actually watch you guys have issues because there's no
Is
Like
Trump
you-
a
you
19-year-old?
literally wa- wait one second.
By,
You
by the way,
literally watch
is
us.
Trump a 19-year-old?
But Kelsey, you literally watch us. You are one of our viewers that has issues.
Do you really? No, I don't watch you guys. I
Jace,
watch
thank you
guys
for the
because my
$10 on
girlfriend
Venmo to
Katrina
shut Kelsey the
one
fuck
time
up.
debated
Thank you so
Parker
much.
One time,
Chelsea, thank you for the $10 for Where's Her Source. Thank
and
you
now
so
I'm
much.
back to tell Parker what I told him that I would get him during that fucking
You
live.
still never gave me the source.
Okay.
Colin with the $1.
Molly,
Venmo
thank you for the
$1
$1
So,
for please
here,
tell Kelsey
go.
to shut up from Jax.
Go to this TikTok, okay? Her name is Peyton.
Peyton.
Okay.
That
And
doesn't
her
tell me how to find it.
It's at PAYKELLS. Okay.
Wait, Peyton what?
You PAYKELLS.
KELLS.
And she's got quite a few different news articles in there.
Okay, so I'm on. She's no content on her page.
Caitlin with the $8.88 from the person with issues. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some
Actually,
WWs for
she
Caitlin in the
is
chat.
blocked. She is blocked.
And Joyce, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love, Joyce.
makes sense.
W's for Joyce and W's for Caitlin down below. Thank you guys so much.
But what account? What video? Because I just unblocked her. What video?
What do you mean?
What video?
Look at
Tell
her
me.
Content. She's blocked for a reason.
Wait, that's she probably did some crazy shit in my live. Because you don't get
understand
banned unless my mods block you for some crazy reason.
Eric, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying Eric
So-
has issues. Thank you for the $10.
Wait, can you
Venmo
tell me? Can you
Eric.
tell me? Can you tell me what thing specifically? I'm literally looking at it right now. I don't see any
You don't see
specific
anything
video.
about Kamala.
Tonja with the
Kamala,
$25 on Venmo. Let's get some W's for TONJA
Parker, I
on
have a
Venmo
question.
for the $25. Let's get some massive W's in chat for Tonja. Thank you so. Did you just take the Lord's name in vain?
Yeah, I did. Because you're
Oh my
fucking
God.
annoying.
Emily,
Yeah,
thank
you
you for
better
the,
go to
the
church on
$5.
Sunday.
Yeah, you're going to hell. That's
Tyra
right.
with a $5 on Venmo. Thank
that
you so
doesn't
much.
Scare me.
Doesn't scare you? It doesn't scare. You're not a God fearing woman.
I'm definitely a God-fearing woman, but I don't think he's going to put me in hell for.
We got a
for
sinner on the
saying
lives,
things.
ladies and gentlemen. Right,
An unrepentive sinner.
Yeah, first class ticket to HE double hockey sticks. All right.
Yeah, I actually don't see any video that you're referencing. I literally, yeah, I don't see anything.
Convenient, Parker.
I'm literally looking through right now.
So is
Which
it okay?
video?
I have a question. Is it okay? Because the last time that I joined your live, the one and only time I ever joined your live, right, Parker, was that last time, and now I'm back here again. Do you think it's okay that because you have a debate with somebody, is it okay for all of your
Terry, thank you for the
followers
$5 on
and-
Venmo. Woo! Thank you for the love.
Oh my lord, bro!
Is it okay for all your followers to
Kelsey,
get on people's
Kelsey,
TikTok and talk
Kelsey,
about
I
their
tell people-
kids and
I tell people not to go into people's comment sections.
I have a
People
question.
Okay,
still
will they
do
do
it. Stop coming back if you don't want people to do it.
I have a
Parker, I will
question.
never be back. I just wanted you to see
Okay,
that
good.
Kamala is paying
Bethany, thank you
people
for the
to
dollar.
attend her shit.
Kamala. Her name is not hard to say, Kelsey.
I would
Jesus
like
Christ.
I would like to speak.
I really
real
don't
quick.
give a shit what
Kelsey?
her name is. You guys are
So-
both paid.
So you're
Paid by
blaming
who? Kelsey,
I don't
paid by
know.
who?
Someone, because there's no way there's this.
Yeah, we
many
get
ignorant ass people in
we
this
get
world.
Taylor Swift Illuminati payments.
Eric
Right.
paid me from the DNC. It's a fake robot, fake account being operated by Kamala Harris and the Oval Office right now, sending me
I would love to get the fuck out of
$6.66
this
on
live. I don't know
Venmo.
how.
Kelsey, so you just blame Parker for his followers like attacking you in your comment section, even though he made it explicitly clear to them to not do that. So would you blame Trump for his followers like invading the Capitol on January 6th? Fuck. That's insane, huh, Kelsey? When we used your own logic against you.
Do you blame
Damn.
Biden?
Oh, you're
and
already
them for
setting up the
shooting
pivot.
Trump almost in the face. 'Cause I
Already
do.
setting up the pivot. Already setting up
January
the pivot.
6th is this. Trump almost got assassinated.
You're so delusional.
He took a bullet for this country. He dodged the draft 3 times, but he took a bullet for this country.
You're insane, Kelsey. Holy shit. Dude. Wow. Okay.
He took a bullet for us. He really did.
Yeah, I can tell you guys are 19 now. So
Zenobia,
my
thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the permanent block on. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate you for the love. I'm not gonna read that out.
No. Okay. So, anyways, I would love to get the fuck off here, but I really want you guys. I have a question. Actually, so why did Tim Walz just sign a legislation, right, trying to change the sexual orientation.
Valerie!
Yeah, I
Thank
would
you
too.
so much
Yeah.
for the
What is it,
$50 on Venmo from Valerie. Holy shit. I want to get at least
You guys
500
wanna
billion
talk
trillion
about
W's.
pedophiles and shit so
Kelsey,
bad that Tim
1
Welch
second.
got the
Valerie with a
vote.
$50 on
screaming
Venmo.
over me.
Because I'm thanking Valerie for the $50 on Venmo.
Okay, so anyways, Tim Waltz, whatever his name is just signed a legislation to change the sexual orientation of pedophiles to minor attracted persons. Can you explain that?
What? Can you show me a source?
Google it, Parker. Damn.
Charlie, thank you so much for the $10
Don't get mad
on
at me asking
Venmo
for a
from the
source.
Communist Party. Thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo,
I'm going to
Charlie.
just say that right now. I'm pregnant, sober as fuck, pregnant. You guys are pissing me off right now.
Wait, you have to pass legislation to
forces-
change people's sexual orientations? Like, what do you mean by that? Like, what did the bill aim to achieve?
Changing the sexual orientation of pedophiles to
So
minor attracted persons.
PolitiFact has something right here. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz signed a bill, quote unquote, refining sexual orientation to provide pedophiles, which is false.
Betsy with a $10 on Venmo from the George Soros Foundation. W's for Betsy.
It says no. Tim Walz did not sign a bill giving legal protection to pedophiles.
Did I say that?
You were you were saying that
No,
it
I
did something
didn't say
to
that. I
change
said-
to change the orientation of pedophiles. It did not.
Correct. Yes, he did. So
No, where?
he's changing it to minor attracted people or
So
minor
where does
attracted
it? No,
persons.
that's complete lie. It literally says it does not include pedophiles in these definitions, nor does it give pedophiles legal protections.
Would you be okay with an adult man sexualizing your 10-year-old daughter by saying they wanted to date her in 10 years, since you're very anti-P3DO?
What year was that?
No, just like if someone walked up to your daughter tomorrow and did that, what would you do?
I mean, I think it would be very relevant of what year it was, considering Elvis Presley married a, how old was she? I mean, you got to think that times are different. It does matter because
I
it is
actually
different.
don't think it does matter. Like, I would respond to someone like sexualizing a little kid today the same way I would have responded to Elvis.
Yeah, I don't think he sexualized her. I think you guys twist it and make it as big of a deal as you possibly can. I think
Okay, so Kelsey, you can't come on my live virtue signal about caring about our youth, wanting to protect them, and then shitting on Tim Walz for a bill that never happened. It was literal delusion, just to turn around and defend Trump for sexualizing little kids. You are such a waste of space, Kelsey. Your existence is meaningless.
Oh,
Betsy, thank you for the $10 from the DNC. Thank you so much, Betsy.
And I would love to go the fuck in on you right now because
Go for
goddamn
it.
do I want to.
Go for it.
I want to really
for
bad,
it.
but I'm gonna
Kelsey.
act my age and leave you little.
Yeah, that just tells me you're running. You're just running.
No, I'm not running. I just value
are
my
running.
time and peace, and you guys are fucking.
And that's why you spend
literally
so much
waste
time in
of
our
fucking
lives.
space.
And that's why you spend so much time in our lives. Thank you so much for giving us the care. I really appreciate that.
I can't fucking wait. If Kamala wins, I will be
Kamala.
back. No, Kamala. If Kamala wins,
Kamala.
no, Parker, Kamala,
Kelly.
I don't even give a fuck what her name is, but if she wins, I will be back.
Brooke, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Brooke.
Because I want you guys to
Thank you
fucking
so much,
sit
Brooke,
here
again,
and
for the
say we are
$10.
responsible for this. If she
Yo,
wins,
Casey, thank you
in
so
a
much for the
fucking
$2
year and a
for
half
making
from now,
Kelsey
I
cry.
want
Thank you so
both
much.
to sit on here and say yes, we had.
Thank you so much. Estrella, appreciate
Okay?
the $10. Thank you so much, Estrella. Thank
Get me the
you.
fuck out of here.
Oh, you're mad. You're running away. Look at this. Run away.
No, I
Run
said what I
away.
needed to say.
Run away.
I said what I needed to say.
Yeah,
if
Kelsey,
she
do you
wins,
think
I
the
will
election
be
was stolen in
back
2020?
In a year or two.
In a
let
year or
you guys
two,
know
it's going to
you
be a
guys
little
are
less than a
fucking
year or two
responsible.
that she wins.
It's actually really fucking sad.
You know what's sad? It's you voting for someone who's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud,
No,
has 34
I'm
felonies,
voting
tried to
for
overthrow the
somebody
government,
who I
tried to restrict
believe
women's access
can
to
get-
abortion, called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, tried to restrict women's access to abortion,
No,
right? Sexualized
Parker.
a fifth
No,
grader.
No, Nope. You can talk all this shit. That's all you guys have is
Wait.
Trump. Where
I
the
actually-
fuck would you?
I
What
have
would you?
a- I
What
have a
would
good
you have to
question.
say if it weren't for Trump?
Let-
all you
let's-
guys
let's
do is
bring
bash
it-
Trump. Let's
No,
talk
I'll
policies.
talk about.
Parker.
Let's talk policy. I want to talk
We
policy.
have. Let's talk policy.
I
Let's do it.
want to talk policy.
Let's do it. You just don't know anything about
Guys,
policy.
Guys. I have a point. I have a point.
Exactly.
Kelsey, we want to talk about policy. You just don't know anything about policy.
I actually want to bring something really important up. Kelsey, you said that you were pregnant. If Kamala Harris is elected, she's going to sign in a $6,000 child tax credit for children under 1. You will receive that.
That's going from 2,000, so that's a 3 times increase.
And then after that, they don't get a fucking dollar. So $6.
No, they do. They get 3,600 per year. 3,600 per year.
No.
Yes, it is. After that, it's 3,600 per year.
There is literally a way that you will benefit off of a Harris presidency that you wouldn't benefit off of a Trump presidency.
I am gonna Google that really fast because no.
Yeah. Wow, Kelsey.
No.
You will
Shut
personally
up, dude.
benefit.
You guys are fucking annoying. No, she's changing it.
I bet we are.
Yeah, changing
Justin, thank you for the $10 on Venmo to buy Kelsey some new sources. That was fucking hilarious. Amy with the $20 on Venmo to kick Kelsey. Amy and Justin, I appreciate you guys for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Justin, W's in the chat for Amy, W's all around. Thank you guys so much.
You guys have such little dick syndrome. How do I get out of here? For real.
Why do you keep talking about
projection? You're voting for Donald Trump. You're voting for Donald Trump.
We're going to go to move on to our next guest here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm amped up, bro. Parker, I'm feeling good again, man. What's going on? How old are you?
I'm 28.
Are you voting for Orange Jesus? Oh.
She's so mad. I still think that's so funny, bro. It's so funny.
Dude, she was pissed.
She's going to be mad for like the next 20 minutes at least. Dude, that's honestly the best part. That is the best part. She's going to be mad for at least another 20 minutes.
Yeah, fucking for sure, dude.
Holy shit, dude. That's what keeps me going, everyone. Right there. Right? Pissing people off like that. That's what keeps me going.
Diane.
Jesus Christ. It's amazing.
Oh, Diane dipped.
Yo, Lisa, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
We're going to go to move on to our next guest here, guys. If you're in the guest request, make sure you're voting for Trump. You guys already know how we do it here. By the way, if you haven't already, hit the follow button, top left-hand corner. Go live every day. Do this every single day of my life. I waste it so I could debate Trump supporters for y'all's entertainment. Let's get some W's in the chat and some follows if you're enjoying the content. Gracie, how are we doing? How old are you? Okay. Goodbye, Gracie. I see. Gracie is giving me the silent treatment. Unfortunate. We are going to go
Very
to move
unfortunate.
to our next guest for the 6.2 thousand people in here. Make sure we're double tapping if you want to support either myself or Parker. Our Venmos, Cash Apps, PayPal's in the bio. You already know where to find them. Speaking of, Sin, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate it.
Yo, Anna, thank you for the $10 for entertaining people by pissing them off. Thank you so much. Also, everyone, I am posting a YouTube video. I cut up more of some of the clips from the rally for YouTube content.
Dude, W.
I made one video out of it so far.
What's up, Tay? How old are you?
I just want to say Kelsey's really dumb. Fuck her.
All right, moving on to our next guest here, guys. If you're MAGA, honestly, just let
We
me know in
love
the
it.
chat.
So good. Yo, Sen, thank you so much for the $5 for making Kelly mad. Kelly, not Kelsey, Kelly.